School Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host. The Yamin of Revolution, the fall of the U.S. empire. Trump's counterterrorism official resigns over the Iran war, blaming Israel. This is big. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Where the empire is falling, Trump might be impeached and arrested. Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, any day now. Let's get to the content. Salute. Well,
hello, I'm Ana Cabrera reporting from New York with breaking news. A top Trump national security official is stepping down over the Iran war. Joe Kent, director of the National Counterterrorism.
Now he's stepping down because he's trying to save his behind. He don't want to go to prison. He know everybody going to prison. People will be arrested after this war. And he's telling the world the truth. He was part of Trump's administration. He's a Republican. He's saying, oh, hell no. Iran was no threat to the U.S. We did this for Israel.
Center says, quote, I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel. That seismic resignation, as we are seeing escalation in the Middle East. Israel now claims to have taken out a pair of top Iranian military leaders, while Tehran hits key energy.
Yes, another big news story today is Israel is saying that they killed the great Laranjani, who the supreme leader had picked to help guide the revolution. Laranjani has been a great revolutionary, brave revolutionary. Maybe he is dead. He probably is dead. Israel and the U.S. is digging themselves into a deeper hole. That don't matter. There's a million Laranjanis in Iran ready to rise to the top and take the position and defeat the imperialists. And the main thing about that Laranjani being dead, one of the most powerful people in Iran, it's the person in Israel who said Laranjani is dead gives us more proof that Benjamin Netanyahu is dead. Because Benjamin Netanyahu didn't come out at the Israeli Security Cabinet meeting and beat his chest like he should have done about the killing of one of the most powerful people. You know, they on the news right now saying Laranjani probably was more powerful than a supreme leader. Oh, my God. Here we go with this nonsense. But why isn't Netanyahu presenting us this information? We'll get to that.
Energy facilities across the Gulf and targets the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, all as the Strait of Hormuz remains static, driving oil prices back up above $100 a barrel. But President Trump still insists other nations will step in to help safeguard the strait.
Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react.
Well, so far, we've seen some of America's closest allies reject Trump's request. Let's bring in MS Now Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delanian, MS Now International reporter Inez de la Gutierrez in Jerusalem. Also with us, MS Now contributor.
I'm talking about as a geopolitical analyst, I did not never see this coming when the day NATO would look at the U.S. and give them the finger. But it's some 3D chess going on, and it might be because they're going to blame all of this on Trump the person. He don't care. They've already paid him billions of dollars, so he's willing to take the fall, and they have to place this on somebody. So that might be what NATO is saying. Hell no, we're not getting. I never thought NATO would say that to the U.S. Hell no, we're not helping y'all. But they saying that no, hell no, we're not. Hell no, they militarily they can't help the U.S. Even if they had the heart, they can't go to Iran and do nothing. What they gonna do except die? I've been telling people this. Britain, what the hell Britain gonna do with Iran? What is Germany and France? Who are these people? But countries who used to invade countries and take over. They're nothing but a gang of vicious nations who've been bullying the world for centuries. That's over with right before our eyes. Right before our eyes.
And New York Times Chief White House Correspondent Peter Baker, our national security and intel analyst, former CIA officer Mark Polymeropoulos, and foreign policy journalist Laura Rosen. Ken, let's start with this big resignation. We saw a number of intelligence and military officials break with Trump in his first term. How significant is this now from Joe Kent?
This gonna hurt.
Good morning, Anna. Well, this is hugely significant.
Man is the head of counterterrorism. He see all the intelligence. He see the intelligence. He's saying, and you better believe them Democrats are gonna put his ass on the record, and they're gonna bring him to the Congress to speak this. He's saying Israel. He's saying Iran was no threat. That means Trump lied. What to the U.S. Zero, zilch. He say we have been drugged into a war, and this man worked for Trump. We have been drugged into a war over Israel. Nothing he done seen, and he's saying ain't nothing in the intelligence reports that said Iran was no threat to the U.S.
Significant because Joe Kent represents a wing of the MAGA movement that is incredibly disenchanted with this war in Iran. You're seeing it on social media, but now you're seeing an actual resignation by a senior member of the administration. The National Counterterrorism Center is a very important agency, particularly at a time when the threat level from the Iran war has been heightened. And we've seen, for example, ISIS-inspired attacks and attacks on synagogues in recent days. And Joe Kent has always been a controversial figure. He was a veteran of the Army Special Forces, and he really represented that sort of non-interventionist wing of the MAGA movement. And also to allege it publicly that essentially the U.S. was goaded into this war because of the Israel lobby, that is a huge statement. It's a controversial statement. There are people, there are MAGA supporters who have made that allegation, of course, that said that essentially Israel jammed the Trump administration into doing this because Israel was going to attack. And Donald Trump even made some statements that made people think that that could have been a possibility. He later walked them back. Trump officials have said, look, this is a joint operation with Israel. They are hand in glove. They are together with the same strategic objectives here. But to have Joe Kent walk away and publicly essentially accuse Israel of drawing the United States into a war and to proclaim that there's no imminent threat, and he sees all the intelligence, by the way, that is a huge, huge deal on him.
Yeah, and he writes, and I think this is important context too in terms of his decision and how perhaps earth-shattering it may be in this country. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people nor justifies the cost of American lives. Again, Ken, this is the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. What are the national security implications of this?
Well, look, we should add, though, that Joe Kent has always been kind of a fringy figure in the administration, and he works for Tulsi Gabbard, who has sort of marginalized herself in terms of foreign policy. Remember, she was totally iced out of the Venezuela operation because she has always been a non-interventionist. She's a former Democrat, and she's made some incredibly controversial statements, as has Joe Kent, not really part of the mainstream foreign policy establishment or even the mainstream Republican or even the mainstream MAGA foreign policy thinking. But in terms of the national security implications, it's a huge deal that essentially the National Counterterrorism Center is rudderless at the moment, again, at a time when there is an elevated terrorist threat. The NCTC was created after 9/11 to fuse domestic and foreign intelligence. It's the only agency where analysts sit at their desks with computers that get both CIA reporting from overseas and FBI case information from home, because there's supposed to be a wall between those things. We don't want the CIA spying on Americans, but we created this agency so that we could sift through things that were lost. Remember, the dots that weren't connected during 9/11. And so the idea that this agency is now rudderless without a permanent leader it could bode not very well for national security at the moment.
Ken Delanian, thank you. Mark, let me get your reaction to this.
Well, it's pretty extraordinary. You know, Joe Kent is someone who actually worked at the CIA as well. He was a paramilitary officer, very well respected. This is before his political career. And as he noted in his resignation letter, he lost his wife in the global war on terrorism. So it was a tragic story. He then ran for Congress several times, certainly became part of the MAGA movement, very much, a hard right. And then when he went to NCTC, the National Counterterrorism Center, he did so, I think, because of his close relationship with Tulsi Gabbard. And so with this, inflammatory resignation, and of course, Ken's right, the comments on Israel, I mean, I think we should probably expect Joe Kent to be on Tucker Carlson soon. But I do think this also poses the question of what Tulsi Gabbard.
You see what I'm saying? Because Democrats say he still get paid by Israel. The man told the truth. The man looked into the intelligence. The man told the truth. Iran was no threat to the U.S., and we done this for Israel. And he's resigning over that.
Future in this too, because Joe was very close to her. This clearly he would have done, not necessarily in concert with her, he would have told her, of course. So I wonder if she's on the way out as well, because we have seen tensions within the national security world, for example, between the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, and Tulsi Gabbard. And then the final point on this too is that, as Ken noted, this is the schism in the MAGA movement. And I think this is now going to be more acceptable for many people to come out and say, well, look, the head of NCTC just resigned. This war is a problem. I'm sure President Trump is not happy today. He campaigned for and was very supportive of Joe Kent. So this is quite a blow.
Yeah, and this is interesting timing, Peter, considering Kent's boss, DNI Tulsi Gabbard, will be in front of Congress tomorrow. And Gabbard's been really silent during this war so far.
Yeah, it's actually very striking because, as we've been talking about, she also has been very skeptical of aggression on Iran. She put out a video just last year from her office saying that people wanted to drive the United States into a terrible war against Iran that shouldn't happen. And she hasn't been saying much at all lately.
People. What people? Growing up, I used to hear Alex Jones say the globalists. Now I know who the globalist is. It's the small hats. It's the ones we call the small hats. Those are the ones other people see. What I saying, that's anti-Semitic. What I saying, the Jews or the small hats, they go, the globalist. Man, bro, this dude here think he's slick. Tulsi Gabbard said that people was trying to get the U.S. to fight Iran. What people, bro? Tell the Americans, because the American people don't know who you're talking about. Is it some people inside our government? No, the small hats run our government and forced us into this humiliating war.
I think that she's been on the outs, or seen as on the outs with the White House for quite a while. They've now sort of repurposed her into an election denial, investigator. Rather than the external threats that have been traditionally at the core of that job, the director of national intelligence. But it does raise questions where she is at this point. It'll be fascinating to see what she says.
All that shit is made up. Director of National Intelligence, Homeland Security, all that shit is made up shit. They never protect us from no terrorists. It's impossible to stop. If a terrorist, I keep telling people that, boy, if a terrorist want to really get your ass, people can't protect you. If a terrorist just want to grab a gun and go somewhere and kill somebody, you think they're going to find out? Every time they say they stopped a terrorist attack, they're the ones who inspired the person to do it. That's been, not every time, I'm going to say 90% of the time that somebody, that they busted a terrorist cell in America, they was behind the terrorist cell, and it was to take your freedoms from you, to spook you. They're the ones behind it, because you got to think about, a terrorist can grab a gun and pop up anywhere they want and kill people, and the FBI can't get them. America too big. All these positions were just created to scare Americans, rip us off, cause false flags, all that type of shit, So to say, and that's the real problem. Because now, with him stepping down, he the head of counterintelligence. And what they keep saying, what these people keep saying, that leaves us naked with terrorism being high. We already know they're trying to do a false flag blame on Iran. So you got to watch out for the attack. And then they blame him for leaving his position at a time of war. Or maybe he's doing this on purpose to allow the attack to happen, and then they could just point back to the spot was the dude who was supposed to stop attacks wasn't there, so that's why the attack happened. We got to watch out for that.
And again, this is somebody resigning who was a Trump true believer all along. We've seen other resignations and some firings of people who didn't drink the MAGA Kool-Aid, for lack of a better term. Peter, could this set off more resignations?
Yeah, I think you're right to make that point. This is not a career person objecting to the Trumpian philosophy or the Trumpian way of doing business, as we've seen time and time again over the last year at the FBI, at Justice, at other agencies and so forth. This is a Trump ally. This is one of the MAGA champions. He's a conspiracy theorist, or at least he has advanced conspiracy theories involving the 2020 election, involving the January 6th. He's been associated at times with some of the, far right white supremacist groups. He's distanced himself from them since then. He was the tool of Trump's revenge against a Republican congresswoman who voted for his second impeachment. Joe Kent took her out in a primary, though he lost in the general election. So he's not a career person in the sense that we've seen people step down out of objections to Trump. He's objecting to Trump from the Trumpian point of view, from the point of view of this is what Trump said he would not do when he ran for office. He said he would not get us into new wars. And he definitely is sort of in the Tucker Carlson side of the MAGA spectrum at the moment.
See, he rejects to fighting a war on behalf of Israel, buddy. I know you hate to say that. I know they hate to come out. See, the Tucker Carlson side. Tucker Carlson just don't want America fighting wars. He ain't no champion of blacks. So he's right, 1,000% correct. He just don't want, and I'm glad to see them stand up and go against the grain. Trump lied to them. He said he wasn't going to be fighting, stealing our money to go fight more wars on behalf of Israel. That is a good stance to take. So now they're going to say only the white supremacists. I ain't no goddamn white supremacist. And I don't want my people fighting no wars for Israel. So we can't let them do that. We can't let them say anybody who comes out against this war is in a Tucker Carlson camp. What the hell are you talking about? The camp that don't want to fight wars on behalf of Israel? This guy here is a small head, his goddamn self. You see, they got all the sides covered.
Laura, this is an official statement. The whole world gets to see it. What message does this send to America's allies about the U.S. and Israel's war with Iran?
It's the fall of the empire and people going to prison.
Well, the Iranians, for one, have been watching the public dismay with the war and gas prices going up, and they see that as an effective lever against the Trump administration to try to pressure it to
asymmetrical warfare, man. They don't have to fight the U.S. plane for plane, battleship. All they have to do is read The Art of War by Sun Tzu. That's all they have to read, and that's all they have to read. And they read it and they're applying it masterfully. They're applying it masterfully. That's the Achilles heel. That's the pressure point. That what they said that was their nuclear option. They have released a nuclear bomb on the economy, and it has Trump by the throat and the U.S. by the throat. Its allies have turned on them, denounced them, said, hell no, you caused this. We're not dying for you. It's the humiliation of the goddamn empire, the DEI white supremacist empire. It's the humiliation of them. The Arab leaders are telling Putin they hate Trump. They never should have sold their soul. They can't say that in public because the U.S. is a crazy bastards. But they're going to make sure over time the empire is pushed out of the Middle East. They will never fight Iran. Now the U.S. know that. More humiliation for the U.S. The whole world can see that the U.S. is begging, please, anybody help us. The whole world is saying, why don't y'all just go fight Iran mano a mano? Forget all the missiles. Forget all the planes. Put your troops on the ground. The whole world can see they scared. The whole world see Israel is scared to death. Israel has a navy. Take your navy over there. Israel has a 1 million-man army. Go invade Iran. The whole world can see this. And ain't no getting out of this. Revolution is being televised.
To sue for peace, and we've seen Trump not being very interested to do that. We saw the Iranian foreign minister yesterday deny that he had been in contact with Trump's envoy, about a ceasefire proposal, and saying that, the Trump administration is just trying to say we're talking to calm oil markets, to manipulate
the markets. They're trying to save face. Iran say they're going to defeat the U.S. Why would they ever? They can't negotiate with the U.S. The U.S. keep killing them doing negotiations. They say the hell with that shit. They're just going to defeat them. The U.S. is going to surrender soon. The U.S. is going to give U.S. and Israel. That's absolutely going to happen. That's absolutely going to happen.
So they're watching the U.S. public be dismayed.
Let's turn to Inez in Jerusalem, because Iran has been hitting more energy infrastructure in the Gulf, while Israel says they've now taken out 2 top Iranian military officials. Inez, what more have you learned about these intense new attacks?
You see what they did? You see what they just did? That's disgusting. Israel said they just took out 2 top Iranian military. That's called manipulation of the media. Those were not military officials. You took out government officials. Larijani was not in the military. He's a government official. That means any government official in Israel or the U.S. can be killed. That's a fact. Any government official in the U.S. can get killed now. And Iranians will kill you. But she know what she's doing by saying military. She said, no, just kill one of our generals. Hell no. He might want Secretary Rubio. He might want Rubio. They might want Rubio this time. The dude is like Rubio, but way more powerful than that punk. And then you kill like a National Guard dude, the head of the militia, in Iran. They got a 1 million man militia. You know, they killed him. But he isn't in the military. He's just a guy who, when it's time to put the militia together in Iran, he tell all the people in the streets, he probably was in the military one time, come together. But he's not a military. See, she's lying. Imagine a dude who your normal job is the man work at the tire shop in Iran. But when it's war, he's the head of the militia. They killed that guy. They think that's cute. They done put all of our national security, all of our National Guard who not really in the army. You really a teacher. And you that type of shit. But then you called to do your duty, and you have to go back do this. What they're doing is putting all of these people's lives in danger. But like I say, killing Larijani is not going to change the fact Netanyahu is dead. And the dude, Netanyahu was supposed to come out on TV and say Larijani is dead. That's a fact. He didn't. He missed that meeting again today. Another guy sat in his seat and told the world Larijani was dead. That let the world know Netanyahu was dead.
By both sides.
Yeah, Anna, some big news there with the IDF announcing it had taken out 2 important officials within the Iranian regime.
Oh, man, what you can take out, keep taking them out. It's all you're going to do is replace them with younger people. It's people been wanting that man job because they say he been soft. He been too soft on Israel and the U.S. He been wanting to negotiate too much. He was a real man. I'm saying it's some young G's who was up under him saying, give me my shot. Ain't nothing to negotiate. They done killed the supreme leader. America and Israel, that's all they can do is assassinate. That's all they can do. That's like a stick punches. But they in a real fight right now, and that's not gonna work. Killing these so-called leaders is not gonna get Iran off their ass. It's gonna make it worse.
Including Ari Larijani, who was a top security official. The IDF had announced that it was launching a fresh wave of strikes on Iran, specifically on Tehran. We thought they were focusing on ballistic missile production facilities. Then they said they had been targeting Ari Larijani, and then it was the Israeli defense minister who announced this morning that the strike had been successful. So he becomes the second kind of most important figure within the Iranian regime to be taken out after the late supreme leader, of course, who was taken out on the first day. The other figure they took out was the head of the Besiege Force. So that is a paramilitary volunteer militia. Both Larijani and the head of the Besiege Force were instrumental in trying to crack down.
That's a people's force. He a baker. He probably a teacher. Nah, I'm not gonna let them do that, bro. I'm not gonna let you kill the regular guy who, when the invaders come, it's his job to mount the people up. You kill the regular guy who is for the community, who get the people together to fight in case the invaders come. That's who you kill. A paramilitary commander. I mean, you could go on TV and beat your chest all you want. That's not going to stop. It's still raining missiles on the U.S. and Israel. And coming on TV saying, I killed Larijani. Yeah, you probably did kill him. You're so pissed off that Netanyahu is dead.
Down on protests. And we've heard from the Israelis time and time again that they want to see regime change, that regime change has to come from within. They've said they are creating the conditions for the people of Iran to topple their regime. And certainly with these strikes, it seems like they're doing that because these are 2 figures that would have been key to cracking down on any potential uprising.
See how they go on TV and lie? Israel killing these people. Now they setting the conditions for the people to overthrow the government. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all is assassinate people because y'all some cowards, and that's all you can do with the Iranians because your ass can't defeat them in no war. You trying to defeat them in an assassination campaign. But Benjamin Netanyahu is dead, so kill you. I know you want to kill everybody in Iran.
We have explosive breaking news to report. U.S. Counterterrorism Director Joe Kent resigns over the war. In part of his resignation letter, Iran
He
posed.
also resigned because you see the Americans. You can buy a lot of Americans. Why you think NATO? Another reason NATO is like, oh hell no, because Netanyahu is dead, and the Germans, the French, the Dutch, the Portuguese, they don't want to die. They know they leaders. Netanyahu is gone. That's why a lot of world leaders is shook because they understand Iran got the right to do whatever you do to them, they can do to you.
No imminent threat. This is an amazing, amazing development. I can just tell you that the political courage that it took, the moral courage that it took to resign is in this position at this time, especially when the war has just started, is just almost unprecedented. It may be unprecedented. There may not have been anything like this. Definitely hasn't been any kind of example of moral courage of this caliber.
He just came out and said the U.S. president is a lie. The U.S. was never in imminent danger. Imagine a man with all the classified documents in his hand, and you asking him, "Is this war justified?" He is the head of the counterterrorism. He know about all the threats to America. He say, "Hell no, no." What? America's done being killed. The economy was going down the drain. America's feeling the pain right now, and you mean it was no threat to America? This dude say, "Hell no, we done this for Israel." It's over for Trump. Them people go in jail. The Democrats got them right where they want them, and they're going to use this guy right here. The Democrats, it's a power play for them. They don't give a shit, but they got him by the testicles. Trump can be impeached and tried. If this is true, he can be impeached, tried, and convicted.
In my lifetime, it is absolutely amazing, and I'm going to get to some of the details of what he said in this post in his resignation letter. But just real quick, in case you're not aware of who Joe Kent is, he is the number 2 guy at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. He is the deputy for Tulsi Gabbard. And just so you know, you may recall, if you're new to this channel, you may not know, but I was almost the number 3 person at the ODNI at the beginning of the Trump administration. I was tapped to do that, had been accepted, and was literally a few hours away, from joining the staff, and I would have been the number 3, so I'd have been working.
Israel blocked this guy right here. I remember. Israel blocked him because he was telling the truth on YouTube. Imagine that. This guy lost the chance to be the number 3. The dude just stepped down. He was going to be right under him, but he was on YouTube telling the truth. And it cost him that position, cost him money. This man sacrificed nice little pay. He didn't sell out because he told the truth about what was going on in that Middle East with genocide and the Ukraine war. All that type of shit can cost you. People don't think that shit cost you, man. You know?
Working right alongside and maybe a little bit below Joe Kent. And I had the opportunity to meet him in the process of getting ready for that job before I was supposed to start. And I thought he was a fantastic guy. And I've often wondered how difficult it was for him to do this job, especially with the Venezuela thing was bad enough. But then, now with this war here, and I wondered how both he and Tulsi could continue on.
It's crazy, bro. With this. It's crazy. Israel was picking who can be in our government and who can't be in our government. Anybody who tries to protect America, you can't be in the government. You ain't getting no high position. That's a fact. You ain't get your career is ruined if you try to protect America. This man lost his job. But then they said Joe. They said this other guy. Okay, he okay, and this other guy done put the nail in the goddamn coffin. He might not have put the nail in the coffin. Nah, the other guy did.
With this job, knowing how they felt, knowing what they thought behind the scenes and what their personal objectives were and what their philosophy was and what their understanding of the world was, I just couldn't imagine having to work under those conditions. And now we see that Joe was not able to do that.
Let me show you on this video how you can integrate JotForm apps with third-party products. So follow me to my desktop right now.
In good conscience, he could not continue on. And listen, this is a guy who has got combat experience, has lost his own wife in combat as well. You'll more on that in just a second. But listen, let's get right into the substance here, folks, because this letter here is absolutely political dynamite. This is going to have ramifications that are going to ripple across the country here. It's going to ripple all the way into the White House. And just by the way, we'll just put this out there right away. you can count on the fact that President Trump will be demonizing this guy probably within hours. I haven't looked at his Truth Social yet. We'll see if he's put anything out of it, but you can count on it because that's what he does. He demonizes anyone who says anything unflattering to him. And believe me, folks, this is about as unflattering as it gets. It is truthful, but it's really unflattering. Let's take a look at this. This is the actual letter that he signed. And he says, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as the director of National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. Let that sink in for a second, folks, because here is the number 2 guy in the office of the Director of National Intelligence, somebody who loves this country and has worked hard for it, is saying this, what we've been telling you since before this thing ever started. It's been self-evident, but now here we have an official at the highest levels confirming it, who was working in the intelligence directorate itself. This guy knows what he's talking about, and this will not be easy to brush aside and say, oh, well, if he was some liberal or whatever, somebody against the president. No. In fact, he goes on to say in the very next part there, I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, and 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth of our prosperity of our nation. Then he goes on to talk about some of the things that he liked. But then we get into the real political dynamite. This is it right here, folks. Let this sink in too. Early in this administration, he writes, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States, that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie, and is the same tactics the Israelis used to draw us into disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. And then he kind of bolsters his credibility. And folks, this is unimpeachable. You may not like, if you're a President Trump fan, you may not like the embarrassment that this causes. Don't care, because this right here is the God's awful truth. It is the gospel. It is reality. And he writes, as a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times, and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel. He's even going back to the 2003 war. We've always blamed it on President Bush, but he's saying here, and again, this guy has I think his background is also in other intelligence in the past, and obviously his position was here. This guy knows what he's talking about. He lived it, and he has access to everything. And he says that it was manufactured by Israel, the 2003 Iraq war. And now he says that's what cost his own wife. And he said, I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of an American lives. And then he adds, I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further into decline and chaos. You hold the cards. It was an honor to serve your administration and our great nation. Joe Kent. Folks, that is just unbelievable here. But we have got to grasp the reality of this. This is something we've been telling you throughout this whole process, going all the way back to the June 2025 war, going through the Venezuela operation this past fall, all the way leading up to this one. In this war and today, we are reinforcing everything Joe Kent just said there. This was a war that never needed to be fought. It was fought expressly for one benefit. And you can even say, even more than just the country of Israel, you can say the individual of Benjamin Netanyahu. Nobody else. It wasn't even for the Israeli people. They never needed this war to be safe from Iran. They never needed it. only because they're going out looking for dragons to slay and starting wars everywhere in the Middle East. Only that's the reason why they have any insecurity at all. If they had just stayed with the significant power they have, even with the amount of money that we were sending them every year, they never needed to worry the rest of their lives. They could have continued on into peace indefinitely. There was nobody that was going to come after them. It had been tried in 1967 and 1973 by Arabs. They were crushed. Nobody was going to try it again, and especially because the Americans were so close with Israel. They never would have had to worry about their security. None of the people who have died so far in Israel should have died. None of these buildings that have been turned into something that looks like Gaza should ever have happened because of a war of choice. First of all, that Benjamin Netanyahu made for his people, and second, that he exploited President Trump into. And equally alarming in there, he doesn't name any names here, but we can kind of imagine who he's talking about. Members of the American media, the mainstream media, participated in this intentional deception. They led President Trump into believing this. They reinforced all these negative tropes. They continued to say over and over how this is in America's interest. No, friends, it was never in America's interest. And all these people that we keep showing you, I did a show a month or so ago called I think the Merchants of Death. And all these people I put on there that were emphatically going on American television over and over and over, telling you how this is a war that had to be fought, that the Iranians were coming to get us, and they were a week away from starting a war, from having a nuclear grade bomb material, all this stuff. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Mike Pompeo, Jack Keane, Lindsey Graham of all, several others that we could name later, that have named in the past. These people that keep going on relentlessly, going on the Fox News where President Trump watches and they know. And so they put people on that would just relentlessly talk about how we needed this war. And it's worked. It worked on President Trump. It's worked on many in the public. I've talked to a number of people, and they are convinced these things are true. They believe what they're being told because it's relentlessly put into their heads. Now, we on this channel are doing an honest analysis and evaluation, and we're looking at all sides of this. We're taking a look at the physical fundamentals. We're listening to what the Iranian side says. We're listening to what the Israeli side says. We're listening to what these American people say. We're putting all of it together so that you can see a comprehensive picture. This is what all the sides are saying, and this is what's true on the ground. And it is self-evident that this war never needed to be fought. And now here we are. We are in the middle of something that it is going to be extremely difficult to get out of. And so now then, President Trump is in a position to where either he accelerates this and escalates it into something bigger, puts our security even more at risk by getting into by diminishing our national security everywhere else in the world because of the dwindling supplies of the most important armaments that we need to defend ourselves, i.e. air defense missiles and offensive, especially standoff missiles, but even the so-called stand-in missiles of our aircraft. We're getting dangerously low on those. So now there's been, I saw a report, I think yesterday, that said up to 15,000 strikes had gone in so far. Some of these strikes have more than one missile, so it's unclear how many how many we have expended on that. That's just the offensive side. How many defensive missiles we fired? I think I saw the number was 3,000 air interceptor missiles in the first 2 days. How many has been fired since that time? The amount of Iranian fire has reduced, so that's probably hasn't increased that much. It's not an easy mathematical equation across the board, but it's many thousands. And it takes, by understanding, 650 air interceptor missiles we can produce in an entire year. And that's about 100 higher than it was at the start of the Russia-Ukraine war, because we've expanded a little bit. But it is really hard to expand these things. So that means...
Revolutionary salute to our brother Vincent Brown Scott for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I absolutely appreciate that love, soldiers. Salute.
That we have probably easily gone through already a year's worth of interceptor missiles in 2 weeks. And we don't have any idea when this war is going to be over. And we're trying to say we want to kill everybody. We want to assassinate all these leaders. We want to bring down the IRGC and bring down the police and kill all the other leaders, and then force open the Strait of Hormuz. But you see that not one other nation is standing behind us. And it's anybody's guess what they're going to come after this, what's going to happen now. Because believe me, this gives motivation to every other of our allied friends to say, okay, hang on. We're not going to get into a war that you chose because you were manipulated into it by another country. And we're not going to send our ships to the bottom of the Persian Gulf to defend a war that should never have been fought. No, they're going to say, you make a negotiated settlement. Figure this out. But we don't expect us to die because you chose poorly. Just imagine, why would anyone say anything other than I can't even imagine. Why would Germany? Why would the UK? Why would France say, yes, we'll send our boys to die. We'll send our capital ships to the bottom of the Persian Gulf. We'll risk that.
See, they used to would do it on command, but Trump done humiliated them so bad over Ukraine. And see, Trump didn't have no finesse in him like the rest of the presidents. The rest of the presidents have the policy of the U.S. been the policy of the U.S. Those are all puppet nations, our lackeys, our colonies. Trump just let them know who they is and who they ain't. They can't. They losing their positions amongst their people like that. So they got to show some type of leadership, and they have chosen this issue to show the leadership because they don't have to get in. And just think about this. It's the U.S. and Israel. That's supposed to be enough to defeat Iran logically. But what they've been telling the world, they're the two biggest, y'all are too powerful. What's the problem here? Because that's fake. That's false. That's old war strategies. That's not new. Iran is, I told you this, they're guerrilla fighters with advanced weapons. And the world, no matter how many times Trump say we destroyed everything, they can't fight back. But Israel and the U.S. base is still being totally obliterated. The NATO allies know that. Ain't no way in hell they finna get the rest of their militaries washed up because they already been humiliated in Ukraine. This Iran thing will be the end of Europe forever. They're not finna do that. They know if they let the U.S. fall, the U.S. will be back on their level.
Just to keep the oil open because you made a bad choice. Why would they do that? As a matter of fact, they're working right now, according to some reports, they're quietly talking to the Iranians already because
it's also the small hats leveraging their bit. I learned this a long time ago. They don't all see small hats are also some of the anti-Zionists. That perplexed me too. You have some of the Jews, they anti-Zionists. You see, they in every field. They're going to win regardless of what happened. Regardless of what happened, they're going to win. So I wonder, man, why is Britain and France, which is controlled by the small hats, they absolutely control Britain. If the motherfucking small hats wanted that British military to get their ass into that Strait of Hormuz or that French military, they would have to do it. So why are they allowed to say no? Because the small hats is hedging a bet. If Israel is wiped out, then they will go back to France and Britain, blend in them populations and go on about their business. That's a fact, bro.
Because there's an offer on the table that says, hey, if you're not with America or Israel, with permission, you can pass through. So they're already making negotiations right now. All of these things are working against us. This is literally like a couple of hours old. I have no idea how this is going to play out. I can only imagine what the media is going to do with this, especially the pro-war media. We can imagine what President Trump's going to say, but we don't know how this is going to react on everybody else. But I'm just telling you, the lid is off. And Joe Kent, who is a sterling American of tremendous political and moral courage, he showed it on the battlefields in his deployments, and now he's shown it here in a way nobody else has in Washington, D.C. I hope Tulsi Gabbard follows him very soon. That's exactly what she should do. Because from the Tulsi that I knew prior to all of this stuff starting here, prior to the time that I would almost her number 3, she's the same person that Joe Kent was. But she's got a tough decision to make too, because if she doesn't follow suit, if she doesn't follow in his footsteps and resign also, there's almost no conclusion you can reach other than that she's changed and that now she supports what the president does and she doesn't support what Joe Kent said. I hope she does. My sincerest encouragement is that she would, because that's the best way that she can preserve any of her own credibility. But she'll lose it all if she stays with it. And believe me, this is not going to go well for anybody in the administration. This is not going to go well for President Trump. It's not going to go well for Secretary of War Hegseth. It's not going to go well for Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Any of these people who keep pursuing these policies that were based on fraud and were based on the needs of another country and the lust for war for another country, as Lindsey Graham and some of these others who have been lusting for this war, it ain't going to go well for them over time. I promise you that. Whether that comes now in a medium time or long term, it's guaranteed. It's not going to go well. And we don't even know how this war is going to come out, because if President Trump doesn't agree to some of their terms, they can keep fighting in here. And you may have seen Ali Larijani was assassinated by Israel today, one of the most capable leaders that were left. That hasn't been confirmed by the Iranian side, but Israel has been pretty good about accurately putting out people that they have assassinated. They usually do have, when they have said it in the past, it turned out to be true. We'll see how it's going to work out. That'll be a big blow to the Iranian side. But listen, they have people to replace him. There'll be a diminution and a reduction in capacity because that guy was as experienced as it gets. Now they're going to have to put somebody else in there, but they have somebody else to put in there. And the nation, the country, will survive this. And even though we have significantly damaged their missile capacity, their primary Navy, their what little Air Force they had, those have been damaged. A lot of the missile launchers have been destroyed. But you can't destroy everything. You just can't. And again, let me reinforce, all Iran has to do is remain politically viable and keep that strait closed. That's it. And they have so many ways to keep it closed. It doesn't require that much. Those two things, all they've got to do is hang on. Every day that passes is going to be another day that the Gulf, all these countries in the region are losing revenue. And they continue, even if it's at a slower pace, they still struggle from getting shots from, whether it's drones or missiles or a combination, from Iran. And by all accounts, they have the capacity to go on a long time. So we're in a difficult position right now. No matter how much firepower we brought to bear, history says that you're not going to be able to destroy a nation of this size, of this culture, of this history, within a few weeks, just because you bomb the heck out of them or kill a lot of their people. We've seen that that's what the Iranian people are responding so far, by becoming more cohesive around the existing government. It's unlikely that just because you kill a few of them, somehow they're going to turn later on and it's going to be something that you want. Very unlikely. We'll see how that's going to work out, folks. But we've got a couple of other good shows for you here. We got another one coming up at 12 o'clock with Patrick Kent.
Time here in Texas. We're starting off with breaking news. As you have reports that Trump's director of the National Counterterrorism Center has resigned in protest of the war on Iran. In a statement, Joseph Kent said, quote, "I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby." No imminent threat. Yet another reminder that this was a war of choice for the Trump administration, that there was no reason they had to go in and to wage an all-out war against Iran. Although, according to members within the administration, such as Secretary of State Marco Rubio, there was in fact a threat, and it was coming from Israel. the threat that they were going to attack first. Well, it's Israel that is now claiming it has murdered the Secretary of Iran's National Security Council, Ali Larijani. We do not have confirmation on those reports yet, but it is important to note that exactly as we've been covering here, Israel seems to think that with these high-profile assassinations that it is accomplishing something. But in doing so, it is refusing to acknowledge the fact that the Iranian system is not built around these individual leaders. It is not, oh, you take out the leader or you take out the top security chief and the entire government falls. Instead, every time they do kill a political or military commander, while the US and Israel may act as though it gets them points in the media for the moment, those commanders are then replaced, and Iran's retaliation does not change course. So what does all of this mean for the current situation? Well, we got into all of the latest with a special guest who joined us from Tehran earlier. So let's take a listen to that conversation now. Joining me now to discuss is Syed Mohammad Marandi, a professor at the University of Tehran. Professor Marandi, thank you so much for taking the time to join me.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great pleasure.
Yeah, it's always good to have you on the show, and you come with very valuable updates, especially right now. I know that we are now on day 18 of this illegal war of aggression waged against Iran by the US and Israel, and Iran continues to retaliate exactly as it promised it would. Will you start out by telling us what has it been like there in Tehran, living, yes, under the threat of US bombs, but also watching as the Iranian people have continued to stand together for their nation?
And you know, the extraordinary thing is that after the riots on January the 8th and 9th, there was a huge gathering of Iranians on the 12th to protest against the rioters and Western intelligence agencies and their interference. Millions of people, tens of millions of people across the country came to the streets. It was massive. Back then, the West tried to say this was AI because it was so enormous, the numbers. During the last 2 weeks, people are out every night and on many days as well. And it's so extraordinary that now even Trump had to come out and claim that we are all AI. So it's obvious that people are noticing. People across the world are seeing through the Western propaganda and these Persian Gulf that are in the American camp, and they're seeing the reality. They're seeing how united Iranians are. They're seeing how steadfast they are. They're seeing how the Iranian armed forces are retaliating. On the one hand, Trump says he's obliterated Iran, and on the other hand, he's begging other countries to come and help him. And those countries are saying, no, we don't want to be involved. Well, if Iran's obliterated, then what is the issue? What's the problem? So people are seeing through the narrative at multiple layers. They're seeing the multiple layers of the narrative falling apart. So it is tough. You see you're witness to airstrikes regularly. You drive around town and you see buildings destroyed. In one case that I know of personally, the brother-in-law of a very close friend of mine who has a business hired 2 truck drivers with their trucks to take some goods from his city to another city. And the Americans bombed them and killed them. So this is the reality that we're living in right now, but people are united. And I think that it's becoming clear to people across the world that Trump and Netanyahu badly miscalculated, and they can continue killing and they can continue assassinating, but nothing's going to change. They're going to lose this war, and it will be, I think, a turning point for the empire.
Yeah, and I hope so, right? I mean, the US continues to just take it further and further. It was not enough to carry out a genocide against the Palestinians and allow it to be on the world stage where everyone could see it. They had to take it to the next war. And I know that, speaking of, these killings that we're seeing, you do have Israel coming out and reporting that it has murdered Ali Larijani, the Secretary of Iran's National Security Council. We do not have confirmation on that yet. I know he's a very outspoken figure and has been someone who has openly challenged the US, right? pointed out the fact that Iran is prepared for a prolonged war, that the Iranian leaders are not hiding in bunkers, that they were out on the streets during the Quds March last week, as you noted, right? They are among the people. If the Iranian people hated their leaders so much, there's no way that you would have these top political and military figures just out on the streets among the crowds. And I know one of the things that you've also been noting too is that Iran has a system. So yes, you can go in and you can murder whoever you want when it comes to those leaders, but they are going to be replaced just as they have been every single time. What is it, do you think, that the US and Israel are not learning about that? Because they still seem to think if we just get this guy or that guy, then everything is going to fall. And they truly do not understand the Iranian system.
I think there are two things, and you make a very important point. One is, I think it's just racism and Orientalism. They cannot truly comprehend that a non-Western country like Iran, with the ideology and beliefs that are indigenous or that exist in this part of the world, have created a structure which is very sophisticated, that works, that functions, and that under very extreme circumstances is able to preserve the sovereignty of the people and the country, and to preserve the ideals and beliefs that are predominant in this country and beyond its borders. Those people who feel close to the Iranian people. These are regimes, as they like to call them. And if you cut off the head, then it collapses. They don't recognize that we have a constitution which is sophisticated, and no matter who is murdered and who is martyred, it will continue to move forward. And that, I think, is one part of the equation. The second part of the equation is the fact that they believe their own propaganda. That the people of Iran have faith in the Constitution and the political order, and they support it, and with good reason, because while they try to demonize Iran, people in Iran, and now increasingly across the world, see that Iran's sin is that it wants to be independent and that it supports the oppressed against the oppressor. I mean, right now, as you and I speak, a war is going on in Lebanon. The Israeli regime is slaughtering Lebanese families. They're murdering Iranians alongside the Americans, but they're also strangling the people of Cuba. And now we have mass blackouts there. And Trump says that I can take the country, as if he's an emperor of the 18th or 19th century. So people now see through the propaganda that they have created about Iran being evil and the West being good. They've seen Gaza, they've seen Cuba, they've seen what they've tried to do to the Iranian people. So they believe their own propaganda, that the Iranians are not standing, would not stand behind their leaders and the armed forces. And when you put these two together, their belief that Iran has a lack of sophistication and that we're backward, and whereas in fact, as it turns out, we're much more sophisticated than these people are. So when you put these two together, I think that creates an environment for the most foolish of decisions to be made, and that's effectively what we've seen since this war has begun.
Yeah, you've watched as the Trump administration, I mean, in less than 3 weeks, they've been so all over the place, declaring victory every single day. But exactly as you noted earlier, Trump can claim that Iran's military capabilities have been 100% destroyed, yet he's now calling on a variety of countries, including Australia, France, the UK, South Korea, Japan, to send their warships to force Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz, something that he seems to have not only miscalculated, but chosen ignorance, right? Chosen to believe that Iran would never close down the Strait of Hormuz if it was attacked, if a war was waged against it. What does it tell us when members of the NATO alliance and members of the Five Eyes alliance are refusing to send their sons to fight and die in a war against Iran, even though the U.S. is telling them to do so?
I think it shows that people recognize how vulnerable the empire is. And even its own allies are now worried. And people in the United States are waking up to the reality that Trump has waged this war for the case of the Zionist regime, for the case because the Epstein class wants it. And Europeans are worried about their own, European leaders are worried about their own future and worried about getting entangled in this further because it could lead to instability in their own countries and across the EU. I think that things are changing very rapidly, and things that we would never have imagined happen before are happening right before our eyes. Again, it's a pain. These are painful days and times. Just yesterday, I think it was, that a 3-day-old little boy was murdered by this American-Israeli coalition in a village. They decided to fire a missile at a village and kill a family, along with his 2-year-old sister, I think. He was murdered, and a couple of other family members. But people are waking up to this, to the reality of what the empire is doing. And I think also it also shows a great deal of ignorance. If Trump indeed had no idea that Iran was going to retaliate and to strike back at U.S. assets in the Persian Gulf region, well, then his apparatus, or the people working for him in the White House and in the National Security Council, they're utterly ignorant. I think that if some of these people have been watching your own YouTube channel and listening to your guests, they would have known that Iran's response would have been exactly what we've seen so far. It was evident. But for them to say that we did not expect this or predict this actually shows that they lack sophistication, that they lack knowledge. And that is going to make things a lot worse for them in the days, weeks, and months ahead.
Oh, absolutely. And you would think that if you were going to wage a war against a country, right, if you hated a country so much that you were going to target its people, that you would at least do some research, right? At least look at the statements of its leaders. What are they vowing that they are going to do? Oh, they're talking about a regional war. What is that actually going to look like? And the Trump administration, either they did that and they chose to ignore it, or they didn't do it at all. I don't know which one is worse there. But speaking of this regional war, I know that you have been specifically warning, look, the Gulf monarchies are going to be targeted, right? They are the ones hosting these U.S. military bases, thinking that they are safe and providing protection for themselves. But how important is Iran's targeting of not only Israel and the U.S. military bases, but also these regional countries that have operated as U.S. vassal states and truly allowed the targeting of so many innocent civilians?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, they have no reason to complain. They cannot pretend they're neutral. They not only have provided bases, they've allowed those bases to be used against Iran. They've allowed their airspace to be used against Iran. They've allowed their territory to be launching grounds for missiles that strike Iranian cities and Iranian civilians. So for them to pretend that they have nothing to do with what the Americans are doing is quite odd. It's strange, and no one takes that seriously. And in some instances, it seems that they have actually called on the United States to attack Iran. That's what the U.S. media is saying about the Saudi regime. If the Saudis have not done that, they should be very open and clear in saying that. So I think it's quite clear that these regimes act merely as proxies, whether it's Qatar or the Emirates. They may not like each other, but they're both proxies of the United States. In fact, all of the countries in the region have been assisting the United States. Even Turkey, they allow AWACS jets to fly over to gather intelligence against us. They allow the US to use its bases against us. And of course, they continue to allow cheap oil from Baku to go to through Turkey to Erdogan's business partner Netanyahu. All of them are in the American camp, but still Trump is failing. Still Netanyahu is failing. They are causing damage. They are causing suffering among families. Families are losing their loved ones in Iran. When you drive around the city of Tehran, you do see places that have been destroyed, and people. You do hear stories like the one I told you about people being murdered or maimed or injured. But ultimately, the empire is failing, and they have exposed themselves to the world because the world is seeing them fail against Iran. And once the world sees that failure, then I think countries across the world will begin asserting their sovereignty more than before.
Yeah, they have to learn that lesson at some point, right? They have to learn that the US is just going to keep going and going, as most empires do. And now we're in this position where, going back to the Trump factor here, right? The fact that he wakes up one day and says, "Oh, we're declaring victory against Iran," but then the next day he can't seem to explain why Iran still has missiles, drones, mines, all of these different capabilities. And then on top of that, he's saying, "Oh, well, I'm the one deciding not to pursue a ceasefire. Iran really wants one," when we all know it's Iran that is saying no to negotiations, no to a ceasefire with the party that just attacked it. What kind of a position does that put the Iranian government in when this is the leader of the United States that they are dealing with? This is clearly not a sane person. I mean, it does not seem like there would be any reason for them to go into talks to then try to make some sort of a deal with a country that they know is just going to keep attacking them.
Rachel, you've made this is a key point that you've raised. Very important point. We already had an agreement with the United States, JCPOA, which benefited the United States more than Iran because the United States under Obama was violating the deal while the Iranians were fully implementing it. Yet Trump tore it up. Then, just a few months ago, Trump was negotiating with Iran, but he was secretly conspiring with the Israeli regime to carry out an assault on the country, wage a war against the country. And he did it again this time round. And then every day he's lying, as you were just giving an example of one of those lies. So how can Iran negotiate with such a country? How can it negotiate with such an individual? It can't. And therefore, ultimately, when the fighting comes to an end, Iran will only end it when the facts on the ground have changed. Because a piece of paper signed by Trump is a worthless piece of paper for us. Because he can do something completely different, if not the complete opposite, the next day. His signature is worthless. And the signatures of his team are worthless as a result. So for Iran, the only way for this to end is for the facts on the ground to change.
Yeah, it's very important as we continue to watch this war play out, and we are reminded that Iran is in the driver's seat here, right? They are the ones in the position of deciding when this war ends and how it ends. And the US and Israel, they can cause as much death and destruction as they want to along the way. But we're seeing as they are panicking more and more, realizing that they are now in a war that does not have an easy off ramp. But I think it goes back to a point that I know you've been making, which is that this is a war of choice for the US, right? They did not have to get into this. They did not have to attack Iran. But for Iran, this is an existential war that they have been preparing for. The last thing, when it comes to the people watching who may have not followed this conflict as much, and maybe they're now getting into it, what would you leave them with when it comes to looking at this dynamic and truly the importance of Iran teaching not just the US, but really the entire Western world a lesson here?
I would call on all these good people to rethink everything that they've heard about Iran for the last 47 years and rethink the narrative that the empire has tried to impose on people across the world, and the narrative that proxies of the empire have imposed. Iran's sin has been its support for the Palestinian people. Its sin has been supporting the people of Latin America against the empire and the people of Southern Africa and other such liberation movements. And its sin is also that it's independent. But if Iran, when the West speaks about how evil the Islamic Republic of Iran is and the axis of resistance, Hezbollah, Ansarullah in Yemen, the resistance in Iraq, all we have to do is look at what the fight is about. The West is supporting a genocide, an ongoing genocide in Gaza, something that's every day they're killing Palestinians, but we don't see it much in it, even online because of the war in Iran. They're killing Palestinians every day, just like they're strangling the Cubans. The Iranians are opposing this. The axis of resistance is opposing this, and the collective West and its proxies are either supporting it or they're looking the other way.
It is an existential fight at the end of the day. And I know that there is certainly a lot at stake here all around. And I always appreciate you taking the time to join me to break down and to give us some insight into the latest here. Syed Mohammad Marandi, a professor at the University of Tehran, thank you so much for your time and insight.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for all the great work you do.
If anything in
A few hours ago, the American news website Axios, referring to its sources in the White House, made a rather shocking statement. According to Axios, the White House does not rule out that the war with Iran may last more than 6 months. As it turned out, representatives of the Trump administration admitted that the war between the United States and Iran could enter the so-called low-intensity phase. Simply put, in a few weeks, Donald Trump may find himself in the so-called escalation trap. All this will force the Americans to continue launching missile and bomb attacks on Iran, to show the world their dominance in the current war. However, from a military perspective, these actions will not lead to strategic success on the battlefield. As a result, the fighting in the Middle East may last 6-7 months. Sources in the White House claim that all of Trump's statements that he can end the war with Iran at any moment do not correspond to the truth. According to them, there are political and economic risks that Donald Trump cannot ignore. If Trump fails to unblock the Strait of Hormuz and launch oil supplies to world markets, it will be the political death of the 47th President of the United States. In any case, Donald Trump simply obligated to finish this war with Washington's victory, otherwise the U.S. era in the Middle East will come to an end, and Trump himself will go down in history as the greatest loser of the 21st century. Well, my dear truth seekers, as you can see, Trump greatly overestimated the ability of the United States to overthrow the current regime in Tehran without deploying ground troops. In addition, after the rapid bombing of Iran in June 2025, and the kidnapping of Maduro in January 2026, Trump blindly believed in his own propaganda. As a result, the current occupant of the White House made a number of serious strategic mistakes regarding the military operation against Iran. Unfortunately for Trump, Iran was not only able to withstand thousands of missile and bomb attacks but also actually took the initiative on the battlefield, forcing the United States to flee not only from the Persian Gulf, but also from its military bases throughout the Middle East. By the way, a few hours ago, China officially confirmed that the damaged American aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln had indeed fled the area near the Iranian coastline. Chinese satellites have confirmed that the USS Abraham Lincoln is currently off the coast of Oman, in the Arabian Sea, 1,100 kilometers from Iran. Moreover, Chinese satellites have also determined the exact location of the American aircraft carrier Gerald Ford. It is reported that USS Gerald Ford is currently in the Red Sea, off the coast of Jeddah, in Saudi Arabia. By the way, on March 17, the U.S. Navy decided to extend the operation of the oldest American aircraft carrier, USS Nimitz. It is reported that this oldest aircraft carrier will be in the U.S. Navy for another year. Well, all this proves once again that the USS Abraham Lincoln was indeed seriously damaged during the attack by Iranian hypersonic missiles. It is obvious that the U.S. Navy will dispose of the USS Nimitz only after the USS Abraham Lincoln is fully restored. By the way, on March 14, Donald Trump officially announced that the U.S. Navy, including aircraft carrier groups, will soon participate in the liberation of the Strait of Hormuz. At the same time, he immediately added that the United States will launch an operation to liberate the Strait of Hormuz only as part of the coalition. However, unfortunately for Trump, the so-called U.S. allies have already made it clear that Washington will have to deal with Iran on its own. Donald Trump was foaming at the mouth with rage. According to him, he does not understand why the NATO countries refuse to help the United States. Against this backdrop, Trump issued a threat against the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The U.S. president made it clear that if NATO countries do not send their warships to the Strait of Hormuz, the North Atlantic Alliance will face a sad fate. Trump actually does not hide that he expects support from NATO, as Iran attacks American military bases and diplomatic missions, which are a territory of the United States. According to Trump, this is an actual reason to invoke NATO's Article 5. However, unfortunately for Trump, in the current situation, NATO countries consider it illogical to provide military support to the United States in the war against Iran. Meanwhile, while the split in the North Atlantic Alliance grows, the U.S. Army's position in the Middle East continues to deteriorate. Over the past 48 hours, Iran has doubled the number of missile attacks not only on Israel, but also on American military bases. Furthermore, on March 16, the Iranian military department officially announced that starting from February 28, Iran had used only 7% of its missiles. At the same time, it is reported that these missiles were of an old sample, produced more than 10 years ago. IRGC officials confirmed that Iran currently has almost 100,000 missiles at its disposal.
Probably more than that. Probably way more than that.
In addition, the Iranian military also confirmed the heavy losses of American forces during the recent missile attack on the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. As it turned out, during this missile attack, Iran managed to completely destroy not only the damaged American radar, which the Pentagon tried to take out for repairs, but also 5 U.S. Air Force aircraft tankers. In particular, we are talking about 3 KC-135 and 2 KC-46 planes. It is noteworthy that this information was confirmed not only by Middle Eastern sources, but also by numerous American newspapers, including the Wall Street Journal. Thus, for the first time in history, the U.S. Air Force lost 5 combat aircraft in one day. It is worth noting that on March 11, a similar incident occurred at the Israeli Lot Air Base. Back then, Iranian Karamshar ballistic missiles destroyed 2 U.S. aircraft tankers, KC-135 and KC-46. It is noteworthy that a few days later, the U.S. Air Force lost another tanker aircraft, KC-135 Stratotanker. This time in the sky over Iraq. It is worth noting that even though the U.S. Central Command stated that this tanker aircraft crashed as a result of a mid-air collision with another plane, the Iranian military department officially stated that this U.S. warplane was attacked by militants of the Iraqi Shiite militia, using the latest Iranian anti-aircraft loitering missile 359. Thus, as of March 17, the total losses of the U.S. Air Force amounted to 14 combat planes, 5 KC-135 Stratotanker, 3 KC-46 Pegasus, and 6 F-15E Strike Eagle fighter jets.
Per gallon, the highest it has been. The stage.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
The stage has been set for a dramatic geopolitical showdown, but the script is not playing out the way the man in the Mar-a-Lago briefing room had hoped. In a stunning display of diplomatic defiance, America's closest allies have delivered a collective and resounding no to Donald Trump's desperate plea for warships in the Strait of Hormuz. We are witnessing a historic realignment as European powers, along with key Asian partners, are publicly distancing themselves from what they see as an illegal and unwinnable war of choice against Iran.
U.S. allies are reacting with caution or just flat out refusing a request from Donald Trump to help secure oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz.
U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday publicly pressured foreign leaders, expressing frustration. None has been enthusiastic about helping to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz.
The allies reject Trump's call for sending warships into the Strait of Hormuz.
The Trump administration, having unilaterally escalated tensions to a boiling point, now finds itself isolated, begging for help from nations it has spent years alienating. The strait, through which a fifth of the world's oil flows, remains firmly in Iran's grip, and the global economy is seizing up as a result. But instead of a coalition of the willing marching behind the American flag, we are seeing a coalition of the unwilling, running in the opposite direction, leaving Trump exposed and furious. The numbers are catastrophic for the average American. While the neocons in Washington cheerlead for endless war, the price at the pump has skyrocketed to a national average of $3.58 per gallon, the highest it has been under Trump's entire tenure. This isn't just an inconvenience, it is a tax on the working class. The consumer price index is bleeding red, with electricity costs up nearly 5% and groceries rising by 2.4%. And these figures don't even fully account for the shockwaves of the recent strikes. The American job market is tanking, with a loss of 92,000 jobs in February alone. Yet the administration's priority is bombing ancient civilizations and demanding that Europe clean up its mess. The frustration is palpable. People are struggling to fill their tanks and feed their families, all because a president with an ego the size of a skyscraper thinks he can bully the world into submission. Before we dive deep into the details of this mass allied mutiny, the military nightmare Iran is preparing for any ships stupid enough to enter those waters, and the secret back-channel negotiations where Europe is begging Iran for mercy, I need you to hit that like button and share this video. The corporate media won't tell you the truth about who is really winning this war. Drop a comment, even if it's just a dot, to tell the algorithm that you want real, honest journalism. And if you haven't already, Subscribe and join this movement because we are going where the mainstream fear to tread. Let's get into the specifics of this Allied abandonment, and it is brutal. Germany, the economic powerhouse of Europe, has effectively told Trump to take his war and shove it. Defense Minister Boris Pistorius didn't just decline, he mocked the request with the precision of an intellectual dismantling a clown act. He pointed out the sheer absurdity of the demand, asking publicly, "What does Donald Trump expect a handful of European frigates to accomplish in the Strait of Hormuz that the powerful American Navy cannot achieve alone?" That is the question, isn't it? If the United States Navy, with its 11 carrier strike groups and global reach, cannot punch through Iran's defensive perimeter, what exactly is one German frigate with a crew of 200 supposed to do? Pistorius was brutally honest, stating clearly, "It is not our war. We did not start it." Take a listen.
Verantwortung als NATO-Partner für das NATO-Territorium. Wir haben eine Verantwortung für die Ostflanke und für den Atlantik, insbesondere als Deutschland in unserer geopolitischen Lage. Das ist unsere erste Verantwortung. Alles andere sind Dinge, die dazukommen können im Einzelfall oder eben auch nicht. Ich wiederhole nochmal, wir haben diesen Krieg nicht begonnen. Wir alle teilen das Ziel, dieses Mullah-Regime zu einem Ende zu bringen. Die Frage, auf welche Art und Weise das geschieht, darüber wird diskutiert. Die Amerikaner haben sich für diesen Weg entschieden, zusammen mit den Israelis. Das haben wir nur sehr maßvoll kritisiert. Aber der nächste Schritt ist jetzt einer, der uns droht, in diesen Konflikt hineinzuziehen. Und ich wiederhole das, was ich in Norwegen gesagt habe. Was erwartet die Welt, was erwartet Donald Trump von einer, sagen wir mal, einer Handvoll oder zwei Handvoll europäischen Fregatten dort in der Straße von Hormuz zu leisten, was die machtvolle amerikanische Navy dort alleine nicht hinbekommen kann? Diese Frage stellt sich mir. Und bevor wir eine Entscheidung treffen außerhalb des NATO-Gebiets, übrigens wäre dazu sowohl ein internationales Dach notwendig als auch ein Bundestagsmandat. Das würde ich mir sehr gut überlegen, bevor wir diesen Schritt gehen. Und ich sehe ganz klar dafür keinerlei Veranlassung, das zu tun. Es ist nicht unser Krieg. Wir haben ihn nicht begonnen. Wir wollen diplomatische Lösungen und ein schnelles Ende. Aber weitere Kriegsschiffe in der Region tragen dazu im Zweifel nicht bei.
The German government went further, with Chancellor Merz's spokesman declaring that the conflict has nothing to do with NATO and that there is simply no mandate for involvement. They are washing their hands of this mess, focusing on their own defense and recognizing that this was a reckless adventure launched without consultation. Then we have the response from the United Kingdom and Canada, a study in diplomatic evasion. Prime Minister Keir Starmer, after getting a phone call from Trump, carefully ruled out any NATO mission, saying the UK is working with allies to craft a viable plan. But reading between the lines, it's clear they are stalling. They want no part of a wider war. Across the Atlantic, Canada's new Prime Minister Mark Carney met with Starmer, and while they expressed concern about the conflict, the message was clear. Canada is not participating in this US-Israeli-led war. They are worried about the economic fallout and the disruption to shipping, but they are not willing to send a single ship to die for Trump's ego. France and Italy, meanwhile, are reportedly doing something far more interesting than preparing for war. They are negotiating with Iran directly. According to intelligence reports and analysis from outlets like the Hong Kong-based HK01, Paris and Rome are holding talks with Tehran to secure exceptions for their commercial vessels. They are asking Iran for permission to let their ships through, completely bypassing the United States. This is the ultimate humiliation. Allies treating Iran as the legitimate authority in the region while ignoring the American president. And the response from Asia is equally damning. Japan, under Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi, is heading to Washington, but its pacifist constitution is a perfect shield. It cannot and will not send warships to engage in an offensive war. South Korea is carefully reviewing the situation, which is diplomatic code for "we are hiding under the desk hoping these blows over." Australia has flatly ruled out sending a Navy ship. Even Greece and Spain have publicly declared they will not join any military mission, with Spain's foreign minister stressing that Europe should be focused on ending the war, not expanding it. So, here we have Donald Trump, the master dealmaker, standing alone, hat in hand, rejected by the entire world. The question is, why is everyone running away? The reason the Allies are terrified of stepping foot in the Strait of Hormuz is because they have watched the last 17 days of combat and realized that Iran is not Iraq, and it is not Afghanistan. The United States and Israel launched what they thought would be a decapitating shock and awe campaign, killing over 200 people, including civilians and schoolgirls. But they failed. They failed to establish total air superiority. They failed to decapitate the Iranian military command structure. They failed to change the regime. And while they were failing, every American base in the Middle East became a target. Gulf countries that host U.S. troops are bleeding, hit by retaliatory strikes that have exposed the vulnerability of the American fortress. The world saw the mighty U.S. military, for all its technological prowess, unable to stop Iranian missiles and drones from hitting their marks. The myth of invincibility is gone. Allies look at that and think, if the U.S. can't protect its own bases, how on earth can it protect a frigate in the narrowest choke point on Earth? If any coalition is stupid enough to sail in, they are sailing into a killing zone. Let's talk about the military reality that terrifies the Pentagon. Forget the old scenarios about naval mines. That's 20th century warfare. Iran fights smart. Military experts confirm that Tehran possesses one of the largest and most advanced anti-ship missile arsenals in the region, capable of turning the strait into a furnace without laying a single mine. We are talking about missiles like the Abu Mahdi, a cruise missile with a range of over 1,000 kilometers that can skim the waves and hit a moving ship with terrifying accuracy. Then there are ballistic missiles like the Zulfikar and Qayyam, adapted with naval seekers to plunge down onto the deck of a destroyer at hypersonic speeds, a threat that most naval air defense systems are not designed to counter. These systems are launched from mobile trucks or hidden deep inside mountains, making them virtual.
The U.S. and Europe used to say, NATO used to say, Iran was lying. They didn't have none of those missiles. No one's saying that anymore except Donald Trump.
Impossible to destroy in a preemptive strike. Imagine a U.S. destroyer trying to escort a tanker through the 30-kilometer wide strait. It would be swarmed by a mix of long-range cruise missiles, high-speed ballistic missiles, and explosive-laden drones, all launched simultaneously from hidden bunkers. It would be a turkey shoot. Insurance companies would refuse to cover any ship trying to run that gauntlet, effectively closing the strait without a single shot being fired by the Iranian Navy. We saw this exact model work in the Red Sea, where the Yemeni army, using only drones and missiles, paralyzed Israeli-linked shipping for years without firing a torpedo. The stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz is essentially a nuke dropped on the global economy, and the fallout is most devastating for the American consumer. As we mentioned, gas prices are soaring past records, but the pain goes deeper. The United States lost 92,000 jobs in February, and the economic uncertainty is freezing investment. The cost of this war is astronomical. In the first 2 days alone, it cost an estimated $6 billion, enough to pay for a full year of healthcare for 660,000 Americans. And for what? So a few defense contractors can get richer? The American people are not fooled. Every major poll shows they disapprove of this war. They see their paychecks shrinking while the bombs fall. The administration's promise to lower prices on day one has turned into a nightmare of $4 milk and $60 tanks of gas. And this is where it gets delicious. Iran, holding all the cards, reportedly laid down its terms. You want to trade? You want your ships to pass? Then you stop dealing in US dollars and you buy your oil in Chinese yuan. Think about the magnitude of that demand. Iran is using the blockade to force a de-dollarization of the global energy market. They are telling Europe that if they want to survive the winter, they need to sidestep the American financial system and embrace the currency of China, Iran's strategic partner. This is the ultimate revenge for decades of sanctions. The EU, which so obediently followed Washington's line for years, is now being forced to choose between economic collapse and defying the US petrodollar. It is a geopolitical earthquake. Meanwhile, the military-industrial complex is screaming. A report from Politico, cited by international affairs journals, reveals that America's allies are furious and scared because the Pentagon is burning through munitions so fast that it cannot fulfill the weapons contracts these same allies paid for. European nations that bought American air defense systems to protect themselves from Russia are watching those very missiles being launched at Iran. Asian allies worried about China are realizing the U.S. arsenal might be empty if they ever need help. The trust is gone. The alliance is crumbling. Donald Trump, the man who thought he could start a war, kill innocent people, and then end it on his own terms, has instead created a monster that is devouring his own legacy. He has united the world against his policy, strengthened the strategic axis of Iran and China, and left the United States more isolated and vulnerable than at any point in modern history. Iran has stated clearly that the strait will remain closed to the U.S. and its allies, and that true security only returns when the United States leaves the Persian Gulf for good. The only way out of this mess is a humiliation that Trump's ego cannot survive. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the ticking clock we are all watching.
Howdy, y'all. If y'all live in Texas and have 0 DUIs in the last 5
some clear and obvious strategic advantage, right? One of them is they're the home team, which means they don't have any supply lines, which means they can consistently fire out of their space. They don't need platforms. They don't need a ship. That's a platform which you launch missiles or launch planes. They don't need airfields to launch planes. Excuse me. Not so much. They've got some airfields and they launch planes from them, fair enough, but that's not the heart and soul of their defensive capabilities, right? They just, so be it. They've got them. If they don't have them, they can still launch attacks. They can feed their soldiers. They can move them around. They can have them in barracks. They can hide them in houses. They can put them in the woods. It doesn't matter, right? They can put them underground. They're the home team. And so they have some natural advantages of being home. The home team always has natural advantages, and in the instance of a war, when the visitor is from like 6,000-7,000 miles away, I don't know how far it is. I'm going to say 5,000-6,000 miles away. When it's that far, there's massive advantages. Now, clearly the U.S. had staged a lot of stuff in that region. We put a lot of men and material in that region, but the natural advantage of Iran allowed them to quickly address the few advantages that we had. We got a lot of bases, and we've got people, and we've got equipment. Now, keep in mind something. If you've been watching my video over the course of time, for some time I've been saying, and Andre Martianov and I've discussed this, there was a time when bases were, oh my gosh, we're surrounded by bases, and people were afraid because there was U.S. bases all around them. However, as countries develop their surface-to-surface missile technology, wherein they could their surface-to-surface missiles could exceed the technological capabilities of the U.S. air defense, those bases became no longer a threat, but more a fat and ripe target. Okay. So now where we have said we're surrounding country X with bases, before country X had to be, oh no, they're going to choke us out. The boa constrictor with bases, and we tighter and tighter until we squeeze into them. And that's what the U.S. empire tried to do. Now those bases are nothing but ripe targets. Technology has changed the nature of war. As it happens. Look, there was a time when one side had muskets and the other side had spears and bow and arrows, and the muskets won over spears and bows and arrows, right? It was the issue of range. I can do further, I can do more distance from more damage from further away to more people. I can get my rounds off more, and etc. Okay, so I have an advantage that I can use on the battlefield, technological advantage, and therefore I'm going to win the battles. Okay, fair enough. But when it comes to range, you're talking about what we had been traditionally talking about in range was the range of an aircraft. An aircraft flies over you and drops a bomb straight down. So that was your range. How much gas could the aircraft, how much JP5, whatever jet fuel does it take for the airplane to fly to its destination for its target and fly back? And of course, you have to have very well-trained people who, can navigate, fly the plane, all of those kind of things, avoid anti-aircraft fire, all of those things, right? So what you had was air-to-ground attacks, and they required aircraft, and the aircraft became more and more technologically advanced to the point where they could do all kinds of interesting things. And we then added tankers. So now we can fuel the aircraft up and it can go even further. So that was your technology. Your technology, for the most part, was very expensive aircraft that had to be. Then we came up, of course, with stealth. Remember that? The F-117 stealth fighter. So we came up with these so-called stealth fighters. And what were they? They were going there to avoid radar because air defense was increasing. The technology of air defense was increasing. And now what we have is the increase in technology in evading air defense. Okay, that's where we were. Air defense, for some of us, has continued to increase in technology. Now, one of the interesting things about military technology is that military technology is driven by military strategy. Okay, so as the U.S. said, we're going to get lots and lots and lots of planes. We'll fly them over you and we'll drop bombs on you. And so the Soviet Union looked at it and said, well, man, that's a lot of planes and that's very expensive. And some of our adversaries said, we don't want to put that much in planes. Excuse me, pilots. Sorry for yawning. Probably didn't get enough sleep last night. Anyway, so what do? Well, if you're planning on using planes and bombing us, then we'll have to work on shooting the planes down. So what they focused on, it was air defense technology. Number one. I think in a case of Iran particularly, Iran looked at their potential problems with the U.S., a potential war with the U.S. And I think they looked at it and said, look, number one, we can't get the plane. We actually created this dynamic ourselves. They had some old planes, U.S. planes from when the Shah was in charge. And they wanted parts, but they couldn't really get parts because we wouldn't sell them to them. So we're like, we're going to stop them from getting an Air Force. Fair enough. We stopped them from getting an Air Force. However, they decided that they still wanted to get an Air Force. But they just wouldn't use planes. An Air Force. Force from the air, the ability to attack from above, right? Travel long distances and attack from above. So at that point, they said, well, we can't have an aircraft, but we do need long-range strike capability. That left them with one option initially, and that was ballistic missiles. So they said, okay, we need long-range strike capability. And I think specifically they knew they'd be attacked by Israel. They needed to retaliate. I think they also knew they'd be attacked by U.S. bases and they needed to retaliate. So I think their long-range strike capability was founded upon the strategy of not having a traditional Air Force. So if you've got a bunch of missiles that have to be launched from planes and you don't have planes, that's a problem. So that was ground launching, number one. Ground launch, surface-to-surface missiles. And so they worked as much as they could on getting as many of those missiles as they could and as accurate as they could. Right now, the other issue they had to address was the U.S.'s ability to use space-based intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and to locate where they had their bases and everything and then attack it. Well, they couldn't have that. Luckily for them, they have a topographical advantage, and that is it's a very large country and they got lots of mountains and all different kinds of terrain. So they could, within the context of their multiple various different types of terrains, they could use the terrain to hide their attack points. Also, they were able to, because they have mountains, they were able to drill into the side of some of these mountains and then to make bases under the mountains that are so deep under the mountains and that are so protected by this very, very thick rock that some of these bases, a nuclear bunker buster could not penetrate because they're just too deep under the earth. And of course, very hard to find because this is a country the size of Western Europe, 3 times the size of Germany. So it would be very, very difficult. So they came up with their plan for a specific enemy. Now, remember, the U.S. is planning on going all over the world and fighting everybody. They were a specific enemy, and that was the U.S.-Israel coalition. And of course, when we talk about planning, right, what they planned was, again, a multi-domain defensive attack, right? Number one, surface-to-surface missiles, but they found something out. They realized something somewhere down the line.
I've always loved exploring someplace new, which is why I like Google Fi Wireless. They've got more high-speed data and 200+
Even a surface-to-surface missile is expensive, it's large, it has a large radar cross-section. What if we were to come up with something else that is effectively a missile? I'll put it like this. It's not a missile, it's not a plane, but it blows up. Now, what they came up with this, we'll use drones. We will use what? Aircraft that can be manually controlled or programmed. They can be either programmed to hit a specific target, or they can be manually controlled to do, FPV, first person viewing drones, right? So they came up with the idea that, look, there's 2 things about technology. Does it work and how much does it cost? So I can create things in a way that's inexpensive, that is effective, that can hit its target. And keep in mind, with the small drones, they have a small radar cross section. So to some extent, sometimes air defense radar will register that as a bird or a flock of birds. It's just too small. It'll see it and just basically think, if that's the right word, interpret that particular radar cross section as wildlife. It's just too small to be a full-size plane or even a missile. So what they've done is they've said, technologically speaking, we got 2 issues. And that is, number one, we have to be able to deliver ordnance, but number 2, we have to be concerned with the cost of ordnance delivery. And these drones, the missile will be hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars or $1 million. This drone, 10, 20 grand. And then we have since found out that a $10,000 to $20,000 drone, I mean, you pack with 50 pounds of 50 kilograms, or basically 100 pounds of explosive, man, that's a mighty, mighty big blast. So what you do is you take this drone, you put basically like a nail in the front of it effectively. So when it hits something and that pushes it in, boom, it goes off, and you aim it at whatever. Put a little 2-cycle motorcycle engine on the back, and off this thing goes. Then it flies extremely low. Some of these things fly like 1,000 kilometers. Doesn't burn much gas. It can fly a long ways. And then once it gets there, kaboom. These things are nasty. And so what the Iranians did was they combined technology, right? We can make these drones, etc., with practicality, right? Because here's the bottom line. If I'm using a drone with a little old motorcycle engine on the back, let's be honest, how high tech does it have to be? The only thing that really has to be high tech is the navigation system. After that, I just think, sounds like a little moped. You hear them all the time, and when they hit, they explode like hell. So what you have is people saying, well, we want effectiveness. We want something to be effective. Therefore, the technology that's needed is not all that great to make it be effective, other than, of course, the navigation system, right? The guidance system. But outside of that, it can be low tech. So what they did is, for the purposes of saving money, they combined low tech propulsion systems with high tech navigation systems, which is, circuit board or two. And so now what do they have? You have high tech things that are very expensive in limited quantities. They have combination high low tech things that are very inexpensive in very large quantities. And in the words of Joseph Stalin, quantity has a quality of its own. He was asked, what's better, Quantity, what would you prefer, quantity or quality? And he said quantity has a quality of its own. In other words, if I got enough drones, I don't care how great your defense system is or whatever. If I got quantity of drones, if I throw 150 drones at you, you ain't blocking them. You ain't blocking all of those drones. And once they start getting through, you got problems, right? And that's what the Iranians have done. And we saw for the first time a very interesting thing, for the first time that we've seen it, because we don't really see what's going on that much in the we hear, we get reporting, but we don't know completely what's going on in a special military operation in Ukraine. But what do we know? We do know that the Russians use these drones that are similar to the Shahed drones. That basically the Shahed drones were given to the Russians, that the Russians upgraded them to some point and then changed the name to the Geran of geraniums. And now apparently the Iranians have the upgraded version, which they don't even have to have, but they got them. And so now what you see is a lot of drones that can deliver ordnance in buzzing all throughout the area, and you just can't get them all. And they seem to be highly effective. And now the United States has admitted we don't have anti-drone technology. We don't have, so they're firing something at us, and it's like we might as well be throwing pickle jars at them. There's a bunch of drones coming in. The THAAD won't work against them, the Terminal High Altitude Air Defense System that we have, the Patriots that we have. Again, $1 million missile. You're going to fire $1 million missiles in a $10,000 drone. That is a mismatch that you're going to lose. And then you're going to be out of missiles, and they're still going to have 50,000 drones coming at you, which is the eventuality we're heading towards anyway. So what we're looking at is, technologically speaking, the U.S. is in a bad situation. But if you combine the technological advancements that the Iranians, of course, the Russians, et cetera, have with drones, with how they have instituted and reinstituted their plans of attack and defense based on the ability to utilize a high number of drones, it puts the United States in an untenable military position. Now we're going in, and there's drones coming from everywhere. We can't shoot them down. And they're blowing up like hell, which means we can't go in. We can't send troops in. We can. What do? The Iranians do when they attack a ship. They send drones and missiles. You block the missiles, the drones hit you. You know, it's like the punch where boom, where both fists come in like that, right? You pop, right? And you throw a high fist and a low fist, right? Where that comes out. Boom. The high fist and the low fist means if you block this one, this gets you. And if you block the bottom one, the other one gets you, right? I'm gonna throw both of them at you. I'm gonna throw, here's my drone. Here's my missile. Boom, they're both coming at you, right? Block one, the other gets you, a high, low. And with the number of drones that I'm throwing at you, there's another part of this equation that is a long-term strategy, and that is I throw so many drones at you that in the immediacy, you can't block them all. Either the missiles or the drones are going to get you. But in the long term, strategically, I make you use all of your air defense missiles up. And guess what? Then you're naked. And then I'm going to have my way with you at that point. Now that you're naked, you have no air defense system. That's game, set, and match. I can throw a rock at you if I want to. It'll hit you at that point. You have no air defense. And we are rapidly approaching that. And I believe that there are some quarters of the U.S. Military, some bases in the U.S. military, and likely some parts of Israel that are there now, that are effectively naked, that are effectively without adequate air defense, if any at all. And that's what we're looking at. And I think that was the Iranians' plan. And now what we're looking at is the Iranians, even as they're in a war, they're continuing to build their air defense system. I think we're being lied to about something. The U.S. military and Iran say they control the skies, and and Israel. And if you remember, during the 12-day war, Israel said they controlled the skies. But 12 days after the war started, they were begging for mercy. But that ain't much control in the skies. And it was widely reported that the Israelis were simply firing missiles from Iraqi airspace that they dare not go into Iran itself because they were afraid of getting shot down. And based on what we've seen, seen. I've seen a lot of evidence, a lot of open source intelligence that seems to indicate that even right now, the United States and Israel are pretty much horrified to fly into Iraqi airspace. That even most of what we're seeing now is long range missiles, that they're out, the planes outside of Iranian airspace are firing missiles that then go into Iranian airspace themselves. And some of them being shot down and some of them are getting through. But I think we're getting propaganda about the US being able to fly at will in Iraqi airspace. I don't think that's the case at all. I don't believe for one second that's the case. The other thing that we're running into, I think, is that clearly, in my opinion, the Russians and the Chinese are involved with technology. I think they're involved in a number of things. I don't know anything, but I'm going to give you my evaluation of what's going on. I think, number one, that the Russians and Chinese, in all likelihood, this is my belief. I think that the U.S. military computer systems and the U.S. military communication systems are fully compromised, in my opinion. I would have to guess at this point, based on what I'm seeing, that the systems of the U.S., that the technological systems are very much compromised. And by compromised, I mean either the Iranians, the Chinese, or the Russians have gotten inside, in that they can maybe read emails, maybe see text messages, things like that. There were, at some point, the U.S. military released a document to all the soldiers saying, look, take the following apps off your phone. Get rid of the location services on your phone. Why? Because they were, at that point, I think they found out that the Russians/Chinese/Iranians, some of them were hacked into the soldiers' phones. Well, that. They were all up in those phones, man. They were looking through, their cameras. They were weeding through their pictures. Oh, you got a cute girlfriend there. Oh my God. What the hell is she doing? They were doing that kind of stuff, right? They were looking at oh my God, you're on OnlyFans again, right? I think they were looking at that kind of stuff, and not the OnlyFans part, but you get the point. And so I think we are in a circumstance where, technologically speaking, the system of the U.S. is compromised, and part of it is arrogance. The United States thought we are so technologically advanced above everyone. Our stuff could never be compromised. And I think there's more Russians and Chinese in our computer system than there are Americans. Let's start here. Let me add this. There's something else that you got to take into account. And the issue is hypersonic missiles, which means, in a nutshell, really, really fast missiles. But not all missiles are hypersonic. Hypersonic is a speed. A lot of ballistic missiles, upon re-entry, when they're coming down, they reach hypersonic speeds. So just the speed alone can make it technically a hypersonic missile, but that doesn't mean that it's able to evade air defense. What you also have now is you have missiles that aren't even hypersonic, but they're really fast, and they're able to evade missiles. They have such things as they have shielding around the warheads and around the navigation system that make it hard for electronic warfare to interrupt. They have guidance systems that cause them to, make maneuvers. A missile will be going in, make sudden turns one way or the other, herky-jerky turns all over the place, so that basically, for those who don't know, if you got an air defense system, if you got a missile, and let's say it's going this speed, but the air defense system down here, I want to shoot this missile, my computer's got to determine when's the missile going to be right here. And I have to fire a missile and make sure, usually two, and make sure that when this is right here, that my missile meets it, right? And of course, people have described it as trying to hit a moving bullet with another bullet. It ain't easy, but it gets done, because they don't have to actually hit it per se most of the time. It's better if they do, but if they can get close to it and then explode, and then that'll blow it up and destroy it. And sometimes it doesn't, and it falls down and it hits something anyway and blows up when it hits the ground. But whatever the case may be, that's the issue of air defense. And of course, the Iranians, on their own and with help from their friends, have developed a significant number of missiles with up-to-date technology And the number, as I said, quantity has a quality of its own. The number of missiles compared with the number of drones means one thing and one thing only. It means you're going to run out of air defense. Here's what it means. You're going to run out of air defense missiles before I run out of attack missiles and drones. So once you run out and I ain't out, there's nothing you can do to stop me from not just firing, but from hitting. I'm now at 100% hit rate. If my drone isn't a dud and doesn't blow up, if my drone isn't somehow malfunctioning before it gets there, if my drone or missile makes it to the target, it will impact on the target and it will explode and it will annihilate my target, at least damage it heavily. And so what we're seeing is the US, their ships, their bases, everything are starting to really run shallow of air defense capabilities. And now we're in big trouble. And now the only thing they can do, it appears to me, is lie to the American people. And I think that the other part of it is this. We're using dinosaurs. Okay, we're using dinosaurs. We're riding on dinosaurs. I mean, somebody says breaking Delta Force soldiers captured and killed in Iran for George Galloway. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know. I've heard that, but I'm not sure. We've heard that now for a couple of weeks, so we don't know. That's for George Galloway. But at any rate, so here's another thing to think about. What do you fire your weapon from, right? An aircraft is a platform to fire missiles or drop bombs. A submarine or a ship is a platform to fire missiles from, or torpedoes or whatever. An aircraft carrier is a platform which you launch planes, and the planes drop bombs and fly missiles. So what you have is you have your military platforms, be they aircraft, subs, you name it. And these things fire off things that go boom when they get there. The United States has traditionally said our floating bases, which is an aircraft carrier, right? An aircraft carrier that is used to project military power around the world. It says we don't have to have a base because we can send an aircraft carrier to your region and we got a base. And an aircraft carrier in and of itself means nothing, but it has a lot of aircraft on it, and those aircraft can cause great damage. And in addition to that, an aircraft carrier is going to have a whole suite of boats that come along with it. They call it a carrier strike group. And these boats are tasked with A, defending the carrier with air defense and other things, but B, also many of them have surface-to-surface missiles, and they can fire, I don't guess you'd call them sea-to-surface missiles, and they can fire those things at targets ashore or other ships, whatever, anti-shipping missiles. So you have this whole carrier strike group that has capabilities. And there was a time when that was dominant. However, those ships are huge, and they ain't real fast. And, in the context of missiles. Planes, yeah. There are some planes that can outrun some missiles. Not so much anymore. But the bottom line is these ships are huge, which makes them what? Just like I said about the bases. There was a time when having a lot of bases surrounding you was a liability because, hey, man, they're going to attack you from those bases. But now there are fat, ripe targets that you can use surface-to-surface missiles to wipe out quickly. There was a time when people didn't have the strike capabilities to fire anti-shipping missiles and drones 500-600 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers away. We know that from the Russians. Missiles, the Kinzhal and some other missiles that they have like 1,700, 2,500 kilometer range. So they can sit 1,000 miles away, dead on, with a hypersonic missile that's you have no defense against, okay? They can hit moving objects, that can move and do all kinds of things. You're finished if they fire at you. You're done, right? So now you have carrier strike groups in which if a hypersonic Kinzhal missile is fired at a carrier, that carrier is in deep and serious trouble. because that missile's coming, and that carrier doesn't, and the whole strike group has nothing that can defend against that missile, and it's going to get hit, and brother, it's going to bring some damage at 10 or 15,000 miles an hour. So we have a U.S. that has these carrier strike groups that at one point, before the missile technology and drone technology reached the level it is now, they were dominant military, what would you call them, platforms that people had to be afraid when they saw. Now, of course, what we're hearing recently is one of these ships that is alleged to have been hit by missiles and drones. All we were told was that they had a laundry room fire. Excuse me, a laundry room fire. That I guess somebody forgot to unclog the lint from the dryer. I don't know, but I don't think sensible people don't believe that. Come on, it wasn't a laundry room fire. Maybe it was a coincidence. At exactly the same time they were shooting drones and missiles at you, you had a laundry room fire. That doesn't make sense. Seems to me that this gigantic ship was hit. And here's what we've learned, hopefully. The days when you could bring a gigantic ship into a theater of battle and execute a battle plan based on a gigantic ship are behind us. The missile technology is too advanced now. If you bring a large ship in a region, if you bring large ships in the region, they're going to have problems. The likelihood is you're going to lose some of them. I have seen rumors now. I don't know.
All right, you got to stop buying generic Viagra if y'all over 40. You can get 9 pills of 100 milligram generic Viagra for just $7 with free.
I don't know how true any of these things are, but I saw rumors today that more American ships, or maybe that the Iranians were saying that they had struck some more American ships, severely damaged, sunk. I don't know. I'm still looking to see what I can find, but none of that surprises me. I'm not shocked. I mean, I'm horrified by it. As I said, I've got family members who are, distant family members, but, family members nonetheless, who are in the theater, and I don't want to see them lose their lives. I want them to come home, small children and their loved ones and all that kind of stuff. Who wants to see that? This war is terrible. These people are victims of American imperialism. The soldiers are victims. Nobody asked for this. This is not defending the United States. This is not defending America. This is not defending our homeland. This is a combination of Israel saying, oh, come in here and help us get the Israeli homeland or some such crap as that. And of course, these neocons saying, hey, why don't we take Iran? They got lots of oil. Yummy. We'll get all that oil. You know what I mean? So that means that the soldiers that die here, are they're victims of the U.S. empire. They're victims of the foreign policy of the U.S. empire that doesn't stand up for us. They're being used as cannon fodder, and that is unacceptable. And what we're finding is this: we're using them for cannon fodder in a war that we never had a chance of winning. You know how many people like me and Larry Johnson, right on my show, I don't know what he said elsewhere, but on my show, he says, we're going to lose this one. And I said, we're going to lose this one. And a lot of people said, why? Because it's obvious. Our air defense capabilities are unacceptable. And what I mean by unacceptable, I mean, they are not, let me put it a different way. They are inadequate, given the technology of today's military, technology and capabilities of the modern military. So what are we looking at now? We're looking at the United States does not have the technological capability to compete in today's military environment. And the best they can do is hide it from Americans. Most Americans are watching news and they have no idea that their government's bases are getting turned to rubble. I'll put it like this. We're being chased right out of the Middle East. We can't use our bases. Our bases are getting smashed, slammed, and torn to pieces. God only knows how many soldiers are hurt. They take the soldiers out of the bases. They put them in hotels. The Iranians find out which hotel they're in and hits the hotel and blasts them. And now they're talking about, we're going to bring in some Marines and take Karg Island. There's no chance of that. Now, and to show you how witless our leaders are, we have President Trump now and his others talking about, well, we'll open the Gulf of Hormuz. They don't even understand the dynamics there. There ain't no opening the Gulf of Hormuz. That's not going to happen. It's not even an option. If you sail through the Gulf of Hormuz, they won't even have to fire a missile. They can use artillery. You're in artillery range. I mean, I don't know if you've been paying attention to Gulf of Hormuz, but every few minutes you can look on X or wherever and find some ship on burning up, where the Iranians said you can't go through. And when they try to go through, they hit them with a missile and blow them to smithereens, or a drone, or whatever the case may be. When they say you can't go through, you can't go through. And if the U.S. says, the U.S. has been begging, Trump, who says he won, has been begging the Europeans, saying, look, guys, you got to help me. And the Europeans are like, we're just being realistic, even though they can't be realistic with Russia. Not allowed to do that. But in Iran, they're saying, man, if we send a ship through there, they're going to blow it to smithereens. We can't do it. We can't do it. So now Donald Trump is unhappy with them because they don't want to commit, absolute, obvious, and clear suicide for their soldiers. You're going to go through this skinny waterway that's got missiles and drones, just lined up on the shore waiting. In fact, the Iranians, who are always trolling, literally said, if any ship wants to go through, any of these commercial ships wants to go through, if you are escorted by an American naval ship or an Israeli naval ship, we'll grant you free passage. In other words, you got a tanker, go on through, as long as you bring an American or Israeli ship with you. If you bring an American Israeli ship, guarantee you this, we ain't shooting at you, but we're going to blow them out of the water. So they're forever trolling. Why? Because they have the capacity to do this, right? What they have done is this. They have done a combination of technology. Look, how about this? Sometimes technology is this. What is the best technology for what you're doing? Sometimes, it's not that you have the latest and greatest technology. It's Stanley, right? The right tool for the right job. And you look at it and you say, based on what I need, this is the right tool. Are there more high-tech tools? Sure, but I don't need those high-tech tools. I need a screwdriver right now. I don't need a drill that you hit it in. I just need a little teeny screwdriver just to adjust the flow of oil on my carburetor. So tweak a little bit this way, a little bit that way. I'm adjusting that carburetor, a little teeny. I don't need a big drill. No, the right tool for the right job. And so what the Iranians and their obvious allies have done is said, we got the right tools, right? We have combination of air defense. We have that they're still working on, of course, but they've had some success. But they have drones and missiles, and they have extreme accuracy. But there's three things of targeting.
You never touch the door at Sewell. Someone is always opening the door for you. Not only the door that you enter into the building, but your door. They greet you at the door. You don't get out the car. They literally stand at the door waiting on me to either roll the window down or get out the car. No other place but Sewell, for life, honestly. And I'm being honest, for life.
Experience the Sewell difference for yourself today at Sewell Mercedes-Benz of West Houston.
Do you have the capacity to deliver ordnance? Yes. You have the capacity to deliver the ordnance. You got the drone or the missile. Number two, do you have the ability to find good targets, good solid targets that will win you the war, targets that will significantly hurt your enemy? Yes, but there's another thing, and this is one of the things that's happening. Do you have real-time targeting, right? Do you have all of these space-based surveillance systems that can, read the license on a car? Well, the Chinese and the Russians have that. The Russians have the GLONASS system. Chinese have Beidou. Trust me when I tell you this, if a flea crawls on somebody's back, the Russians and the Chinese see it. Now, you know what's going on. Look, you have the missiles here, which connected to your computers. You have all of your reconnaissance, ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance system set up. And you say, oh, we just saw some American planes. They took them out and they parked them here. Instantly, within seconds, that computer picks up these things, oh, we've got targets. It transmits it to the computers. The computer then targets imprints the target into the missile. Off the missile goes. You wonder how there was 5 of these K-130, whatever they are, KC-130s, the strata tankers. 5 of them got blown up in Saudi Arabia the other day at a U.S. air base. How did that happen? That's easy. The Chinese and or Russian satellites picked them up. Oh, they've moved 5 of these planes out onto the tarmac for whatever reason. Because they're usually in hangars or whatever, usually fortified hangars of some type that can take missile hits. I guess they were going to fly them. They brought them out. Okay, they brought them out. They're probably loading them up with fuel. They're ready to go, right? They bring them out. What happens? Immediately, the space-based targeting systems pick it up. You got AI, etc. Well, there's movement at this base. It's always scanning that base. It's scanning these targeting systems are constantly scanning the bases, looking for targets, scanning this base, and all of a sudden it sees movement. It sees planes. It says target, downloads the target the information into the targeting computer, which is connected to the missiles. Boom, right into the missiles, fire. So by the time you get out there in real time, computer sees it. Computer sends it to the targeting computer. It gets imprinted in the missile. That missile's in the air. So the U.S. is not using. Look, the Afghanis couldn't do that. The Libyans and the LDs, they couldn't do that. But now you have real-time targeting and ordnance delivery systems that says as soon as you screw up, I think if in fact Netanyahu and his people are, were targeted and annihilated, that's no doubt what happened. A combination of probably spies on the ground, of human intelligence, and or a compromised system where the Russians, Chinese, or Iranians compromised the computer systems and or the phones of Israeli leaders and found out where they were going to have a meeting. See what they could have done, because the rumor is that we hear everywhere is that there was a meeting of the Israeli top people, their command staff, as it were, Netanyahu, Smotrich, Ben Gvir, all of these people, head of the Mossad, head of the Air Force, that they all came together. This is what we were told. They came together at one spot, which may or may not have been Netanyahu's house. That the Iranians, for whatever reason, through ISR, determined this is a big meeting. Now, my what I think is this, and this is possible, that they had probably all of their phones, maybe their systems, communication system, they had compromised them, and they were listening, knowing, okay, I'm not going to go after one. I'm going to try to wait till they all get together. Guess what? They're all meeting tonight at 8 at old Beatty's house. I know before that, everything's set. My missiles are set. My hypersonic missiles are ready to make it happen. I will follow all their phones. I follow all of them. I see they're there. They're all together in a bunch. Everything's coming together. Birds in the air. The targeting data is already in the missile, and I'm using hypersonic missiles because I'm going to make sure when this missile hits, maybe 2, but when this missile hits, there ain't going to be nobody left there but a ghost. I'm guessing that if, in fact, the Israeli leaders, if some of them survive, they've gone in hiding, and they could be that Netanyahu's in hiding if he survived. Possible that he didn't survive, that he's somewhere going to that great beyond, drinking his AI coffee in the sky, right? That he's history. He's done. He's moved on. But again, what are we talking about? We're talking about the latest technology. We're talking about the capability to compromise your system and to use the system to target your leadership, to do exactly what they said they were going to do. We're going to do a decapitation strike. Well, two can play at that game. And what that does from now on, the United States has to say, we've been used to doing decapitation strikes. We better not do them. Why? Because the other side's going to do a decapitation strike. And the Iranians, when asked, well, you think Netanyahu's alive? They said, yeah, what difference does it make to us? If he is, we'll continue to hunt him until we kill him. So the Iranians' position is, if he is alive, he ain't going to be for long. If he ain't alive, oh, well, it doesn't matter to us. We're going to do whether he is or not. We got things to do. We got work to do. And we're going to put in work here. We're putting in work. But if he happens to be gone, all the better. We're monitoring. Look, I think they already know. Again, because I believe that the U.S. and the Israel communications and computer systems are compromised. I believe they're fully compromised. And I believe that the Iranians already know whether or not Netanyahu is alive. I believe that they're very well aware of it. And they don't have any reason to brag or not brag. They don't have any reason, because here's the thing about it. If the systems are as compromised as I believe they are, they don't want to brag and say we know for sure, because they don't want the Americans to know that they've compromised their system. They want to pretend like they don't know anything. That way, if they pretend like they don't know anything, the Americans and the Israelis will never know that their system is as compromised as it is. That the whole time we were there, they were listening and looking at every single thing we did, and we had no idea that was the case. I believe that. And I think one of these days, if people are going to wake up after this and say, holy crap, they were on top of everything. They knew it all the whole time. And which means you don't have a chance. If your enemy is inside the gates, if the phone call is coming from inside the house, if they're sitting there with an open listening, there's Trump calling back again. Oh my God, what's happening? We're screwed, boss. We're screwed. We're running out of stuff. All right. And then the Chinese and the Russians are sitting there drinking a cup of coffee, listening. Hey, did you listen to this? Right? Recording everything, recording who's where they are, what time they're going to be there, what their plans are. There were rumors that prior to the start of this military operation, that the Russians, through a compromised system, had acquired the U.S. battle plan and given the whole thing to the Iranians. Well, based on how poorly it's going for the Americans, I ain't saying that's the case, but it might as well be. And the Americans are in deep and serious guana, because how long can they keep saying to the American people, we're winning when they're losing? And gas is going to go really, really bad here shortly. The economy is going to start to melt down, 2008, 1929 style. And the American people are going to say, why is this happening? I just turned on MSNBC, CIA, and they and Fox and Friends, and they told me we're winning. Well, if we're winning, then the economy shouldn't be in meltdown mode. And why are all these soldiers coming home dead? I thought we were winning. Well, we ain't winning. And, for a while, I kind of thought to myself, we're kind of, when it comes to technology, and particularly ISR, with the combination, because this is the, It's the big new Brzezinski's nightmare, the triumvirate of Russia, China, and Iran. The nightmare of the big new Brzezinski. He's sweating and rolling over in his grave, right? In fighting all of those three, I think we put ourselves in a position where currently we're able to lie our way out of it. Currently, we're able to say we're winning, and then just Trump, says, please don't show the truth on the media. Don't let people see the truth. Just let them hear me say we're winning, and that's fine. But losing never stays at a steady pace. You know what I mean? Losing a war eventually goes really bad. The old saying about the rich guy who went broke, and they say, how'd you lose all your money? He said, slowly and then suddenly. So right now we're in the slowly part, but there will be the suddenly part. We're in the part right now where we can still lie to the American people and tell them things ain't as bad, ain't all that bad. Things are great. Things are not bad at all. We're winning the war. We can say that. I suspect the time is coming when our ships are limping home, when our planes are shot down, Reaper drone shot down, economy shot to hell, and people are going to look at it and say, well, if this is winning, what would hell would happen if we lose? People are going to be like, if we're winning, yeah. Oh, our ships are being hit. Sure, that's what happens when you win. And I just want some more planes shot down again. Sure, that's our winning ways. Ships shot, and and they're going to look at it and they're going to say, we're completely out of the Middle East. We've been driven. Listen, we're getting driven out of our bases. We're getting driven out of our embassies. So here's my question. What happens when we wake up one day, and we may be almost there now, and we've been driven out of all of our bases in the Middle East, and we are close to that right now, and we need to get the hell out because our soldiers are getting hell rained down upon them, right? What happens when we wake up one day and it's like, okay, what's as far as our bases? Nah, we don't have anybody in any bases anymore in the Middle East. The bases have all been turned to rubble. Oh, okay. How's things going with the embassies? Yeah, we don't really have anybody in the embassies anymore because they've been all turned to rubble. Oh, okay. What about our ports where we have all of our ships? Yeah, pretty much we had to abandon those and put our ships out to sea. They're all in like India's port or something. So what do we have right now in the Middle East as far as ships, as far as planes, as far as tankers, as far as surface-to-surface missiles, bases? All right, give me an update. What do we have? Let me see. 3, 12, 24, 16. None. We got none. Hey, I thought you were counting how many bases we had. Oh, no, I was counting how many got blown up. We got none. 0. Bupkis, we have a bagel. That's what we got, a bagel. A big 0. The time is coming. And how is that a war? At that point, where we have been, our bases have been blown up, our ships, we have nothing in the region that can fight. We have to have our planes outside of the region, fly into the region, or close to it, fire weapons, and then leave the region, where we will effectively have been driven out of the region. What's the point of fighting anymore? And the Straits of Hormuz is closed. Here's my prediction. If we don't get our act together and just get the hell out and give Iran whatever they're asking for, if I was president, I would go to Congress. I'd say, we need a meeting, guys. I would. I'd go to Congress. I'd say, I got some bad news and worse news. The bad news is we got 24 hours to live. The worst news is I forgot to tell you yesterday. You know, that old doctor's joke, right? I would say, look,
the old ED pills left me waiting and waiting. This dissolves under the tongue and gets me there in as little as 15.
We're in a bind. There ain't no way to win this war. But there's something far worse. The petrodollar is going to be destroyed, and our economy is going to collapse. But we can't avoid that. So here's what we can do. Maybe we can avoid that. We can try to avoid that. They'd say, President Nixon, what's the plan? I said, glad you asked. We're going to call Iran. Say, what do you want? And Iran's going to say what they already said. Number one, I want $500 billion. Number two, because I want compensation for all the dirt that you've done to me over the years. Number two, I want you out of the region. Number three, I want Israel closed down. Then I will come back to them and say, tell you what, we'll get out of the region. Number one, out, done, serious, goodbye, close down all of our bases. Somebody put the flag down and turn the lights off when you leave. Number one, we're going to do that. Number two, you want 500 billion, I'll bargain. How about 250? You take 265? So I'll bargain with them on the number. They want 500 billion. If we get out of the base, I think they'll take 2. So we can get that. Now, as far as Israel, I'll say, we're going to tell them that you're not getting anything else. We're going to say to the Israelis, look, you get no more weapons from us, and we're going to have to, shut this operation down. And if you want to live, we're going to have to cut your military off so that you can't attack anybody, so that you can't fight anybody. So what we'll do is this, give you 250 billion, we'll get the hell out, and we'll cut the military aid all 100% to Israel. I'd make them an offer. All they can do is take it. That's an offer that the Iranians would have to listen to. You make that offer, The Iranians, I think if you make that offer, the Iranians are going to say, I'm listening to you now. But how do I know you'll do it? Oh, by the way, all sanctions will lift them. Every sanction lifted immediately. Upon signature on this document, they are lifted. And at any point, you can commence fire as if they need permission. If we don't do any of this, you can commence fire. But all of this stuff is done. I'd say to Congress, look, that's our only hope. If we don't do that, we don't have a hope. We can't win the war. The petrodollar is going to die, so our economy is going to collapse, and we're going to make 1929 look like the heydays, the roaring 20s, you're right? So what are we going to do? It's up to you, Congress. My suggestion, we call the whoever, the Russians, the Omans, whoever, and make the offer to Iran and say, this is what we're willing to do. I think the Iranians will take it. And I think they would. I think they would, because it acknowledges their agency. It acknowledges that they have a right to exist. And of course, it acknowledges that they won the war. Vae victis, right? Woe be to the vanquished. If you lose the war, the winner of the war will impose the ending on the loser, right? At least rather than have them impose it on us, we get an opportunity to have a say. They impose it, it's 500 billion. If we offer them, it's 250. I'll say 200 I'm going to offer to them and say, look, dudes, we ain't got 500 billion, but we got 200 that we can deliver that to you. We'll do that. We'll do 200. But you got to give us this, this, or that. If you're saying you're going to drop all the sanctions and you're going to give them some money, they're listening. And you're getting the hell out, they're listening. You can get a deal. But at that point, we're not an empire anymore. And at that point, we're acknowledging that we lost the war. And at that point, we're acknowledging that we don't dominate the world. Now, whether we acknowledge it or not is not relevant. Technologically speaking, let me say this. This war was over in the first week. It was established in week 1 that they had the technological capacity to dominate the region and that we didn't have the defensive capability to stop them. Okay. And if you've been listening to me, I got to say this. If we lost to Iran in a week, going on 3 weeks, this war's lost. We're out on our feet. People say, oh, no, it's still going on. Yeah, okay, fine. Tell me about that 2 or 3 weeks. The war's lost. We lost to them. Let me ask you something. Can you even begin to compare the military might of Iran with that of either Russia or China? No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't even begin to compare the military might of Iran with Russia or China. We wouldn't last hours. We last a week with Iran and really effectively we lost, and now all we got is propaganda and begging for help. Hours. The United States versus China or Russia, hours is how long that would take, and not a lot of hours. So you get my picture. You get my point. We're, as my thumbnail said, we're in a horse and buggy now. We got arrows and spears, and they're in a brand new sports car. That horse and buggy ain't keeping up with the sports car. Them days is over. And our only hope would be to bite our tongues and to go in and ask for some mercy. And Iran ain't got no mercy, but at least we could pay them and get the hell out of Dodge, because that's done. It's game, set, and match. So how does this end? I understand Iran. I saw something where somebody was asking Trump, do you think the Israelis use nukes? Oh, no, the Israelis aren't going to use nukes. Here's the thing. Let me just say this. For those of you who say the U.S. will use nukes or Israel use nukes, Iran has said what their response would be, right? Okay, because I heard the Americans and Israel will use nukes to end it. Well, it depends on what you mean by end it. If they've made it clear, Israel has a nuclear power plant. If you throw a nuke at me, I'm going to vaporize that power plant with hypersonic missiles, which means you have a meltdown, which means Israel, little old Israel, the size of New Jersey, will be Chernobyl and mostly uninhabitable, won't it? Uninhabitable. And of course, all of the U.S., if you use a nuke or Israel, all of this infrastructure for oil and gas in the region, it's all gone. It ain't coming back. It'll take you a decade to build it. So here's the bottom line. You use a nuke, you might as well turn it on yourself because you have ended your society. You will be back in the Stone Age because you ain't going to have energy. What is the United States going to do with no energy? Well, we have some that we produce ourselves, but where are we going to sell anything to? When Europe will have none. They'll be building fires. They'll be burning their furniture and cooking their neighbors. What's the Epstein class? That won't bother them a little bit. But for the rest of us, we don't want to do it. So anyway, thanks a lot, everybody. I will be back on around 8.
What happened at the girls' school in Tehran where 170 young women, children, and their teachers were incinerated? How did the U.S. military cause that to happen?
First of all, it was in the city of Manab, which is right there on the coast of the Strait of Hormuz, which is why this is so important. What happened is in the early 2000s, the Iranians began to build missile units designed to shut down the Strait of Hormuz in a time of crisis. This is especially after Dick Cheney was talking about invading Iran. And they created this unit called the Arif Missile Brigade. It has 4 battalions. Each battalion has a specific capability from short to medium to long-range missiles, and then special units that operate using torpedoes and mines, et cetera. And their job is to control the Strait of Hormuz. And they had a headquarters compound that consisted of a couple warehouses, a couple administrative buildings, a headquarters building. Around 2011, basically the Arif Missile Brigade had outgrown the facility it was in. So they literally abandoned this facility and they moved to different locations, more modern facilities, et cetera. And this place was abandoned. Around 2016, the city of Manab put in a bid and had the northern corner of it, the former headquarters building. They said they wanted to convert that to a school. And so they literally built a wall separating this facility, refurbished the building, painted murals, painted playgrounds, and it opened it up with separate entrances that had nothing to do with the other abandoned compound. This was done in the public, and the United States knew about this. How do we know? Because Defense Department maps of Manab, when they show this compound, clearly mark this as a school. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Now, at the same time, the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain has a mission of, making sure that the Strait of Hormuz can stay open. And so they've been running nonstop intelligence operations against the Arif Brigade. They've been collecting on it. They have special human units that debrief fishermen. They fly the drones over, intercepting all the electronic signals. They have satellites and other aircraft taking photographs. The Arif Missile Brigade is one of the most heavily collected units in the world. We know a lot about it. And the reason why I bring that up is all that information goes into a target deck. And, the Fifth Fleet's responsible for updating it because they're the war fighters. They give it to Central Command, and they keep this updated. We knew with this target deck that we had where the Arif Brigade was and where it wasn't. We knew, for instance, that abandoned compound had not only been converted partially to a school, but the central part had been converted to a hospital. We knew this, and that was also in the no strike list. Now we come to the war, and when Donald Trump told Benjamin Netanyahu told Donald Trump on February 11th that we need to go to war. Pete Hegseth came in with his genius plan of shock and awe. You don't go in and just strike the targets that are important, because we already had that target deck. We could be bombing the Arif Brigade, and we did bomb the Arif Brigade. Not too much good, because they still got the Strait of Hormuz closed, but that's another question. We needed more targets because we had to create this impression of overwhelming force coming in, so the Iranian people would say, my goodness, look at the power of America, and they've killed Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. It's time for us to abandon the regime, rise up and remove the regime. So we needed to shock and awe these people. We needed bombs to be hitting targets. We needed things to go boom all over the country. In order to do that, you need places on the ground to hit. We had the target deck that was important, the target deck that was military relevant. That wasn't enough boom for the buck. We needed more. So they turned to an AI program called Claude, and Claude went around and just sifted through the old data. And Claude came up with a bunch of targets, including that compound, which Claude called an Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command Naval Headquarters Facility. Now, here's the thing. Normally, there would be people like me who would receive that and go, now, outdated information, throw it away. They cut me out of it. It was going into the target deck. But then in 2023, the Department of Defense created a new unit called the the bottom line is their job was to review targets to civilian. That's it. The civilian mitigation in harm resources unit. Their job was to make sure that we didn't blow up schools and things. Their job was to do one more scrub. Now, why would we need this? Because the law of war created people like me who are supposed to do this stuff. Because during the war on terror, we stopped doing that. During the war on terror, we blew up wedding parties. During the war on terror, we blew up hospitals. 2015, AC-130, banging away at a hospital that we knew was a hospital, being directed by special forces that knew it was a hospital. But we did it anyways because we just stopped caring about the law of war. The final straw that broke the camel's back was that last drone strike in Afghanistan after the troops withdrew. We sent a missile in, killed an aid worker and his family. And that's when the Defense Department went, we're doing this wrong. There's a problem here. So they created this unit. And this unit was mandated to join up with combatant commands, and they would scrub every target deck. And all the commanders loved this unit because it made them back to comply with the law of war. It forced them to do the job the right way, the way it's supposed to be done. It's not an interference with our combat duties to do this. It enhances our combat duties because we're hitting the right targets. The best way to create a terrorist is to blow up his home, blow up the home of a farmer. You just created a terrorist, and he'll come after you for the rest of his life. The best way to win that war is not to blow up that farm, not to blow up the mosque, not to blow up the school. So we had this unit that was doing it. Pete Hegseth came in and said, of course, that he's going to change the ethos. In March of 2025, shortly after President Trump was sworn in, Pete Hegseth dissolved this unit. He shut it down. The 10-member team that was at CENTCOM, gone. The 5 guys at Fifth Fleet, gone. Shut it down. No more scrubbing. And then he came out with his new ethos. We are going to be more lethal. No more stupid rules of engagement, he said. Lethality. We kill things. We break things. This is what we do. And he unleashed the military. And this was the mentality that then rolled into this bombing campaign. Claude generates AI targets. There's nobody screening them. They just get plugged right in because we need to do the big, booming effect. So the compound got targeted with 4 TLAMs, Tomahawk land attack missiles. They're fired from Aegis. They're fired from submarines, 4 of them, because there was 3 points of impact, 2 warehouses and the headquarters building that Claude called a headquarters building. Now, a 4th one goes because you have to have redundancy. There's a certain classified percentage of cruise missiles that don't function. It supposedly got better, but we fired almost 60 cruise missiles into a Syrian chemical weapons compound in 2017, or alleged chemical weapons compound. 23 of them didn't hit their target. That's almost 50%. I'm not saying that's the number because it's a classified number, but a large number of our cruise missiles don't hit their target. So we brought in a 4th one. And its job was, after the first 3 hit, the cruise missile has an onboard camera, and it comes in and click, takes it, and then it goes into a loitering pattern while it transmits the data back to the the targeting cell, who looks at the imagery, decide whether or not they killed the targets. There's their battle damage assessment. So the imagery comes back. The guys look at it. The warehouses each have a hole where they're supposed to have a hole. They say, oh, done. The school has a collapse, which is one of the criteria of. But the thing about the school, which we weren't calling schools, the headquarters, is the imagery is not that good. It's the pixels aren't that refined. You don't get great resolution, but you can see there's people all around it. And the targeter went, that's the headquarters. And there's a lot of people around there. These are the missile people we need to kill. And so they went back to that loitering missile, reprogrammed it, and had to come in and reattack. Now, what they didn't realize is after that first missile hit the building and collapsed, the students had already been assembled. There were other missiles hitting in Manab, and the principal called the parents and said, you got to come get your kids. So they started to bring the kids in and bring them in, get them ready to go home. So the kids are all assembled in their classrooms with their backpacks, all that. The first missile hits, and it collapsed the building. You got kids screaming, kids dismembered, the whole thing. But the principal's running around grabbing the survivors and taking them. You know how if we have a tornado, we have a safe place in the school, the gymnasium or the cafeteria or the library, a reinforced place. They say, this is your safe place. Well, the safe place in this school was the prayer room. And so the kids started to assemble there, the survivors. The principal was bringing them in, and they get them all packed in there. And then the other cruise missile hits it. And the warhead they use is a dual effects munition. It can punch through a concrete ceiling, which this case did. Now it comes down. It's got 350 pounds of titanium casing. The titanium's been scored, so it can break up into tiny little fragments. Inside, that's 450 pounds of high-speed, high explosive. So when it punches through at the initial charge, comes in, and then blows up, it turns the titanium into, tens of thousands of razor-sharp shards that just gut the building and literally vaporize people, slice them to death. And now, these aren't bad people. These aren't terrorists. These aren't enemy soldiers. These are 6 to 12-year-old girls scared already because they've already been hit. They're hearing their friends scream because their friends are in that other building over there collapsed. They're hearing their friends scream, cry for help. The teachers, some of them are dead. They see body parts all over the place. They're scared to death. This thing comes down and literally vaporizes them. There's an extra little bonus here because you see at the Los Alamos National Labs, they said, wait a minute, these are liquid fueled cruise missiles. We still got that JP-10 on there. JP-10's high, hot, burning fuel. And we need to maximize. So there's another thing you can do as it comes in. You can program it so that last fuel is compressed in, and then it can be released sequentially. They have a special addition to the warhead, and it can turn into a fuel-air explosive. So boom, 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 and then boom, the fireball that burns everything. 69 of these children are unrecoverable, burned to ashes because of this munition. This is what we did in order to get the bigger boom. This is a war crime. Pete Hegseth is a war criminal, a literal war criminal. No, there's no way he would survive a trial, and he should be fired, arrested, and put on trial, not by a foreign court, by an American court, because we have a law, 1996, the War Crimes Act. It prohibits this very thing. This is one of the most illegal things imaginable. There's no defense for what Pete Hegseth has done. This was intentional. You know that, Judge. You know the language. When you have somebody up there saying, no regard for the rules, increased lethality, our job is to kill. And then he goes around and gives orders such as no quarter, which is also illegal. This is a walking, talking war criminal in motion who has committed one of the most heinous war crimes possible, the slaughter of innocent children. And this was done solely because of him. He's the one who said, disband the unit that would have prevented this. He's the one that said, don't regard the laws of war. No rules of conduct. We are going in to be lethal. His intent was to kill without regard, because if he wanted regard, if he wanted distinction, then you obey the law of war and you review the targets for distinction, which you are required to do under the Geneva Conventions. It is a mandatory requirement of the additional protocol 1977 to the 1949 Geneva Conventions that has been adopted, the law of war manual, which is the law for the military. Pete Hegseth said, don't obey the law. And he said, I'm canceling the regulation to make sure that we do obey the law because we hadn't been obeying the law. That's what happened to the children's school, Joe.
What a catastrophe. And Trump will probably pardon him, which is why the only recourse would be a trial elsewhere. The war crimes have no statute of limitations. The president's pardon does not extend outside the United States, and there's no venue requirement, meaning any country could try him, even a country not involved in this. This
But
is
if you
just,
impeach the president,
this is not, this
if you
is
convict the
monstrous.
president of the
This is
United
far-
States, the president can't pardon.
Say again?
Impeach the president of the United States, convict the president of the United States, and the president can't pardon.
Yeah.
I mean, there is recourse in this democracy to hold these people accountable to the rule of law. We, the people, just have to.
There has to be recourse, because the situation that you described is so barbaric, so inhumane. It's simply mind-boggling. And then Trump said the Iranians bombed their own school. And then when the Defense Department itself said, no, we bombed it, and they asked Trump how he wanted to respond to that, he said, I'm unfamiliar with the report you're talking about.
Yeah.
So a terrible, horrible, horrific state of affairs. How could the U.S. have I'm segueing a little bit, Scott, badly miscalculated, misunderstood the Iranian resilience and the asymmetric nature of the Iranian offensive responses?
Well, the interesting thing is that we didn't actually. We know now that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff briefed Donald Trump on what the likely course of action of the Iranian government would be. We know that they said that they will strike American military bases. We know that that the president was briefed that the Straits of Hormuz would be closed. So we knew that this was predictable. The fact that we didn't have plans to deal with this is different, but the Joint Chiefs of Staff warned the president, this is what's going to happen. Then we have Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence. She commissioned a national intelligence council and a review, intelligence assessment about this. And she said other things, such as you won't get regime change. Even if you kill Ali Khamenei on day one, you'll just strengthen the regime. The people will rally around the government. There's no support inside Iran for this regime change activity. They talked about ballistic missile production. They said the Iranians have been building missiles. They've been hiding missiles. We don't know where these missiles are. And so it's likely the Iranians will continue to launch missiles and drones throughout the period of conflict. And there's nothing we can do to stop it. So the president of the United States was briefed on all of this. But he's surrounded by a bunch of sycophants, including Pete Hegseth, who said, we are warriors, Mr. President. We have the warriors ethos. We are lethal. We're the most lethal people in the world. And he basically cheerleaded America into this war, convincing the president to disregard his intelligence professionals and his military professionals and go with Pete Hegseth.
Frustrated with the way you currently file your taxes? What if Track Tax Experts Progress and get your best tax
non-woke. Anybody talking about the law of war is a jag-off. That's what he called him, jag being the judge, judge advocate general. But he, jag-off. He's making fun of them, mocking them, as if law doesn't matter. And the president's going for this because he loves that kind of stuff, because it's stroking his ego, making him feel good. And he's surrounded by Marco Rubio, who's nodding his head stupidly, Scott Bessent, who's nodding his head stupidly. The most stupid people in the world are advising this president. The two people that have a brain on their shoulders, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and Tulsi Gabbard, are being disregarded. And J.D. Vance is in the corner silent. I mean, this was J.D. Vance's moment to stand up and say, no, Mr. President, we can't support this war. This is an illegal war of aggression. There's no justification under the law of war for this. I'm your vice president. I'm telling you, I won't support this. I support the assessments but J.D. Vance remains silent because he's too much of a coward. He wants to be president, so he has to play the game. But basically, this happened because Donald Trump is not a very smart man. He has no moral compass. He can be easily misled by people who simply stroke his ego, and that gets Donald Trump to go whichever direction they want him to go. And Pete Hegseth is a war criminal, itching for a major conflict to prove the lethality of his new improved Department of War.
Here is some breaking news. I don't know this person by name, but the United States Counterterrorism Director, Joe Kent, just resigned over the war, saying, quote, You ready for this, Scott? Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States.
Joe Kent was a former Special Forces officer, probably made famous. I mean, he was a very, well-renowned, well-regarded. But his wife was a naval special warfare operator linguist, and she was killed in Syria in the ISIS bombing. She was very highly decorated, very highly regarded, and so Kent became, known as I think her name was Shannon Kent's husband, and he ran for Congress several times in Washington State, but couldn't break through the party system. But he had a good reputation. He's very conservative, very hawkish, very MAGA, and Trump appointed him to this position, and he was qualified for the job. But he has a conscience. He's one of those people who actually knows what the Constitution is, knows the oath he took, and understands what a real threat is. Unlike Donald Trump, whose biggest threat in life has been bone spurs, Kent was on the front lines. Kent buried his wife, who was on the front lines. He knows this stuff, so he did the honorable thing. And hopefully, this is the beginning of a wave of resignations of men and women of honor who recognize that what we're doing here is just, it's not only wrong. I mean, it's not just that we're losing, Judge. I mean, that's bad enough, but it's against the law. This is literally the definition of an illegal war of aggression. And where wars of aggression stand in the pantheon of international law. Judge Jackson said it's the greatest war crime of all because from this war crime, all other crimes are committed. And yet the United States is now willfully carrying out an illegal war of aggression. And we know it's illegal because Donald Trump says he doesn't care about the law. He doesn't care about international law. He doesn't need to go to Congress. He doesn't need congressional approval. He's the president. As he told the World Economic Forum, I am a dictator. I don't care about international law. I only go with what's here. Well, what's here isn't connected to what's here because what's here doesn't work. And Pete Hegseth whispers in here and what's here starts to beat because somebody's stroking him. And off we went to war. And finally, we have somebody willing to say, no, I'm not playing this game.
You mentioned Vice President Vance. Here is a reporter asking him, how can you support the war when you spent your career opposing it? Chris, cut number 16.
I know what you're trying to do, Phil. You're trying to drive a wedge between members of the administration, between me and the president. What the president said consistently, going back to 2015, and I agreed with him, is that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We have taken this military action under the president's leadership. I think all of us, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, should pray for success and pray for the safety of our troops. That's the approach that I've taken. Make it as successful as possible.
So there's no hesitation, given your past statements, with the current operation?
What do you mean there's no hesitation with my past statements?
Given your skepticism of foreign adventurism, you were a critic of the global war on terror previously.
Well, I think one big difference, Phil, is that we have a smart president, whereas in the past we've had dumb presidents. And I trust President Trump to get the job done, to do a good job for the American people, and to make sure that the mistakes of the past aren't repeated. Absolutely.
Thanks, sir.
So JD's been great.
Sycophant with a capital S.
And again, just if the reporters, were worth their salt, they would have said, well, what nuclear program? Your director of national intelligence, who's still your director of national intelligence, testified before Congress saying there is no nuclear weapons program. Now, President Trump said he doesn't believe it. Then why does she still have the job?
Right.
And then I would ask the other question, were you briefed by the DNI going into this about the update based upon what was that briefing? Because the answer is yes, you were briefed. And she said there is no nuclear weapons program. I also would have asked, what did Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner report to you? The very first thing they said the Iranians told them. And the answer is that there's 450 kilograms of uranium hexafluoride enriched to 60%. Now, why is this important? See, Witkoff and Kushner went, they're threatening us with 10 bombs. But what the Iranians were actually doing is saying, we haven't done a damn thing with this. All you guys accusing us of trying to make a weapon. If we were trying to make a weapon, we would have further enriched this material. We'd begin to turn it into a metal and all that. It's in the original condition it was before the June War started. It's all here, and we're willing to work with you to verify that it's all here. The Iranians were saying, we don't have a nuclear weapons program, and we're ready to prove it. And yet the Trump administration didn't want to hear that answer because he ordered the diplomacy to take place after he made the decision to go to war. And so the diplomacy was always a cover, always going to be a lie. But everything J.D. Vance said in there was an absolute lie, up to and including that we have a smart president now. This president doesn't know anything. This president's a liar. He's confused. I mean, he made a statement yesterday to the effect of, well, we've won this war. I mean, we've won decisively. It's over. It's a decisive defeat. Why are the Iranians continuing to shut the Strait of Hormuz? That's not fair, is it? I mean, why don't they just recognize that we've won the war? Does that sound like a smart president to you? It sounds like a deluded man who's confused, maybe pre-dementia to kicking in, but that's not a normally functioning brain for a commander-in-chief who just took his nation to war and is getting his ass handed to him.
How badly, and I'm going to ask you if we know this because of their notorious censorship, has Israel been damaged by the Iranian counterattacks?
Well, the first thing we know is that Israel can't defend itself. I mean, they're carrying out offensive operations, but those offensive operations haven't resulted in a diminishment of the Iranian attacks. The Iranian attacks are constant, continuous, and accurate. The Iranians are specifically targeting critical infrastructure, defense infrastructure, and then also the infrastructure that is used to power the nation. They've taken out the Haifa refineries. They've taken out power stations in Tel Aviv. They've taken out military headquarters, intelligence headquarters. They're starting to strike air bases with great precision. They're striking bunkers, leadership bunkers, and they're hitting what they aim at. And the Israelis know this. And this is what was happening at the end of the 12-day war. The Israelis started to see that the Iranians were hitting them with high precision, very destructive weapons that couldn't be shot down. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu was shaking hands, called Trump and said, we have to end this thing. And that's when Trump made the phone call to the Iranians. The Midnight Hammer came in. But today, the war continues, and the Israelis are seeing every day this war goes on, the Iranians are hitting them with bigger weapons, stronger weapons, more accurate weapons, and these weapons are hitting their targets. These are not indiscriminate attacks against Israeli civilians. If there were, the death count would be through the roof. These are very precise, precision strikes against well-defined targets, and they're achieving their results. The Israelis are in a state of panic right now. They don't know what to do because they can't stop the missiles from being launched, and the United States hasn't succeeded in toppling the regime. And so this war goes on, but every day it goes on, the Israelis are getting struck. They closed Ben Gurion Airport the other day. Nobody can leave. And the airport is full of people who are panicking right now. They say, we have to leave. What's going to happen is that Israel is going to become uninhabitable to a significant percentage of their population. And when the airport does leave, when the ports open up, they may lose 20% of their population. When that happens, that's the end of Israel. Once Israel starts to depopulate, the demographics of the region alone speak to the fact that the Palestinians will become the vast majority, and we won't be talking about a state of Israel in 10 years. We're talking about a state of Palestine. This is what the Israelis fear, and this is what's happening. This is the result of what the Iranians are doing. And people need to realize the Iranians understand this. Iran is the only nation that has in their constitution a clause that says that they are constitutionally obligated to support the state of Palestine, the creation of the state of Palestine. And so Iran is carrying out military actions against Israel, not just designed to punish Israel, but designed to create the framework in which a Palestinian state can exist. And this requires a defeat of the greater Israel Zionist cause.
Here's Foreign Minister Arachi, whom you and I have met, talking about this very subject. I believe it's earlier today. Chris, number 17.
When we say we do not want a ceasefire, it is not because we are seeking war. It is because this time, this entire conflict must be brought to a definitive conclusion in such a way that our enemies will never even contemplate the possibility of repeating these attacks and this aggression. And I firmly believe that even up to this very moment, they have already begun to absorb a very profound and lasting lesson.
The Prophet ﷺ said, the best charity is giving water.
Already begun to absorb a very profound and lasting lesson. How reasonable is it to fear that the Israelis, backs to the wall, cities crumbling, will resort to nuclear?
We're not there yet, but that is, if this war continues going this way and we start to see the demographic adjustments, the Israelis are going to come to have what is known as a come to Jesus moment, even though they're Jewish. And basically, they're going to have to confront the fact that the Israeli Jewish homeland experiment has failed. And at some point in time, there's going to be a singularity called Palestine that'll be governed by a Muslim majority. The question then is, do they use nuclear weapons? The answer is no, they won't, because there just won't be any justification. There's not waves of armies coming. We're talking about the collapse of Israel. And then, so what do? You voluntarily give them up. You use the South African model. And I believe at that point, Israel will go to the United States, and the United States will approach the International Atomic Energy Agency, and Israel will make a declaration, and the IAEA, supervised by the United States, because we're not going to let anybody else get in there, we're going to go in there and we're going to take apart the Israeli nuclear weapons program right before Israel collapses as a Jewish state, becomes a mixed Jewish, Muslim, Palestinian state. That's the direction I'm seeing. I'm not worried about Israeli nuclear weapons going off, because this isn't land armies seeking to overrun Israel. This is Israel starting a war, opting into a war, and then losing this war. And, Iran will be pounding it with missiles. What will Israel do? What targets will they strike? And Israel has to understand that if they do that, that 450 kilograms of highly enriched, or 60% enriched uranium hexafluoride will be converted into 92% enriched uranium metal that'll go into up to 5 warheads that will make Israel disappear. I don't believe the Iranians have done the bomb, but if the bomb gets dropped on them, it won't get what it needs to get, and the Iranians will respond by taking Israel off the map in a matter of a week or two after that, if Pakistan doesn't do it first. Once you start using nuclear weapons, we're living in a day of an age where there is no arms control. That's why I wrote that book that you wrote the wonderful comments to, Highway to Hell. It's about a world without arms control, and that's what we're living in right now. We literally in literal nuclear anarchy. And if Israel were to use nuclear weapons against Iran, there is a 100% guarantee that Israel would cease to exist, and a possibility that the United States would lose a coastal city as well to nuclear terrorism, because the United States is responsible for this. The Islamic world is not going to sit by silently while Israel nukes Iran. That just isn't going to happen. So I think when push comes to shove, the Israelis, rather than using these nuclear weapons, will voluntarily turn them over to the international community to dispose of, so that these weapons don't fall in the hands of an Islamic state.
Well, I have Joe Kent's letter. I would love to read it, but it's way too long. But it's very, very, he sent it to the president. It'll be on the front pages tomorrow or posted in an hour or so. It's very, very direct, and accuses the Israelis of deluding the president. Exactly what you have told us about, Scotty. Scott, thank you very much. Thanks for your passion, and thanks for your extraordinary knowledge of
You've got a great idea for an app, and you can't believe that no one else has thought of it yet. You're sure this idea
in place. Tragically, our government engages in
foreign policy, which really opened up the eyes to the entire world of the influence that the lobby has on American foreign policy. Today, it seems like a vice, doesn't it?
Yes, it certainly does. I think that the lobby is as strong as ever today. And
even stronger than when you wrote this book and did all this research 25 years ago.
Yeah, I think that it's important to emphasize that the lobby operates at two levels. One is that it goes to enormous lengths to influence public discourse about Israel and the U.S.-Israeli relationship. And furthermore, it goes to great lengths to influence policy, actual government policy. In terms of actual government policy, it's clearly as strong as ever. Where it's really lost out is in terms of the discourse. The discourse has fundamentally changed. Criticism of Israel, criticism of the U.S. relationship with Israel has become abundant. It was almost unimaginable that we would be where we are today in terms of the public discourse when Steve and I wrote the article and then the book. So the discourse has changed. And the big question that you have to ask yourself is how long can the policy of supporting Israel no matter what remain in place in a world where the discourse and public opinion has changed so drastically?
Can overwhelming public opinion overcome the extraordinary wealth that the lobby has and the manner in which it has used that wealth, funding the political campaigns of 2/3 of the members of Congress?
Well, we're going to see moving forward because there's been a sea change inside the Democratic Party, and exactly how it plays out remains to be seen. I think it's hard to imagine someone like Rahm Emanuel or Josh Shapiro, who are both joined at the hip with Israel, becoming presidential or even vice presidential candidates inside the Democratic Party. And you already see Gavin Newsom distancing himself from Israel and from AIPAC. And I think that will be the trend in the Democratic Party moving forward. And then if you look at what's happening in the Republican Party, I think that Tucker Carlson is the wave of the future in the Republican Party. So I think that in terms of actual policymakers, that you're likely at some point in the future, hard to say where, you're going to get a change.
I usually wouldn't run a clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene with John Mearsheimer, but she does crystallize the problems in the Republican Party very nicely. This is from yesterday at Chris number 12.
Why would an American president lead his political party into the midterms, waging a full-scale major war, completely unprovoked on Iran, on behalf of Israel? And that's the way most Americans see it. They see this is for Israel, not for America. Why would an American president do that, which is forcing gas prices to hike right here going into spring break, where families are going to be driving out of town, going into summer, declaring and waging a major full-scale war that seems to have no end in sight, that is not de-escalating, it's escalating every single day. And it just doesn't make sense. We said on every single rally stage, no more foreign wars, no more regime change. It's time to put America first. And this is a complete betrayal of those campaign promises.
To get into domestic politics with you, but she hits the nail on the head, doesn't she?
Yeah, there's no question about it. I agree with everything she says. It's quite remarkable, but I often find myself in agreement with Marjorie these days when she's talking about American foreign policy. And I would just note to you, going back to what I said earlier, the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene is making those comments publicly today is really quite remarkable given the context that existed when Steve and I wrote the article and the book back in the day.
Right.
Public discourse has just changed.
Revolutionary salute to our queen. Faith speaks life for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, queen. Salute.
Fundamental ways. And by the way, your show is a clear reflection of that.
The lobby can't be very happy with the way the war is going, can it?
No, this is a disaster, and they surely know that. These are basically very smart people who are in charge of the major organizations, and even the individuals who wield influence pretty much on their own, are very smart. And they have to know that we and the Israelis have gotten ourselves into a real hole. And all we're really doing is digging here. And what's becoming clear is that this is a war for Israel, that we had no interest, no national interest in going to.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Vincent Brown Scott for another donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I absolutely appreciate that, love soldier. Salute. You helped me keep the lights on here at the House of Revolution.
War against Iran. And there's just a ton of evidence that President Trump was dragged into this war by Israel and Israeli supporters inside the United States. And that's one part of the story. But the other part of the story is that the war is going very badly. And hardly anyone I know can see how we come out of this winning. So if Israel is seen to be responsible for pulling us into a losing war, this will be, I think, disastrous for the lobby.
How would you even define winning a war like this?
Winning the war, as I always say, is largely a function of whether or not you achieve the objectives that you set out before the war started. People like to focus on battles and the assassination of this person or that person. But the key question is, what are your objectives, and are you likely to achieve those objectives? And almost everybody agrees that it's almost impossible to see how we're going to get regime change, how we're going to get Iran to give up its nuclear enrichment capability, its ballistic missiles, and its support for the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. How do we do that? Nobody could tell a story how we achieve those particular ends. And if you can't tell a story like that, you don't win the war.
I just wonder what kind of advice the president got if he's surrounded by yes men. There was that article, we talked about this in the Washington Post, very lengthy, very detailed, classic venue for the CIA and military people to leak information claiming that General Kane warned the president about these very things that are happening now. And the president wrote that, it's not true, it's not true, it's not true. Nobody believes him when he says these things. But they obviously, the people around the president, grossly miscalculated the resilience of the Iranian people, the strength of the Iranian government, and the asymmetrical nature of the Iranian military response.
I think you have to be very careful when you talk about the people around him. I actually think in this case, the deep state, for lack of a better phrase, told him what was going to happen. It's now quite clear from press reports that he was told that the Iranians would shut the Strait of Hormuz. He was told that. And he just ignored it because he thought we would win a quick and easy victory, or a quick and decisive victory. So that would never become an issue, that meaning the shutting down of the strait. So he was getting, I believe, good advice from General Kane. General Kane was telling him that we did not have a serious military option here. The National Intelligence Council was telling him the same. The problem is that Benjamin Netanyahu and a handful of people who are profoundly tied to Israel, and this would include Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, had enormous influence on President Trump. And he listened to Netanyahu, he listened to Kushner, he listened to Witkoff, and he ignored the deep state here. And we went into this war without clear objectives, without a clear plan. And when you do that, and you're dealing with an adversary that has a rich history of fighting against Israel and its ally, the United States, and has learned a lot over time about how to wage that war, you're asking for serious trouble. And that's the situation we're in now.
How is this war viewed in the Kremlin, in your view, Professor Mearsheimer?
Oh, I think this is wonderful news for the Kremlin. They're the big winner in this one. First of all, let's just talk about gas and oil prices.
because of this war, it's very important to understand that the administration has a vested interest in allowing as much oil as possible to get out into the market. Most people don't understand this, but Iranian oil is being exported around the world in the same amounts that it was being exported around the world before the war started. You just want to understand that. Iranian oil is flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. Just it's the Gulf states that can't get the oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran can. And why is the administration allowing Iran to sell its oil around the world, send its oil to China and to India? Because we need as much oil as possible out on the international market so that the price of oil doesn't go too high.
Right.
Same basic logic applies with regard to Russia. President Trump basically took most of the sanctions off of Russian oil because he wants Russian oil to flow out into the international market so that prices stay as low as possible. So Russia is a huge winner in this regard. And Iran, as I pointed out, is in an excellent position to continue the war because it's not being economically throttled. Okay, back to Russia. Not only did they get relief from these sanctions, what this also means is that we don't have weaponry that we can give to Ukraine because we're using it up in the Middle East. So what's happening here is that the prospects that Ukraine will lose on the battlefield and that Russia will come out of this smelling like a rose is going up because of the Ukraine war. It's really quite remarkable what's happening here. And just one other point that I believe I've made before on the show is that you want to understand that we consider our principal goal to be containing China and East Asia. But what we're doing is weakening our forces in East Asia to deal with this war against Iran. We are not pivoting to Asia. We are pivoting away from Asia because of this crazy war against Iran.
Wow. I'm going to ask you about China in a minute, but basically what you have just described is economics 101. Now, wouldn't Scott Bessent or the Secretary of the Treasury or someone in Trump's orbit have explained this to him? You realize what's going to happen? You're going to add a lot of cash to Putin's treasury, because he's going to be selling more oil and he's going to be selling it at a higher price. And all your blue collar MAGA guys, when they go to fill up their pickup trucks, are going to say, why am I paying $4 and $5 a gallon for gas? I didn't fight this war. It has nothing to do with me.
The key point here that's essential to keep in mind is that President Trump thought that he was going to win a quick and decisive victory. He did not think that we would end up in a long war. And therefore, he didn't pay any attention to these problems. Remember what I said a few minutes ago about closing the Strait of Hormuz. He was told that the Iranians were likely to close the strait. He ignored that warning because he thought we would finish them off. It would either be a decapitation strategy that brought Iran to its knees, or it would be shock and awe, or it would be a rapid punishment campaign. But this war, in President Trump's mind and in Prime Minister Netanyahu's mind, was not going to go on and on. It was going to be a quick and decisive victory. So all these issues that you're now raising were ignored or not even addressed.
Wow. How is the Financial Times reports that Russian oil companies are collecting $150 billion a day over what they had been collecting during the sanctions period as a result of the increase in the price of oil. That is extraordinary. I'm not familiar with the Russian tax scheme, but somehow that has to be contributing marvelously to the Kremlin's treasury.
I think that's 150 million. I'm not absolutely sure.
Sounds more reasonable that it will be 150 million. It's still a lot of money, $150 million a day.
There's absolutely no question about this. This is a this war is a real boon for the Russians. It's really quite remarkable. I mean, if you begin to assess what's happened here, this war is catastrophic on so many dimensions. Just take the Europeans. Our relations with the Europeans were terrible before the war, but now they're worse than ever. President Trump wanted the Europeans to send naval forces to help the Americans crash through the Strait of Hormuz, and they refused. And if you look at how the Germans have reacted, it's really quite remarkable how hard-nosed that they have been with us. The Minister of Defense said, "This is not our war." Friedrich Merz, who is the German chancellor and usually dances to President Trump's tune, said that NATO is a defensive alliance. It's not an interventionist alliance.
Wow.
And as such, NATO has no role whatsoever to play in this war. Really quite remarkable. And it's true of countries all over the world who are our allies. They have refused to come into the fight. The Japanese, the South Koreans, the French, the British, and so forth and so on. And by the way, that's in large part because they understand this is a lost cause. They don't want to enter a war that is going to be lost by us.
Here's a very recent clip from President Trump, first lamenting that the United Kingdom won't help and then saying, we don't need them. It's typical Trumpian. Chris?
If we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time. We have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. This isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. If we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us. We want them to come and help us with the strait. My attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them.
Where is he on this? I guess maybe he's lamenting the inevitable that Sir Keir Starmer has basically said to him, this is Israel's war, it's not ours.
Well, the problem is he's desperate here, right? He knows he has to open the strait and that he has to get oil from the Gulf states flowing back into the international oil market. He just knows he has to do that, but he has no way of opening the strait. You want to remember the United States Navy is by far, and I'm choosing my words carefully here, it is by far the most powerful Navy in the world. And we have a huge chunk of that Navy in the Middle East, 2 carrier battle groups, for example. But we can't force our way through the Strait of Hormuz with that incredibly powerful Navy. So he goes out and he asks these other countries to send naval forces to help us. They don't have significant naval forces. None of these countries do. And even if they take what they have and they send those naval forces to the Middle East, and we launch a joint operation on the Strait of Hormuz, it's going to fail. It's not going to work. And that's why we alone have not tried to force our way through the Strait of Hormuz. You just can't do it. And the truth is, even if you can force your way through the Strait of Hormuz, it doesn't solve the problem, because once you're in the Persian Gulf, it's a rich target environment for Iranian cruise missiles, Iranian drones, and Iranian ballistic missiles that can target any ships that are in the Persian Gulf. And furthermore, the Iranians always have the option of just destroying the oil refineries, the oil installations of the Gulf states. So even if the straits are open, there's no oil to go through them. So the Iranians hold almost all the cards here, and it's hard to see how we can solve this problem, how President Trump, who's got himself into this war and got us into the war in the process, can figure out how to get out of it. There's just no way that anyone can see at this point in time to fix this problem.
How is this war viewed in Beijing?
Oh, I think that the Chinese are glad to see the United States shooting itself in the foot. This is going to increase Chinese influence, not only in the Gulf in significant ways, but all around the world. If you ask yourself which country on the planet among the three great powers, the Chinese, the Russians, and the United States, looks like the responsible stakeholder in the system, and who looks like they are the least responsible, it's clearly the Americans who look the least responsible. States all over the world look at us and scratch their head and think we have lost their mind. And it's easy to understand why that's the case. The Chinese look like they're responsible stakeholders. And indeed, the Russians look the same. So we have done enormous damage to our diplomatic position around the world, which is to China's interest. We've done damage to our situation or our position in Europe and with the Gulf states, and this is going to work to China's advantage. So this war is just terrible news.
Did the Chinese cancel Trump's trip, or did he cancel it?
I think it's quite clear that he canceled it. And I think he at first looked like he was going to use the threat of canceling the trip to get the Chinese to send naval forces or even ground troops to the Gulf to help the United States. This was a laughable proposition. But then I think he came to realize quite correctly that given that there's a war going on and that he is losing that war, the last thing he can be seen to do is go to China, which in effect would be taking his eye off the ball. And furthermore, it would be a rather nice and jovial meeting between the two leaders where there would be lots of handshakes and lots of smiling. And that would not look good given how events in the Middle East are going.
Going back to Israel, is there a danger if the Israeli government's back is to the wall that they'll use nuclear weapons on Tehran?
I think that possibility only arises if there's evidence that Iran is developing nuclear weapons, which is not the case at the moment. I think that once this war is over with, the incentives for Iran to get nuclear weapons would be very great. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if they went down that road. And if the Israelis even suspect that that's the case, and they don't have the IAEA inside of Iran inspecting what the Iranians are doing, I would imagine the Israelis will come up with some worst case scenarios regarding the development of an Iranian bomb. And I think in that circumstance, they may think about using nuclear weapons in a very serious way. I mean, it's quite clear that the Israelis have convinced themselves that Iran is an existential threat. I think for many Israelis, Iran is not much different than Nazi Germany, and they believe that if Iran has an opportunity, it will implement a second Holocaust. I think this is ridiculous, but what I think doesn't matter. It's what they think that matters. And these are paranoid people, and if they lose this war, that'll just exacerbate their paranoia. And again, if they think Iran is developing a nuclear weapon, which it will use against Israel, they'll use, I believe, nuclear weapons to excise the problem.
From the Iranian perspective, as Ambassador Freeman just pointed out here about an hour ago, when you don't have the law to protect you, when public heads of states fully recognize that treaties don't bind them, their own constitutions don't bind them, international law doesn't bind them, maybe a nuclear weapon would scare them away. The craziest person in the world that has a nuclear weapon doesn't get attacked. That character in North Korea.
Absolutely. I agree with Chaz completely. And I would make another point just about, international law and what the Israelis and the Americans have done to destroy it. And not only to destroy international law and international institutions, but to do great damage to diplomacy. Diplomacy has been used as a cover twice now to attack Iran. What kind of faith can the Iranians have in diplomacy, much less international law? Now, the reason this really matters that you want to pay attention to is it's related to the question of how do we shut down this war? It's quite clear that there's going to have to be sanctions relief and maybe some reparations, but at least significant sanctions relief to get the Iranians to end the war. But also, the Iranians are not going to end the war unless they can get some sort of guarantee that the United States and Israel won't pay a return visit. They won't come back and attack them. Remember, there was a war last June, and here we are in March, and there's another war, right, in less than a year's time. Who's to say if the war ends now that in less than a year's time, the Israelis and the Americans won't attack Iran again? So the Iranians are going to want some sort of guarantee that that won't happen. And in a world where international law has gone out the window and diplomacy has gone out the window, and you can't trust the Israelis or the Americans as far as you can throw them, please tell me how you work out a diplomatic solution to this war. How do you convince the Iranians that you won't pay them a return visit? So all of this behavior on the part of the Israelis and the Americans is just making it incredibly difficult to figure out how you shut this war down in the end.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where you're...
Well, here's President Trump using decidedly unpronouncedly undiplomatic language, referring to aspects of the war as fun. Chris?
Together with our Israeli partners, we're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. Iran's drone and missile capability is being utterly demolished. The Navy is gone. It's all lying at the bottom of the ocean. 46 ships. Can you believe it? In fact, I got a little upset with our people. I said, what quality of ship? Excellent, sir. Top of the line. I said, why did we just capture the ship? We could have used it. Why did we sink them? He said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, they like sinking them better. They say it's safer to sink them. I guess it's probably true.
That's just one comment he's made using the word fun. He's made another comment where he said regarding the bombing of Karg Island, after he said that he had basically destroyed all the military installations on Karg Island, he would bomb it again just for the fun of it. These are the sorts of reprehensible statements that no leader of a civilized country should make. I mean, war is a deadly serious business. Huge numbers of people are killed and wounded in these enterprises. You have to enter a war, after trying every way possible to avoid it. And then when you go to war, you have to be very careful not to kill civilians and not to talk the way President Trump does. But he talks in the most cavalier way about war. As if this were just fun, that, bombing and killing Iranians is fun. I can't imagine any other president we have ever had making statements like that. Can you imagine Abraham Lincoln saying something like that, or FDR?
No.
Even, Dick Nixon, George W. Bush. I can't even imagine George W. Bush making statements like that. These were all people who understood what a deadly serious business war is, and how cavalier statements of this sort are just totally irresponsible.
So you have cavalier statements like this. You have rules of engagement are stupid out of the mouth of the Secretary of Defense, who calls himself the Secretary of War. Is it any wonder we bombed a girls' school and incinerated 170 little girls and their teachers?
No, and it's very important to understand that militaries are giant killing machines.
Go to prison for this.
They're giant killing machines, and when you take a military to war, you send a military to fight a war. There's a very powerful tendency in that military to use every means possible to annihilate the adversary, to inflict massive pain on the adversary. It's sort of a built-in impulse. And what you have to do is you have to go to great lengths to curb that impulse in particular situations. If you're talking about two armies crashing into each other on the battlefield, there's obviously no limits to killing soldiers on each side. It's the name of the game. We all understand that. But then there's the whole issue of collateral damage and the whole issue of whether you directly attack civilians. And what you try to do when you go to war, if you're a civilized nation, is you try to go to great lengths to kill as few civilians as possible. And you don't want to have a lot of collateral damage if you can avoid it. And furthermore, you definitely don't want to directly target civilians and murder large numbers of civilians. And that's why you have international law. And that's why people in the American military actually pay a lot of attention to the whole concept of just war theory. They think long and hard about what you can and can't do when you engage in combat. And that's all for the good. This is not to deny for 1 second that there are significant limits on a country's ability to curb the killing of civilians or the killing of innocents once a war starts. It's a really difficult task to put limits on these giant killing machines.
Right.
But still work very hard to do that. It's the right thing to do. But if you listen to somebody like Pete Hegseth talk, I mean, it's like he's thrilled at the fact that we're just going to go in there and, kill anybody that gets in our way and smash things and not pay attention to the laws of war. The laws of war are just a giant encumbrance. They prevent us from winning. What we have to do is just do whatever we think is necessary. And if that involves killing massive numbers of civilians, so be it.
Wow. Professor Mearsheimer, thank you very much. As always, your time and analysis is invaluable.
You have now cluster bombs that are falling from the sky over Tel Aviv and other areas. Israel's most advanced defense systems now are being overwhelmed. And in a secret bunker somewhere, a finger may be inching closer to the most dangerous button in the Middle East. You all know what I'm referring to here. And this is not a drill. This is happening as we speak. Because here's the thing. What if I told you that a weapon that is designed to nearly impossible to shoot down is currently raining in across one of the most densely populated areas or cities on the planet, beside Tokyo for that matter. And the country being hit, Israel in this case, has nuclear weapons. But there is one more dangerous aspect, the will to use them. So in this live stream, I'm going to be providing you my analysis about the developments that's taking place, which, by the way, is not reported openly here in my country. I'm not talking about other regions. What I found is from overseas, and I will do a translation, except this time, and I have to thank Jason for this, for suggesting just to do let the clip play in Arabic language, and I'll do one-time shot translation for you. I was doing simultaneous translation as we move, but it takes so much long time. Anyway, here's the thing. Iran has been, as you know, using ballistic missiles to fire cluster munition against Israel almost now on a daily basis since the start of the current conflict. And this was also confirmed by the IDF itself, which confirmed of the attack starting from February 28th that Iran is using ballistic missiles. The Iranian missiles reportedly spread between, here is where the details have not emerged openly. What I found in my research is that you're looking at about, those cluster bombs that Iran has been now launching through. I'm going to share a picture with you of missiles like, for example, this one. This is the Sigil, the last one they just launched. But my reference is also to the Khorramshahr 4 that has been used before. And those are the ones that some of them have this between 24 and 80 submunition. Meaning when they fire a missile, okay, it launches, assuming even if there is a contact, it's being intercepted. You have between 24 and 80 submunition across a 5-mile or 8-kilometer radius. This is why you are seeing the spread of the submunition in different areas that even Israel itself couldn't counter that one. And this is where that military challenge presented itself. The munition represents a significant challenge now for the Israeli air defense systems. In some cases, even here is what you need to know, even if an Iranian ballistic missile can be successfully intercepted, which so far the last ones that Iran launched, like for example Sigil, Israel had no way of countering that. There is no way when Iran launched those kind of missiles. And this is just what Iran disclosed. We don't even know what Iran has. And they do have some other types that they are not entered into deployment as of today against Israel. But here's the thing. Even if this Iran missile is successfully intercepted, the bomblets, meaning that the cluster munition that is, are still being deployed. And this, even because the missile wasn't hit head on directly, or the other explanation is because the pamphlets were already released by the time the missile entered into the airspace in Israel. And this is exactly why Iran developed this type of missiles. Why? Because it's a mechanism to bypass any active missile defense systems. And the other information that has not been disclosed, which is the reason why I'm doing these updates for you, because I want you to have the full picture, is the scale of destruction that is existing as we speak right now inside Tel Aviv, Haifa, and some other areas. So, and I'm going to be detailing a few with you with some links, with some clips of videos, because I want you to see the images. Here is to my knowledge and based on confirmed information that I sort of checked on for the last 48 hours to make sure. You have now schools in Tel Aviv area and the northern of the country have completely been closed. The sirens sounded across not just Tel Aviv, not just Haifa, but across Israel. Remember what Larry Johnson mentioned yesterday? Israel the size of New Jersey? Because what you have now, the sirens sort of sounded almost between 5 to 10 times a day. Like, for example, what happened over the weekend in one day, especially on Friday, I recall, because I remember that's why I did the live stream for you on Saturday, because the event of what happened in Haifa when Iran launched a missile targeting that shelter. On that Friday, the sirens went up 7 times, according to Times of Israel itself. And I have the link to prove it to you. And on that Friday, and what happened is sent millions of Israeli running into shelters. So I'm going to share the link with you as a source, so you can read the article yourself should you decide to do that. But here is what I need you to understand about why now Tel Aviv, it's no longer safe. It's not safe. The whole Israel is not safe anymore. Because when you have submunition, even a submunition that fails to detonate, at some point it will, because there remains some sort of an unexploded ordnance. And that is exactly why you have now the home front command in Israel is instructing citizens not to get closer to this ordnance that is being not exploded. So I'm going to share a clip with you. Okay. First of all, I'm not going to play the sound at the beginning because it has a soundtrack. Okay, just bear with me here. Let me share it on the screen and we'll go from there. All right, let's play this one here. Okay, I'm going to start. I'm going to stop this one here. What I want you to see, I want you to look at the dates right there. Tel Aviv, March 15. And I'm muting this because of the soundtrack. Here we go. Now you can see and hear. Okay, let's stop this one here. All right. The next clip I'm going to play with you, or play for you rather, which is the main of why I'm doing this, because that's the results of what took place the last 48 hours regarding Tel Aviv, the massive attacks that Iranian missiles have been raining on because the report that I'm going to share the clip with you and do the translation for you, tracks some sort of the unfolding events of the night before. And that includes the nature of the missile strikes that impacted areas surrounding Tel Aviv. The whole state, you're looking now at the state of Israel, is in a state of heightened alert. And that is observed by what's going on, the scenes of emerging from the cities around the country. What the footage also shows or provide is the coverage of the political and the military developments linked to this particular attack by or launching of missiles by Iran towards Tel Aviv. It also shows the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, which, by the way, there were some clips out there that he's dead and all that stuff. I'm not getting into that because I don't have a confirmation of this, and I don't get in this sensational stuff. No, let's we are far better in this community than just to get into this hypes of nonsense stuff. But anyway, I'm going to show you the clip of Prime Minister visiting an Air Force base in southern Lebanon, because what Israel has now is the problems in its northern part of the country. Why? Because of the missiles from Hezbollah. And that is, again, where I'm going to be providing you the translation for this. So let me, first of all, share the links here. All right, bear with me here, guys. All right, here is and I'm going to make this one even bigger for you. Oh, sorry. Let me upload it. There we go. All right, I'm gonna widen this one here. And what we're gonna do is, just to let you know, what I'm gonna do, this way will be no confusion. As I said last time, I've been doing the simultaneous translation. It takes a little bit longer, but this time I'm gonna let a clip play in segments and do the translation for you.
تعد تتسع للصواريخ. الأرض تبتلع ما تبقى من أوهام الردع هذه الليلة، فنحن أمام موجة صاروخية كثيفة تضرب منطقة تل أبيب ومحيطها في واحدة من أعنف الليالي التي تشهدها الجبهة الداخلية منذ اندلاع هذه المواجهة.
بالفعل رائد، نحن
All right, I'm going to stop right there. I'll provide you what he said. There are two, by the way, two anchors. One, his name is Ra'id, the male, and the female, her name is Ala. So this way, you know, when I say Ala, you know I'm referring to the female. And here is what Ra'id said at the beginning of that clip. It says, at this very moment, viewers, the skies over Tel Aviv can no longer contain the incoming missiles. The earth itself is swallowing up what remains of the illusion of deterrence tonight. We are witnessing a massive missile barrage striking the Tel Aviv area and its surroundings, making one of the most violent nights the home front has experienced since the outbreak of this confrontation. Let's continue here.
أمام إغراق صاروخي إن صح التعبير، إغراق صاروخي حول المربعات السكنية في قلب تل أبيب، حول المراكز الحيوية للكيان إلى مناطق معزولة تحت وابل من الانفجارات التي عطلت فاعلية المنظومات الدفاعية بالكامل في وقت تعجز فيه طواقم الإسعاف عن الوصول إلى بؤر الاستهداف المركزية.
إذا نحن أمام ليلة.
Okay, let's translate this section from Ala. What she said, indeed, Ra'id, we are facing a missile saturation. That's what she meant by Ighraq. Ighraq means the overwhelming of the amount of missiles. We are facing a missile saturation. If I may use the term, this saturation has transformed residential blocks in the heart of Tel Aviv, as well as the entity's vital strategic centers, into isolated zones battered by a barrage of explosions that have completely overwhelmed the effectiveness of the defensive systems, all while ambulance crews struggle to reach the central impact zone. So let's continue here.
استثنائية تشهدها إسرائيل بعد موجة صاروخية كثيفة استهدفت منطقة تل أبيب الكبرى في تطور يوصف بأنه من أعنف ما شهدته الجبهة الداخلية منذ بداية هذه المواجهة. والمثير للاستغراب هنا هو حجم الكثافة النارية التي ظهرت في هذه الضربة، ونحن في اليوم ال15 من هذا التصعيد، ومع ذلك تبدو وتيرة الأحداث في هذه الليلة مختلفة تماما عما شهدته الأيام السابقة. ووصول هذا العدد الكبير من الصواريخ إلى عمق مناطق حضرية مكتظة بالسكان في قلب تل أبيب.
صفارات الإنذار.
All right, let me stop here. Here's what he said. We are witnessing an extraordinary night for Israel, following a massive missile wave that targeted the greater Tel Aviv area, a development described as one of the most violent the home front has endured since the beginning of this confrontation. What is truly astonishing here is the sheer intensity of the firepower unleashed in this strike. We are now on the 15th day of this escalation, yet the pace of events tonight feels entirely different from anything witnessed in previous days, particularly given the fact that such a large number of missiles have penetrated deep into densely populated urban areas in the very heart of Tel Aviv.
مشاهدينا دوت بشكل متواصل في عدة مناطق من بينها بافلي ويد إلياهو ابن جبيرول. نحن هنا نتكلم عن قلب تل أبيب النابض وسط حالة استنفار شملت أحياء كاملة في المدينة، فيما هرع السكان إلى الملاجئ بعد سلسلة من الانفجارات المتلاحقة التي هزت المنطقة خلال دقائق قليلة.
Here is what she said. All raid sirens have been wailing continuously across several districts, including Bavli, Yad Eliyahu, and the vicinity of Jabirol Street. We are speaking here of the beating heart of Tel Aviv, in other words, downtown Tel Aviv. We are speaking here of the beating heart of Tel Aviv, now in a state of high alert that has engulfed entire neighborhoods across the city. Residents have rushed to shelters following a rapid succession of explosions that rocked the area within just a few minutes. Let's continue here.
المعلومات الأولية حتى هذه اللحظة ما زالت غير واضحة رائد، فنحن نرصد الصاروخ تلو الصاروخ في قصف متواصل لا يمنحهم ترف التقاط أو إحصاء القتلى، فالانفجارات هزت أركان المدينة خلال دقائق قليلة لترسم مشهدا غير مسبوق في مسار هذه المواجهة.
بالطبع
It is what Ala said. She said preliminary reports remain unclear at this moment. Of course, because the event just happened, or the launch of the missile just happened, so it's going to take time. We are observing missile after missile in a relentless bombardments that affords them neither the luxury of catching their breath nor the opportunity to tally the casualties and death. As the explosions continue to shake the very foundations of the city, within just a few minutes, an unprecedented scene unfolded in the course of this confrontation. Let's continue here.
هذه التطورات تعكس واقعا ميدانيا غير مألوف في هذه الحرب، حيث تبدو سماء المدينة مشبعة بالصواريخ، فيما تتواصل حالة الاستنفار في مختلف المناطق مع انتشار واسع لفرق الطوارئ والإنقاذ. نلاحظ أعمدة الدخان تتصاعد من عدة مواقع داخل المدينة، بينما تواصل السلطات فرض إجراءات أمنية مشددة حول المناطق التي سقطت فيها الصواريخ أو شظاياها، في محاولة لاحتواء آثار هذه الضربة غير الاعتيادية. فما
Let's translate this part. Indeed, Ala, these developments reflect an unfamiliar reality on the ground in this war, where the city skies appear saturated with missiles, while a state of heightened alert persists across various districts, accompanied by a widespread deployment of emergency and rescue teams. We can observe plumes of smoke billowing from several locations within the city. Meanwhile, authorities continue to enforce strict security measures around the areas where missiles or their shrapnel have landed in an attempt to contain the fallout from this extraordinary strike.
يحدث في هذه اللحظات يرسم صورة واضحة عن مرحلة جديدة من التصعيد في هذه المواجهة، مرحلة يبدو فيها أن الجبهة الداخلية باتت جزءاً أساسياً من معادلة الضغط المتبادل بين الطرفين. والأنظار الآن تتجه إلى الساعات القادمة التي قد تحمل معها تطورات إضافية في هذه المواجهة التي تدخل واحدة من أكثر مراحلها توتراً منذ بدايتها.
رائد بعيداً عن
What he said is that indeed the events unfolding right now paint a clear picture of a new phase of escalation in this confrontation, a phase in which the home front appears to have become an integral part of the equation of mutual pressure between the two sides. All eyes are now fixed on the coming hours, which may bring further developments in this confrontation. one that is now entering one of its most tense phases since its inception.
من ألسنة اللهب التي نراها ثمة ما هو أعمق يحترق الليلة في تل أبيب. نحن لا نتحدث عن سقوط صواريخ بل عن سقوط المفهوم. هذه الضربة لم تستهدف الجغرافيا فحسب بل استهدفت العصب الذهني لمن ظنوا ل70 عاما أنهم يمتلكون سماء لا تخترق.
This one is very interesting what she said. She said, beyond the tongue of flame, I'm sorry, not this one here. Indeed, the events unfolding right now paint a clear picture. And beyond the tongues of flame, we see something far deeper is burning in the Tel Aviv night. We are not merely talking about the impact of missiles, but about the collapse of a concept. This strike did not target geography alone. It struck at the very psychological core of those who, for 7 decades, believed they possessed an impenetrable sky.
بالضبط آلاء، وهذا يجرنا إلى التساؤل عن النقطة الجوهرية فيما يحدث الليلة. فالقضية هنا لا تتعلق فقط بعدد الصواريخ أو بمواقع سقوطها، بل بالسؤال الأكبر الذي بدأ يطرح داخل إسرائيل نفسها: كيف وصلت هذه الصواريخ إلى هنا بهذا الشكل؟ لأن العقيدة الأمنية الإسرائيلية طوال عقود قامت على فكرة أساسية واحدة: أن الجبهة الداخلية محمية، وأن سماء المدن الكبرى وعلى رأسها تل أبيب تبقى خارج نطاق الخطر الحقيقي. لكن ما نشهده هذه الليلة يشير إلى أن هذه الفرضية تتعرض لاختبار قاس. فحين تصل هذه
What he said exactly, Ala. And this leads us to a pivotal question regarding what is unfolding tonight. The issue here is not solely about the number of missiles or their impact sites, but rather about the larger question that has begun to be raised within Israel itself. And that question is, or that concern is, how did these missiles reach this far and in such a manner? For decades, Israeli security doctrine has rested upon a single fundamental premise: that the home front is secure and that the skies over major cities, foremost among them Tel Aviv, remain beyond the reach of a genuine danger. Yet, what we are witnessing tonight suggests that this premise is being put to a severe test.
الكثافة من الصواريخ إلى قلب أكبر مركز حضري في البلاد، فهذا يعني أن منظومة الردع التي بنيت خلال عقود لم تعد تعمل بالطريقة التي كان يعتقد أنها تعمل بها. ولهذا فإن ما يحدث الليلة لا يقرأ فقط كضربة عسكرية، بل كتحول في ميزان الصراع نفسه.
When such dense barrage of missiles penetrates the very heart of the country's largest urban center, it signifies that the deterrence system, painstakingly built over decades, is no longer functioning as it was believed to function. Consequently, the events of tonight are not to be interpreted merely as a military strike, but rather as a fundamental shift in the very balance of the conflict itself.
فنحن أمام مرحلة تظهر فيها قدرة إيران أو الطرف الذي يقف خلف هذه الضربات على إغراق الدفاعات بعدد كبير من الصواريخ في توقيت واحد، وهو تكتيك عسكري معروف يهدف إلى إرباك أي منظومة دفاعية مهما كانت متطورة. وهنا تصبح المسألة أوسع من مجرد مواجهة عسكرية، بل تتحول إلى اختبار حقيقي لمعادلة الردع التي حكمت المنطقة لعقود. فإذا كانت تل أبيب بكل ما تمثله سياسيا واقتصاديا تدخل الآن ضمن دائرة الاستهداف المباشر بهذه الكثافة، فإن ذلك يعني أن قواعد الاشتباك التي عرفناها سابقا لم تعد هي نفسها. ولهذا
We are now facing a phase that demonstrates the capacity of Iran or the entity orchestrating these strikes to overwhelm defenses by unleashing a massive volume of missiles simultaneously. This is a well-known military tactic aimed at overwhelming any defense system, no matter how advanced. Here's the issue. The issue transcends a mere military confrontation. It transforms into a genuine test of the deterrence equation that has governed the region for decades. If Tel Aviv, with all that it represents politically and economically, now falls within the zone of a direct targeting with such intensity, it signifies that the rules of engagements we previously knew are no longer the same.
فإن الأنظار لن تتجه فقط إلى ما حدث في هذه الليلة، بل إلى ما سيحدث بعدها، لأن السؤال الذي سيطرح غدا في مراكز القرار ليس فقط كم صاروخا سقط، بل سؤال أكبر بكثير: كيف تغير شكل هذه المواجهة بعد هذه الليلة؟
Consequently, all eyes will not be focused solely on what transpired tonight, but rather on what will unfold in its aftermath. For the question that will be raised tomorrow within decision-making centers is not merely how many missiles struck, but rather how the very nature of this confrontation has shifted following this night.
المفارقة مشاهدينا أنهم في بداية هذا التصعيد كانوا يتحدثون عن بنك أهداف، لكن بنك الأهداف الليلة يبدو أنه فتح من طرف واحد وبشكل لا يقبل التأويل. الأحياء التي ذكرناها قبل قليل كانت تصنف في أدبياتهم العسكرية كمناطق آمنة نسبياً داخل العمق الإسرائيلي، لكن ما نشهده هذه الليلة يشير إلى أن هذه المناطق نفسها دخلت فجأة ضمن دائرة الاستهداف المباشر، وهو تطور يعكس اتساع نطاق المواجهة ووصولها إلى قلب المراكز الحضرية الحساسة.
What Ala said, she said, the irony, viewers, is that at the onset of this escalation, this spoke of a target bank. Yet tonight, that target bank appears to have been opened unilaterally and in a manner that leaves no room for interpretation. The neighborhood we mentioned moments ago, where according to their own military doctrine, classified as relatively safe zones deep within Israeli territory. However, what we are witnessing tonight suggests that these very areas have suddenly entered the sphere of a direct targeting, a development reflecting the widening scope of the confrontation and its penetration into the heart of a sensitive urban area. I want just to, before I continue here, I want just to highlight to you this point and to bring into sort of your understanding. When Israel and US was talking about, we have this target bank of target sites and so forth. What we are looking now is the reverse, meaning, based on what Ala was saying, meaning that this target bank is now Iran that decides on that, not Israel. Yes, Israel launched some stuff here and there inside Iran. Distraction is there. But what we are witnessing is the massive overwhelming of the missiles and what Iran is doing simultaneously. This is the point that I want you to truly understand. Let's continue here. Oh, let me bring this one back up so you can see the images.
وهذا بالضبط ما يجعل هذه الليلة مختلفة عن كثير من الليالي السابقة في هذا التصعيد، فنحن لا نتحدث فقط عن ضربات متفرقة، بل عن مشهد ميداني يعيد طرح أسئلة كبيرة حول قدرة منظومات الدفاع على احتواء مثل هذه الكثافة من الصواريخ. ولهذا فإن تداعيات ما جرى الليلة لن تقاس فقط بعدد المواقع التي طالتها الضربات، بل أيضا بالأسئلة الاستراتيجية التي ستطرحها هذه الأحداث داخل مراكز القرار خلال الساعات والأيام القادمة.
This is precisely what distinguishes tonight from so many previous nights during this escalation. We are not merely discussing sporadic strikes, but rather a battlefield scenario that compels a re-examination of fundamental questions regarding the capacity of defensive systems to contain such a high volume of missile fire. Thus, the repercussions of tonight's event will not be measured solely by the number of sites struck, but also by the strategic questions these events will trigger within decision-making circles over the coming hours and days.
فما يحدث في تل أبيب هذه الليلة قد لا يبقى مجرد تطور ميداني عابر، بل قد يتحول إلى نقطة مفصلية تعيد رسم معادلات الردع التي حكمت هذه المواجهة منذ بدايتها. ومع استمرار حالة الاستنفار في عدة مدن وتواصل عمليات التقييم الميداني لما جرى، تبقى الأنظار متجهة إلى الساعات القادمة التي قد تكشف حجم التداعيات الحقيقية لهذه الليلة التي توصف بالفعل بأنها واحدة من أكثر ليالي هذا التصعيد حساسية.
For what is unfolding in Tel Aviv tonight may not remain a mere fleeting tactical deployment. It could well evolve into a pivotal turning point that redraws the deterrence equations which have governed this confrontation since its inception. And as the state of heightened alert persists across several cities, and as the situation continues, as field assessments of the recent event continue, all eyes remain fixed on the coming hours that may reveal the true extent of the repercussions stemming from this night, which is already being described as one of the most critical nights of this entire escalation.
وفي خضم هذه التطورات المتسارعة ظهرت صورة لافتة في المشهد العسكري. رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي بنيامين نتنياهو زار خلال نهار اليوم إحدى قواعد القوات الجوية جنوب إسرائيل، حيث التقى بطياري سلاح الجو الإسرائيلي إلى جانب طيارين من الجيش الأمريكي يعملون ضمن ترتيبات التعاون العسكري بين الجانبين. زيارة حملت دلالات واضحة في توقيتها، وجاءت في لحظة تتصاعد فيها وتيرة المواجهة وتتعاظم فيها الضغوط على الجبهة الداخلية. فلنستمع.
Amidst this rapidly unfolding developments, a striking image emerged within the military landscape. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited an Air Force base in southern Israel earlier today. There, he met with Israeli force pilots alongside U.S. military pilots operating under existing military cooperation agreements between the two nations. This visit carried clear significance in its timing, occurring at the moment when the pace of confrontation was accelerating and pressures on the home front were mounting.
إلى ما قاله نتنياهو خلال هذا اللقاء.
من قلب هذه القاعدة الجوية في الجنوب، وفي اليوم ال15 لعملية زئير الأسد، أقف اليوم بين صقور الجو الإسرائيليين وإخوانهم في السلاح من القوات الأمريكية. ما تشهدونه هنا ليس مجرد تدريبات مشتركة، بل هو قبضة فولاذية موحدة تقرر الليلة مصير الشرق الأوسط. إن التنسيق بين جيش الدفاع الإسرائيلي والولايات المتحدة وصل إلى مستويات لم يسبق لها مثيل في التاريخ العسكري. نحن لا نتشارك المعلومات فحسب، بل نتشارك قمرة القيادة والهدف. ضرباتنا الليلة لا تستهدف مجرد مواقع، بل تضرب النخاع الشوكي لنظام الإرهاب في طهران وتسحق بنية الوكلاء في لبنان بلا هوادة.
Before I'll do this translation, I want to explain one thing here. This, what Netanyahu just said, is a part of PSYOPs. Remember, because there are now massive anger inside Israel against the government. As a matter of fact, some of the footage that sometimes come out of Israel is by Israelis themselves. You know, there are some reporting that major newspapers are disclosing the truth. It's just some of the information doesn't get out of Israel. So when I get a chance to get a hold of something like this, I want the community to know. So when the prime minister is saying what he's saying, it's nothing but a psyop, because he is realizing that Israel is not safe anymore. As a matter of fact, there are those now who are arguing that, is Tel Aviv falling? It's a legitimate question to ask. So let me do the translation. We're almost finished with this one here. So let us listen to what Netanyahu had to say during this meeting. From the heart of this airbase in the south, one of the 15th day of Operation Lion Roar, I stand today among the Israeli hawks of the skies and their brothers in arms from the U.S. forces. The reason he's saying this, he wanted to pull the Americans in, which he already did succeed in that. What you witness here is not merely a joint training exercise. It is a unified feast or fist of steel that is tonight determining the fate of the Middle East. The coordination between the IDF and the United States has reached levels unprecedented in military history. We do not merely share intelligence, we share the cockpit and the objective. Our strikes tonight do not target mere sites, they strike at the very spine cord of the terrorist regime in Tehran, and they ruthlessly crush the infrastructure of its proxies in Lebanon. What a bunch of baloney, Mr. Bibi.
رسالتي للعدو واضحة،
BB
ليعلم كل
is
من
dead.
يضعه ضدنا أن سماءه باتت ملكا لنا، وأن مخابئه تحت الأرض لن تحميه من ذراعنا الطويلة. الإنجازات التي حققناها في الأسبوعين الماضيين هائلة، لكننا لن نتوقف ولن نهدأ حتى يتم تفكيك هذه الآلة الإرهابية بالكامل. أجدد تقديري العميق لصديقي العزيز الرئيس دونالد ترامب. إن وضوح رؤيته وشجاعة قراراته جعلت من هذا
That
التحالف
jet is
الشرقي
AI too.
أمام محور الشر.
That's a fake background.
مع
Zelensky used that
قوة
shit too.
السلاح والعزيمة المشتركة
That ain't no
سنمد
real
وسيلة
plane
موازين
behind him.
القوى. سنواصل العمل يدا بيد وسننتزع النصر انتزاعا بإذن الله.
Okay, let's do the last part of this one. Here's the idea that my message to the enemy is clear. Let all who raise a weapon against us know that the skies above are now ours. I don't think so, Habibi. And that their underground bunkers will offer them no protection from our long reach. The achievements we have secured over the past 2 weeks are monumental. What achievements? It's the same argument Donald Trump is making. You know, he's saying here now to the American people, some of us, oh, we have won the war. What a bunch of baloney. Our president is delusional. And that's the same thing now for Bibi saying. So, we will not stop, nor we will rest until the terrorist machine has been completely dismantled. Interesting enough is that Bibi using the term terrorist and Donald Trump is using the same term terrorist. It shows you now where things are headed. As a matter of fact, before I continue this translation, I am now concerned that, not a concern, but I can see something happening. We might have another event like 9/11 and blame it on Iran. That is what I'm seeing coming, because I saw the FBI released a statement saying we're going to have now to watch for attacks from Iran inside. Iran has no interest in that, but Iran has an interest in defending itself. So the statements of Bibi Netanyahu is also to pull more and more corrupted politicians in the US in Congress to support and really gets involved in the war. Because now we found out that America has been sucked into a war that is not ours. And that leads me again to something very fundamental. Does Bibi Netanyahu has something on Donald Trump? Because Donald Trump now proved that he has no authority whatsoever. He is doing what he's being told to do. So Let me just continue quickly here and then move on with what we have. I reiterated my deep appreciation to my dear friend, President Donald Trump. The clarity of his vision and the courage of his decisions have transformed this alliance into an impregnable bulwark against the axis of evil. Together, through the strength of arms and shared resolve, we will redraw the balance of power. We will continue to work hand in hand, and God willing, we will seize victory decisively. What a bunch of nonsense. It's because the map of the Middle East is already redrawn, but not because of Israel. It's because of Iran's capability. What Iran demonstrated, not just to the US and not just to the Israelis, but to the Muslim world as well, that it has the stamina, the determination, and the courage to take a stand and fire at Israel when the last 70 years, no pathetic Arab or Muslim country dared to even throw a stone over the walls in either American military base or over Israel, except for Hezbollah and, of course, Ansarullah. And what Iran showing now, it's to me, that's why what Netanyahu is saying is nothing but just a psyop. I want you to just be aware of this and understand what is exactly the objective of Netanyahu from this. Liking this video so far? Don't just be a watcher. Go ahead and hit the like, share, and subscribe button. And don't forget to tap the bell so you will not miss any of my videos or live streams. This way, you will be supporting a channel that stands for the truth and objective reporting. The choice is yours. Thanks for your support. And of course, I cannot let this go without giving credit to Roya. That's the video you were watching earlier. That's from this one, the Roya you watched. That's from, I found them reliable. I've been watching and verifying their footage and so forth to make sure the community is getting the accurate information. Now, you saw what you saw. Of course, you decide yourself. You'll be the judge on this. To me, the idea is Tel Aviv is falling. That's the way I look at it. When you couldn't control anymore, not just in Tel Aviv, but the whole area. But the thing is that Iran's missiles are targeting the heart of Israel. I mean, think about it, guys. 20, 30 years ago, or even 10 years ago, who would ever thought someone is going to fire at Tel Aviv? I mean, just let's be honest about it. And here we are now. That's why I'm feeling comfortable saying Tel Aviv is falling gradually. But here is the bigger question that I am now looking over the horizon. And I already mentioned this to you about 2 weeks ago. And I'm going to repeat it again because I am seeing the trend for it. I am sort of concerned. If it becomes inevitable that the demise and the fall of Israel, it's foregone conclusion, will Israel use nukes against Iran once it becomes evident that Israel is collapsing? And this is, to me, is a serious geopolitical and strategic questions that, for me as an analyst, I have to ask, I have to debate, and I have to bring to the fore. Because that's a question that's been sort of reverberating in different parts, capitals in the West, and in some in the Muslim world. During my time in the Middle East, and I work in different countries, and I dealt with some high-ranking officials, both on the military and the civilian side. This was always one of those you just whisper about it. And because we have to understand this reality, since Israel that controls America, not the other way around, and if to me is the concern, if Israel used the nuclear weapons, what will the US do? The US will have to support Israel in this matter. Of course, Israel always maintained this ambiguity, policy of nuclear ambiguity, that is, so, which is neither confirming nor denying, but we all know. So, but it is understood that even, and I'm going to be sharing clips with you towards the end, so make sure you stay with me because it's very, very crucial, is that Iran also is moving forward. We're talking about a time frame of 1 month because before it could have its first nuclear weapon ready, if not already there, does. And this is why I am compelled to put forth this question regarding the nuclear aspects. So will Israel actually use the nukes? It depends. It depends. If you're looking at an imminent collapse and the state of the state and the military, which becoming clear, that will be one of the options. You're looking at a catastrophic conventional military defeat with no recovery path. That's also possible, but I don't see Iran invading Israel. They will run over Israel in no time. We know this. Even the Saudis themselves stands no chance against Iran. But I'm just saying, and Iran will not go that far because they're not interested in that. They don't want that. They want just safety and security for their own country and to live in peace with the neighbors. And this is where the Iranians are saying to the Gulf states, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and to a degree Saudi Arabia, you need to get the American bases out of your territory. We still can live in peace. It's the presence of the American military forces that is causing these problems. And this is where you're going to have to consider what are the key considerations for Israel to end up using the nukes. The deterrence value that is part of that. Yeah, it could do that and it could not. It's hard to tell. But also, make no mistake, Iran also has some surprises in its pocket. It's just not ready to play those cards yet or to reveal them. The bottom line, which I am sure most defense analysts will agree that, and I am on that camp as well, Israel will use the nuclear weapon as an absolute last resort. If the state itself is faced imminent, irreversible destruction. That's the way I see it. Because the current conflict, so far, yes, there's devastation, does not appear to reach that threshold. But at the same time, when you're seeing what's happening, like the footage you looked at, Tel Aviv being overwhelmed by Tel Aviv is the heart of Israel. You destroy Tel Aviv, there is no Israel anymore. And that is where I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about it. Because here is what I want you to get out of this. This particular question that I asked earlier, which I said, it's a strategic and geopolitical question. This remains one of the most consequential and sobering questions in modern geopolitics. That is what you need to understand. And that's part of it. So I'm going to share with you some clips. I have few, so bear with me here. Because to put it in perspective for you. First of all, what's going on inside Israel as far as the Christian, they are Christian Jews, Jewish people that are Christians, they're being denied access to shelters. So let's start with the first, and I'm going to share it with you here, and I want you to see it yourself. All right, let me get the clip here. All right, here is the link. I'm going to upload it, and we'll take a look at it together. There we go. Here's what it's saying. That's it says in Arabic right here. عائلة مسيحية في تل أبيب تحاول الدخول إلى أحد الملاجئ. A Christian family in Tel Aviv is trying to enter the shelter for protection from the missiles, the Iranian missiles. However, the Jews, they didn't allow them because they are not from the same religion. And they are saying that this is a private shelter. You know, that tells you about the state of how the Christians are living inside Israel, which is concerning to begin with. So, another clip I'm going to share with you. This one has to do with the destruction inside Israel that I want you to see. Let me pull up the clip here. There we go. Oh, no, not this one here. Sorry. Let me remove that and put the new one. Stop screen. Share screen. Here we go. Right here. Now, what you're looking at, this is the destruction that exists.
Around 2:30, there was a siren of a bomb that warned us to go to the bomb shelters. We went to the bomb shelters, we slept there. Then I heard a big one. Something's not normal. Then after when we got out of the bomb shelter, I checked my phone and I've seen that that it fell in my city, in Hulon. Then I went with my bicycle. I went with my bicycle to here, around here. Then I suddenly saw a car flipped, burning, fire extinguisher on the car that lighted down.
Okay, I'm going to stop right there and we're going to play the next clip because there are many of them here. So I just want you to see with your own eyes. The next one, it has to do with the turmoil that exists also. Let me pull this up. Now, this one here has to do with people inside Israel that is now discontent with the government. Once again, we don't see right here in the media, and I speak for my country, I can't speak for others, that the extension of the report is very, very controlled and limited. So let's take a look here. All right, that was inside Israel, and that tells you the psychological turmoil that is going on. So now it was another clip. You'll remember who Ben Gvir was, I think the security, Homeland Security Minister, whatever, and he died. So let me pull up the, pardon me, the clip for. And I'm gonna silence it because it has the soundtrack, and YouTube doesn't like that, I guess. All right, let me share it, and we're gonna see this one here. It says right there in Arabic, إعلام عبري. This is the Hebrew media. It says, Ben Gvir يودع Israel. Ben Gvir says bye to Israel. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there because it's very, very short clip that I want you to see. The last one, I think two more. Oh yeah, two more I want to show you, and I'm gonna do the translation for you on this one because you need to understand, and especially the ones that's coming up here. This one has to do with an Iranian commander. What he's saying to the Israelis. And I want you to see it, and I'll do the translation for you. And once again, I'm going to silence, I think it has a sound. I'm not certain. I don't remember. Let me see here. Let's play it. Yes, it does have a sound. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm not going to play the sound here. What it says right there, to those who know Arabic, but here is what it says. The commander of the Iranian states, we are issuing 24-hour ultimatum to all residents of Tel Aviv to evacuate immediately before it is too late. We are preparing to launch an extraordinary attack on Tel Aviv within the next 24 hours. Tel Aviv will become an unsafe and uninhabitable zone. We will deliver the final strike of Iranian wrath. This is not merely a threat, it is reality, and the coming days will prove it. So that's what it says right there on that clip here. Now, let's do one more. And this is the one that I need you to put in perspective of what I said earlier about will Israel end up using nukes against Iran if it becomes the collapse of Israel is inevitable. This clip here, let me upload it first, and then we'll see it. And by the way, I just want again, this has a sound. I'm not going to play it because of sound. What I wanted to say is I check the veracity of this clip before I'll share them with you. So I know this is not just some hypes. So let's take a look here. Oh, sorry for the sound. Here is what it says. It says officially, Mr. Mujtaba Khamenei has directed the cancellation of all international agreements pertaining to the suspension of the nuclear program, asserting that nuclear weapons constitute sovereign right of Iran. This measure is intended to safeguard the nation's sovereignty and security against any violation, and no negotiations regarding this matter will take place. Iran has 700 kilograms of enriched uranium, and it's expected to produce its first nuclear bomb within the current month. It is sufficient to produce several nuclear warheads in less than 2 weeks. Very, very, very straightforward, and that tells me the story right there. And I know Mujtaba Khamenei or the Iranian IRGC for that matter are not bluffing about deploying a warhead on a missile like this, since now the Israeli defense systems or even American defense systems will be powerless, will be paralyzed to stop that. I mean, think about it. If Iran put a nuclear warheads on this missile and launch it in Tel Aviv, that's again where I see the issue of this particular aspects of it. And I want to share the last clip. Yes, it might be laughable, but this is something I want you just to see. Sometimes it's not all gloomy and all that, but it's our community. And I'll do my last conclusion and we'll conclude this live stream. And once again, I'm not going to play the sound because it has a soundtrack, but you will be able to read this one here yourself. Take a look.
Gently down, merrily, 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 merrily.
Let's hear the last part.
Why nobody helps me to open Hormuz?
Okay, that was a laughable one. Why nobody helps you? Well, you.
And our dear friend, our brother, Professor Marandi, is here with us. Welcome back, Professor.
Thank you, Nima. It's always a great pleasure being on your show.
Let me start, Professor Marandi, with what the Israelis are talking about. They're talking about the assassination of the head of Security Council of Iran, National Security Council, Ali Larijani. And what is your reaction to what has happened and the way that Israelis are trying somehow? This is the same policy since the war started. The policy of assassinating the people who are, the decision makers. They feel that they can change the whole system by this way of thinking. Your understanding what has happened and what would be, the Iran's policy as time goes by with the conflict, with the war.
We'll have to wait and see what the National Security Council says, or the Supreme National Security Council, to be more precise, says in the hours ahead. But what is important really is that the West, and we've discussed this before, they and their proxies, they don't understand Iran. They don't understand the Islamic Republic of Iran. They don't understand the axis of resistance. They don't understand that it's not dependent on anyone. They just, Ayatollah Khamenei was just martyred a couple of weeks ago. And what happened? They're losing the war. We saw Trump talk like a drunkard a few hours ago, constantly contradicting himself, clearly in a bad situation. But Ayatollah Khamenei was martyred. So the Islamic Republic of Iran, it has a constitution. It is a sophisticated constitution. It has sophisticated state structures. It's not dependent on individuals. The same is true with Hezbollah. Remember, Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, when he was martyred, and as the war went on, the Israeli regime in the West was saying that Hezbollah is a diminished force. I was there when he was martyred. I was in Beirut. What happened? Not only did the Israeli regime fail to take southern Lebanon, but now that Hezbollah has re-engaged with this monstrous regime, they're hitting them very hard. This is the Hezbollah that they claimed had fallen apart. Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah has been martyred. Almost, I guess, all of the senior commanders, I don't know, but many of the senior commanders were martyred. Yet today Hezbollah is fighting and beating back this brutal enemy. So the Islamic Republic of Iran is not dependent on any individual or set of individuals. It is a state. It is sophisticated. Actually, I think that a lot of these perceptions in the West come from racism. No, the Islamic Republic of Iran is a very sophisticated system. It is a different system, a better system. After all, the Islamic Republic of Iran does not support genocide. It opposes genocide. They support genocide. I think people are beginning to recognize that all of those 47-year-old narratives are nonsense. But it is a sophisticated state with its own checks and balances and means to put in a new leader and change it. If the president is killed, the president will be reelected. If he's martyred or if he passes away, the same is true with the leader. So nothing is going to change in Iran. The constitution is sophisticated, complex, and it has worked very well over the last 47 years, despite sanctions, despite 3 wars, despite endless terrorism. They've murdered presidents before. They've murdered the head of the judiciary before. They've murdered so many ministers and so many commanders. So they have to wake up to the reality that the Islamic Republic of Iran is powerful and it is not dependent on individuals. The same is true with Hezbollah. The same, I'm sure, is true with the resistance in Iraq and with Ansarullah in Yemen. And they will continue to resist. In fact, I think that what they should be worried about, our enemies, is Joe Kent's resignation. The director of U.S. National Counter in Terrorism, I think.
Yeah.
He has said, as you know, that he's resigning because Iran was not a threat. He's resigning because this war was caused under the influence of the Zionist regime and the Zionist lobby. This, in my opinion, is the beginning of the end of this Titanic ship that's engaged in war with the Iranian people. The Titanic is sinking because this is not even Tucker Carlson. This is someone who Trump installed. This is someone who's an insider. His job.
Yeah, I can hear you, Professor Marandi.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
I can hear you.
So this is a person whose job is to know these things. His job is to know what is a threat and what is not a threat to the United States, and he knows who is pushing what agenda in this regard. So I think it's very good news. We'll have to see if anyone else is prepared to resign, like someone like Tulsi Gabbard. I think it is her moral responsibility to do so. But from Trump's statements last night, I think it's clear that things are not going well. He is not going to be able to, he said that Iran is obliterated. Okay, we're obliterated. And then he goes and says he needs everyone across the world to help him, including the Chinese. Well, if it's obliterated, why do you need everyone else? And then everyone else is saying, leave me out of it. So obviously, what he's saying about Iran is nonsense. As we speak, Iran today has fired more missiles and drones at targets across the region, U.S. assets in the Persian Gulf, and the Israeli regime. So I believe that the United States is going to suffer a strategic defeat. And Joe Kent's resignation, I think, is a sign that things are going exceptionally bad for Washington, for the Trump regime at least. And I think that the Trump statements, his contradictory statements that we saw a few hours ago, he was behaving like a drunk person. He was so inconsistent and incoherent. I think that was also very revealing. So we'll see. I think the war is going to continue. I don't think it's going to end anytime soon. The Trump regime and the Netanyahu regime will continue to murder people. They'll continue to slaughter. Just yesterday, we had the youngest martyr so far, a 3-day-old boy and his 2-year-old sister were murdered in a village. They bombed a village. These pilots when they fire their missiles, they don't care. They just want people to suffer. What target would exist in a tiny village? They've been bombing banks. They've been bombing electrical power plants. They've, of course, slaughtered children at school. Every day they expose themselves further. But people in Iran are on the streets. As right now, Nima, as we speak, people across the country are gathering on the streets in huge numbers. And it's become, remember, after the riots, when you were in Iran, after the riots, and the West was saying, I don't know, tens of thousands of people were killed and all that nonsense. Those deadly riots where foreign intelligence agencies brought in weapons and they killed so many police officers and innocent people, the people came on the streets against the rioters in the many millions, tens of millions across the country. And if you recall, and I'm sure you do, they were trying to say that this is AI. And so afterwards, on the anniversary of the revolution, people came in even larger numbers to sort of prove a point to Elon Musk, and the others who were trying to pretend that this was AI, that, these are the people. During the last more than 2 weeks now, every night people are on the streets under missile fire. And on some days, huge gatherings, like on Friday, which I attended. During the gathering on Friday, where millions were on the streets, they fired missiles at Tehran, murdered a demonstrator. No one moved. The crowds are so huge and they come out so often that now they can't hide it. And so the president himself, Trump, has to go and say, this is AI. Why? Because people are seeing through the narrative. People are seeing through the Guardian and the Times narrative, the narrative of the CNN and MSNBC and Fox News. It doesn't matter. These traditional, these mainstream leftists or these mainstream conservatives, this Epstein class and their affiliates, even some who pretend that they're not a part of that class. They can't hide it anymore. They can't hide the fact that the people in Iran are on the streets. They're steadfast. They're not afraid. And we see on the other side that the empire, the Trump regime is facing bigger and bigger problems with this resignation.
The same day that we've seen the International Quds Day, all of the Iranian officials that were on the street together with the Iranian people. We've heard the head of Pentagon, Pete Hegseth, talking about the Iranian officials, they're hiding. They have gone into hiding. It's getting somehow ridiculous because there is no connection with the reality of what's going on and what Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth is trying to picture for the American people.
Yes, and Hegseth has shown himself to be barbaric. He says, he's basically saying, we have no red lines and we'll just kill whoever we want. I mean, when you listen to him, you're listening to like a thug in some Hollywood movie. He's so, disgusting. And of course, the whole regime is disgusting. And the whole political class is disgusting. I mean, Trump, when he spoke about obliterating Iran or destroying Iran in a way in which it will never recover. If you call it anyone show outrage, you want to side, or when he lost the Supreme Court ruling, and he went and did that press conference, and he said, "I can destroy countries, but I can't impose $1 worth of tariffs on other countries." He meant Cuba, which they're strangling as we speak. Cuba has no electricity right now. Doctors cannot operate. People are dying in large numbers because of disease and because there's no electricity. Do you see any outrage? Do you see any mainstream journalists screaming that these are crimes against humanity? No, it is an utterly corrupt system, from Latin America to our part of the world to anywhere else. So Hegseth, yes, he speaks like, and then he called them rats, Iranian leaders. This is how American leaders speak. Yet the president was on the streets. The speaker, the head of the judiciary was on the streets. The head of the judiciary, the bomb exploded as he was doing an interview. He didn't even flinch. The Dr. Larijani was on the streets. Ministers, they were among the people. not only under the threat of missiles and missiles, but they're among the people with very little security. The Islamic Republic of Iran is unique. They can call it evil all they want, but people across the world are seeing through the narrative. Not only are they seeing that for 47 years they were lied to by the Western media and the Arab media, the Qatari, the Saudi, the Emirati, and their huge media apparatus and their cultural centers and their religious centers, which are all funded and always tell their people, they misinform and they spread disinformation about Iran. They've been doing it for decades. The same people who gave you ISIS and Al Qaeda and Jaish al-Islam and the other many flavors of Takfiri ideology. People are seeing through the propaganda. They're seeing through the propaganda when it comes to Iran, when it comes to the resistance in Lebanon and Iraq and in Yemen and elsewhere. The mask has fallen off the face of the regime in Washington. So, Hegseth can say what he wants, but enough people are seeing right through the propaganda. I don't know if you saw this, but I'm sure you did. But you saw that woman who was talking about Allahu Akbar and what it means, and then the bomb struck, and she was telling how people don't move, and they didn't, and neither did she, by the way. People did not flee, even though a woman was martyred, but no one budged, no one ran. This is what the United States and the Israeli regime are up against. Like an educated people whose sin is that they support the oppressed based on their their values as human beings, as Muslims, as Shias, based upon their adherence to the ideals of the grandson of the Prophet and his actions in Karbala and the actions of his sister Zainab in Karbala, who've so deeply influenced our lives and our society. Again, I don't know the fate of Dr. Larijani, but if anyone goes to his Twitter account when they threatened to kill him, he quoted Imam Hussein. He's not afraid of death. They don't comprehend this people. They don't comprehend Hezbollah. It's beyond their comprehension. They will continue to misread and misunderstand and misinform, but they will fail, and the resistance will continue, and a strategic defeat will be imposed upon Trump, and the Israeli regime will move one step closer to its end.
Professor Morandi, we've seen that Donald Trump is asking all of these NATO countries to join him in the Strait of Hormuz in order to open up the strait. And so far, they said that they're not going to be part of the operation. But we know the reality is they have been part of the operation since day one. They have been supporting the United States, fighting for the United States and Israel since the war started. Your understanding of the position of European and NATO countries?
Of course, they're all a part of it. They've been a part of it, not just them, but their Asian allies have been a part of it. Australia, New Zealand, Japan, everyone bound to the West. Sadly, Erdogan, Jordan, these Persian Gulf dictatorships, all of them are in the same camp. Every single one of them, without exception. Now, if he's, and the fact that all of them say, look, we don't want to have anything to do with this says a lot. It shows how weakened the United States is in being able to impose itself, although I do think that some of these countries will ultimately contribute something, but it won't have an impact. What do they have? A couple of boats that they want to send to our region? What are they going to do? Everything they've given the regime and they fail. So what is a boat from, I don't know, South Korea or from Netherlands or so? What difference is that going to make? when, for example, the South Koreans have 26 ships in the Persian Gulf right now. Well, if they want to pick a fight, then all those ships will be destroyed. I mean, the thing, Nima, is that these people don't seem to understand. The Strait of Hormuz is not that important. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz so that the United States will come to its senses. But if Iran really wanted to do long-term and permanent damage and bring about a global economic catastrophe beyond anything that has ever happened for over the last century, Iran would destroy all the ships in the Persian Gulf and in the surrounding areas. And it would destroy the oil and gas assets in the Persian Gulf region. It would destroy all the infrastructure. It hasn't done that so far. It's only done proportionate retaliation because they've struck Iranian assets, and these Arab family dictatorships are all complicit. Why? Because Iran wants to punish the Trump regime, and it will not accept a ceasefire because they'll just regroup and attack Iran again in 6 months or a year or 2 years. That's not something we're going to accept anymore. The facts on the ground have to change. Until the facts on the ground change, the war will continue. But the point is that Iran, by shutting the Strait of Hormuz, is trying to talk sense to Trump, or not Trump himself. You can't talk sense to him, but to people who are sane in the West, to make them understand that, look, you push this and we go towards catastrophe. You accept defeat, back off, and accept our demands, and then oil and gas and other petrochemicals and other things will go through the Strait of Hormuz. So the Strait of Hormuz is not that important. If they let's say try through military means to open the Strait of Hormuz, first of all, they'll fail. Iran has been preparing itself for 25 years. And second of all, what are they going to do to protect all those ships and those oil and gas facilities? They can't. And still, Iran hasn't escalated, Nima. Iran hasn't escalated. The resistance in Iraq has not escalated still. They're doing some things, but they can go far further than this. And of course, Yemen has said they'll join, but they still haven't joined. So it would be smart for the West to change direction, and maybe this Joe Kent resignation, who knows? Maybe it'll have an impact. There'll be more resignations, perhaps, who knows? And the pressure will increase on Trump, but Iran will continue fighting until the United States under Trump is defeated.
I think what Iran is doing right now, you've mentioned desalination plants. They have attacked desalination plants in Iran, but Iran didn't respond to that. And how do you see that red line for Iran in terms of the morality of what's going on? When that red line going to be crossed on the part of Iranians? Under what conditions that could be crossed?
Well, the Iranians have shown enormous restraint. These countries have Iranian blood on their hands. And it's nothing new. In the 1980s, these family dictatorships, they supported Saddam Hussein. When the US and the West pushed Saddam Hussein to start the war against Iran and then gave him chemical weapons and all sorts of weaponry alongside the Soviet Union. But the West was the force that pushed him towards war. The West was the force that gave him chemical weapons. Who funded him? These countries. The Saudis, the Kuwaitis, and the others. They all backed him. The Iranians forgave them. Then, who supported ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Syria and in Iraq? These countries, along with other American allies and the United States and the Israelis and Erdogan and so on, and Jordan and so on. But these countries, they've always done harm to our region. And now they're complicit in the war. And Iran has again shown restraint. But if they go for Iran's infrastructure, if they try to destroy Iran's critical infrastructure, then it's over. Everything will just be destroyed. That's why I've been saying, and I've said this multiple times, I've tweeted this multiple times, everyone should leave the Persian Gulf region, meaning Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Oman, because we don't know what Trump is going to do. He is not sane. But whatever he does, Iran is not going to let him get away with it. And these countries are all complicit. So if I was living in any one of these countries, I get in my car and leave. I go to Iraq, or I go to Yemen. I just drive out of this region until things come to a conclusion.
Professor Marandi, since the situation with the air defense system of Israel, because of the destruction of the radars in the Persian Gulf, is not that good, and Israel somehow is naked, they don't have many interceptors to defend themselves because the interceptors are not connected with the radars as well. That's a huge problem for the air defense system of Israel. And moments ago, we've learned that the American aircraft carrier Gerald R. Ford is getting back to Greece. And how do you see the desperation on the part of Israelis? Because many people are talking about that Israel may attack Iran, may use tactical nuclear weapons against Iran. And I was arguing that Iran is considering all of these scenarios. They know how to respond to any sort of escalation. What is your understanding of that?
Well, Nima, first of all, as I have said before, the very fact that anyone could raise this question about the Israeli regime or the United States using nuclear weapons shows how evil they are, shows how people acknowledge how evil they are. And not just like critics, like people in mainstream media, when they ask, I always say to them, so you acknowledge that these people are utterly barbaric? Because no human being, no sane human being that has any sense of morality would ever contemplate using a nuclear weapon. But that's who these people are. So that's A. And I think that's a very, very important point. It's not a footnote. It's the most important point, actually. But also, that would force Iran to change its nuclear posture completely. It would be something, if they're going to, if there's a serious threat to the very existence of the country, then things would change. But it's not just Iran, Nima. First of all, the entire world would turn against this Israeli regime in a way in which we've never seen. But in addition to that, everyone will want nuclear weapons. Everyone, everywhere, will be seeking nuclear weapons. And in the era of AI and the new technologies, developing a nuclear weapon would be far easier than in the past. So obviously, it would be suicide for the Israeli regime to even seriously contemplate such a thing.
We know that in the United States, they're trying to say that behind the scene, there are negotiations, there are talks happening. But what is the main agenda behind this? Is there something? Because the Iranian foreign minister said that there is no negotiations, there is no talk behind the scene between Iran and the United States.
I think we've already seen Witkoff lie many times, and he's turned out to be a very poor liar. He's actually similar to Trump. He just makes things up. And he lied about, and Trump lied about the content of the negotiations that took place between Iran and the U.S. And thank God they were in direct negotiations, Nima. Why? Because the foreign minister of Oman has witnessed everything. When he went to Washington to say that progress had been made, he didn't say any of the things that Witkoff was claiming. So Witkoff was lying. And Trump is lying, or either Witkoff lied to Trump, or Trump also knows that Witkoff is lying and he's repeating the lie. I don't know. But Witkoff lies. And to say that, for them to say that Iran is in contact, it's nonsense. Iran is not in contact with the United States. Iran has said that repeatedly. Negotiating with the United States is useless. And it's the United States that keeps sending messages. And history will tell the truth. Time will tell. Time will tell. If we have a bit of patience, it'll come out. It's the Americans that are seeking a ceasefire. I mean, when you watch Trump, I'm sure you watched him last night when he was giving. I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched bits and pieces. I don't bother watching him anymore. But you know, it's these little like 2-minute pieces or 30-second pieces that or clips that they put out. I watched 3 or 4 of them. He was just talking utter nonsense, and it was clear to me that he's in serious trouble. And the Iranians are not in trouble. They lost their leader. They lost senior commanders. Within 45 minutes, they were striking back. Do you see people like in Tehran panicking, or people rushing to shops? No. I just went to the petrol station, the gas station today. There was no big queue. Few cars in front of me. So Trump is in trouble, not Iran. Does that mean that Iran is not suffering? Of course it is. People are dying. They're bombing buildings. When you travel, across Tehran, when I go, let's say, to a studio or to some place to see someone, you will. Unlike the 12-day war, during the 12-day war, I never saw any place that was damaged, because it was so, such a big city, and there's, the damage was so small compared to the size of the city. But this time around, you do see it, because the real strikes are being carried out. The what do you call it? The heavy lifting is being done by the regime in Washington. So you do see damage, destroyed buildings. I have a personal, let's say, story, if you can call it that. One of my close friends, his brother-in-law, is a businessman, and he wanted to send goods to a different city. He doesn't live in Tehran; they live in another city. And they hired 2 truck drivers, and the Americans bombed the trucks. They're just taking goods from city A to B. They murdered them and destroyed the trucks. So these things happen. It's a murderous regime. After all, they murdered all those little girls, which I don't believe at all that it was a mistake. That was the first wave of attacks. The first wave, it's well thought through. It's like if it's on day 10, 12, they're looking for targets. Maybe they could make a mistake, let's say, but on the first day, all those targets were thought through over and over and over again. They had months to prepare and plan. And that school was there for many years. You can find it on any app, Iranian or foreign. I don't believe it was a mistake at all, not for a moment. And the fact that they were so arrogant about it, and the fact that they tried to blame Iran, which I think is just as despicable and disgusting, just shows who they are. So yes, Iranians are being hurt. Iranians do suffer. The economy suffers. Just like families suffer. They lose wealth. They lose jobs. People are maimed to survive when these strikes. Little children, as I said, 3-year-old little boy is 2-year-old sister. Sorry, 3-day-old little boy and 2-year-old sister just yesterday in a small village. People do suffer, but Iran is winning the war. And by the way, the same is true in Lebanon. The Israeli regime is not doing well. People, one of the most disgusting group of people are these takfiris, who ever since the ceasefire, Hezbollah fought against the Israeli regime to draw off troops from Gaza, to stop the genocide, to save another people. And they made huge sacrifices. And Sayyid Hassan was martyred, and so many. And then these takfiris, because they're worthless people, because they're useless people, because they have no religion. It's fake. It's all fake. They were ridiculing Hezbollah when the ceasefire took place. Even though Hezbollah, unlike Hamas or Islamic Jihad, it's in a country where it's surrounded by its enemies, the Takfiris in Syria now, and also, of course, in Lebanon, the fascist group like the Lebanese forces and their allies. The U.S. has a big, support base in Lebanon, not a majority, but Hezbollah is surrounded by these people. Yet they sacrificed huge sacrifices to draw away these Zionist troops. And so they've been ridiculing them after the ceasefire. But look at Hezbollah today. Under Sheikh Naim Qasim, they're hitting the Israeli regime hard to push them back, to liberate those places that the Israeli regime took after the ceasefire because the Lebanese government was unwilling to protect its sovereignty. So the resistance, the axis of resistance is, in my view, the highest moral force on this planet. And its antagonists are, except for the ignorant, they're worthless. But as time goes by, more and more people are waking up to the reality.
What is the strategy in the Strait of Hormuz, Professor Marandi? Donald Trump is asking China to join him. And China doesn't have any sort of problem. They are in contact with Iranians. They know I don't see any sort of difficulties for them when it comes to the relationship with Iran. And Pakistan, it seems that Pakistan was using the Strait of Hormuz as well. Your understanding of the Strait of Hormuz and the strategy on the part of the Iranian army, Iranian IRGC?
Well, it's both the army and the IRGC. It is the combined armed forces of Iran that are waging this holy defense. But as I said, the Strait of Hormuz is closed so that Iran does not have to do any damage to the infrastructure. So if the United States accepts Iran's terms and backs off and the facts on the ground change so that Iran in future will not feel threatened, and that its allies too. Iran is not excluding its allies. And of course, there's the issue of reparations that these Arab family dictatorships will probably have to be forced to deal with. But Iran has not destroyed the infrastructure so that we could go back to normal. It's clear. Otherwise, Iran right now, it could destroy Qatar's entire gas industry in a day. They could do the same with Saudi assets. It's not doing that. It's not doing that because it's not like the West. It's not a destroyer. The West comes to destroy, to crush, to kill, to murder. And it's not just Trump. Trump is just a symptom of a sick, Epstein class. None of them are outraged by the strangulation of Cuba. You don't see that in the Western media. None of them are outraged by the fact that this was an unprovoked war. So Iran wants to preserve the infrastructure so that we can go back to normal. Although there won't be a normal like we had before, things will change. Iran will no longer allow countries in the Persian Gulf to be staging grounds for U.S. aggression. That will not be tolerated anymore. They will have to deal with Iran with respect and to make up for what they've done and to respect Iran's sovereignty. The Emirates will never be like what it was before. It will never be like 3 weeks ago. That will never happen. But things can be normal. Business and trade and oil and gas exports can be normal. So Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz so that it can be opened in the right time. But if the United States and anyone else wants to pick a fight with Iran and invade and try to force it open, then Iran will have to take new measures. And it will just make things worse, much worse. And they will still be defeated. And it probably will be worse, much worse, actually.
They have attacked the Khark Island. In, it seems that we've learned from the Iranian foreign minister that this island was attacked from the UAE. And do you see that what was so strange and amazing to see that he said they were using these populated areas in UAE to attack the Khark Island?
Well, that's because all U.S. assets have been removed, all key assets have been removed from the bases. And these governments allow them to take them in other parts of their country. And whenever they say that we're not involved, we're neutral. Right now, Saudi Arabia is allowing them to use their airspace, their jets, their planes that refuel. They land in Saudi Arabia. The 3 planes that were downed over Kuwaiti airspace. Why were they over Kuwaiti airspace in the first place? Because they allow them to use it. And then the United States itself showed images or footage of HIMARS missiles, I think it was, being used against Iran from territory in the Persian Gulf. So they were part of the war. So the United States have spread out across these countries. They're no longer in the bases to protect themselves. They're using hotels, they're using ports, they're using other places to hide, but they're still there. If these countries want to be neutral, they have to kick out the Americans. They have to say, okay, we're not you can't do this, you have to leave our country. It would be over. But they won't do that. And they still pretend that they're neutral. They're not neutral. It's sort of like insulting our intelligence by saying that when they say they're neutral and they're doing all these things, they're just being insulting. They're assuming we're all stupid.
When they're talking about putting troops on the ground in the Khark Island, it seems that Iran has removed 60% of the oil on that island before the war started. And then during the war, Iran was exporting oil from that island. And when it comes to the importance of invading militarily on the ground in that island, what is the importance of that? Is that going to make making any sort of leverage for the United States?
Yeah, because first of all, Iran will stop exporting, and that will drive up the price of oil even further. Second of all, the United States, it's a very flat island. And Iran will target it from its bases across the Persian Gulf. And most Iranian bases have not been used yet. Iran's Navy, the overwhelming majority of its naval assets are in tunnels, the speedboats that fire missiles, guided missiles, surface to sea, sea to sea, or sea to surface missiles. They're in tunnels alongside the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Most Iranian underground bases, whether drone or missile, they have not been used yet. Iran has not even opened most of its bases. Whether they're the ones that fire long-range missiles towards the Israeli regime or the ones that fire mid-range and short-range missiles and drones towards the United States and the Persian Gulf.
The Prophet ﷺ said, the best charity is giving water. $100 gives one.
So Americans, if they get on that island, it's flat land. They'll be targets, and they can't do anything because they don't, nothing is going to leave the Strait of Hormuz. So they're just going to increase the destruction. Iran will be forced to retaliate and destroy infrastructure on the other side of the Persian Gulf. And the price of oil will go up permanently. Because now, if the United States backs down, the facts on the ground change, Iran's allies and Iran feel safe in the future from aggression, gradually within, let's say, a year, because it will take time for things to get back to normal. But that is, that's possible, or at least semi-normal. But if the war expands and the infrastructure is destroyed, then it's permanent. Then the world changes permanently.
One of the serious points right now would be the American bases in the Arab states, in the Persian Gulf Arab states. And how does Iran see the future? And how does Iran want to, have a serious sort of talk with these Arab states about, hosting American bases in the region?
Well, as I said earlier, in future, Iran will not allow these family dictatorships if they last, because who knows, people may revolt or there may be coups, but they will not allow them to behave like they did before and make their countries bases for our enemies. That won't happen. And the United States, I think, has already found out that these bases are of no help. Iran is pounding them day and night. And they're pounding these regimes increasingly as they see that other parts of their countries are being used by the United States. So it's not a smart move to try to remain here. I think that ultimately the Americans will leave. They may not leave tomorrow, next week, but I think there's going to be a drawdown and ultimately these bases will be closed down the road. But Iran won't allow any of these regimes in future to behave like they did before. That they've crossed all red lines. And they have lots of blood on their hands.
It's been 3 days.
And it goes back to the 1980s. It goes back to the 1980s. And it goes back to Syria and what they did in Syria and elsewhere and what they've done to Yemen, destroying Yemen, 7 years of genocidal war. That has to come to an end. These regimes have to behave like normal countries and not be proxies of some power in North America. And if they behave like normal countries, then the region will change. It's to the benefit of the people in these countries for their leaders not to behave like proxies, which they are.
A combination, Professor Marandi, of what's going on together, Iran and Hezbollah together, we see that the northern part of Israel is being somehow totally destroyed. And many people, since it's been 3 days or 4 days that they're talking about, we cannot sustain this war. We cannot continue with this war. Many people in the mainstream of Israel, they're talking about this. Is that related to what's going on with Benjamin Netanyahu? Because there are a lot of rumors out there about these AI, totally AI videos of Benjamin Netanyahu. And is that the desperation of the war? Is that something politically happening in Israel? What is your understanding of that?
Well, really, first of all, Netanyahu himself is not important. Israel is a sick, the people there are sick. We've seen the poll after poll showing how they support genocide. So it's not just, Netanyahu, if he dies and goes away, that things will be better. No, there's a bigger problem there. But from what we are seeing, there are growing noises being made inside Palestine, occupied Palestine, that are saying that this is not sustainable. But what is even more important is that there are growing voices in the United States. And we have to keep in mind what the resistance in Iraq is doing. The United States is losing its foothold across West Asia. That itself is a huge catastrophe for the Israeli regime. And of course, the economic problems and the rise in the price of oil. People across the world are going to be blaming Zionists and Netanyahu and Trump. And this resignation of Joe Kent is going to add fuel to that fire. So there's no good news. I mean, for them. For us, it's painful seeing the marchers, but we're going to continue. As I said before, and as you've said, this is a fight for our survival. Collectively, the axis of resistance. And we have the support of people across the world. It's not only the Iranian people and the people, supporters of the resistance in Lebanon and Iraq, that they're all steadfast, or Yemen, but people across the world, their views are evolving. I can see it, you can feel it. So this is not good for the empire, and we will see it through, no matter how painful it is, no matter what sacrifices we have to make as individuals. We will see this through.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor.
Kofi, follow me.